And it all comes down to this. The 2018 World Chess Championship is not over yet. Here with me, Grandmaster Robert Hess, International Master Danny Wrench. Honored to be here and thankful that you are with us already. Nearly 9,000 of you, and we're here for a half an hour pregame show. So I think the people are excited for today.
How could you not be, right? Rapid tie breaks to start with. We've seen 12 draws, and I think the people are ready for some blood to be spilled.
You know what? Obviously, it goes without saying that today blood will be spilled, although it is possible in theory that we could have nothing but draws until someone wins in Armageddon. On that note, let's remind everybody of what the format is of today's matchup, right? We're now officially in tiebreaks, so all the questions and answers we've been trying to provide throughout the entire month of November, what will happen if we have nobody win after 12 games? Well, the answer is upon us, right?
Yeah.
We're going to find out what happens. We're going to have 4 games first of Rapid. Hence, we're wearing our Pro Chess League, Professional Rapid Online Chess League shirts today. So if you get your itch scratched for Rapid Chess, you'll have plenty of that starting in January. But we'll get to that later. Then we may have 2 games of Blitz, and if it's still tied, we will have a single game. And the way Armageddon works is just like the word definition is, it's a battle of good and evil. Somebody will be on the better side of it at the end. Who knows whether good or evil wins, but if black draws in Armageddon, they take everything. So it is possible to win a World Chess Championship title by drawing your way there, apparently.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible, especially considering we'll have best out of 4 rapid games, the first 2.5 points. Then we'll have these mini blitz matches, and that's always pretty exciting because you play 2 games, and if it's 1-1, you do that up to 5 times in total. So Can you imagine drawing 4 rapid games, then 10 blitz games,
I can't.
And then an Armageddon?
I've been out on a limb before a few times in my life, right? Shocking. I think we're going to get a victory in Game 1.
Wow.
I think either Magnus wins in Game 1 here of the Rapid, or he over pushes and maybe loses the match trying. But we're going to find out. So I think we are going to see both sides come out of the gates excited. We see all of you are excited. We've already gotten some subs, some cheers, whether you're with us via twitch.tv/chess, chess.com TV. Thank you so much. And now you're wondering, what are we going to do for the next half an hour? Well, aren't you in for a treat? Robert Hess and I have prepared a lot over these last 24, 48 hours, a lot of content to help you know everything that happened. We're like, you know what? Let's give everybody a reminder of somebody just gave
Chess
50
Bay.
subs. Chess Bay just gave
Chess
50
Bay.
subs. Chess Bay?
We love you.
She strikes again.
Yeah, we love her.
She strikes again. We love her more than we can express. Anyway, so thank you so much, Chess Bay. Thank you so much to all the mods. I mean, this is sort of prepared for later on in the show, but you can't not say it now. But here's what we're here to do. We're here to bring you as much chess content as we can to get you excited and hyped, and really to appreciate what we've been through here for this entire month. And we're going to start that, okay? I think we're going to start with some chess first. We're going to start it with Game 1. And the Game 1 analysis to us starts right here in this moment where Magnus Carlsen, as he started to get an edge with the black pieces, sort of surprised us, but really set the tone of what we thought was going to be a for sure decisive game when he played this move, knight to f8.
Right, and we were discussing during the game many different variations, including taking the knight on h5 immediately, or starting preemptive measures, rook h to g8 so you could take on h5 next, things like that. But instead, Magnus, maybe in just what he's been doing a lot in the match, playing quickly and confidently, but not always the most accurate.
Right.
And so he played the move knight f8, which had you just in complete shock, because you're like, isn't that pawn f6 hanging?
Right.
And of course, Fabiano took it, and Magnus still remained better in the following sequence.
To be clear, it wasn't a shock in the sense that black wasn't still better. Right? It was a shock in the sense that we started saying, was it necessary, right? And that's when we first were questioning maybe whether Magnus was playing a little too quickly despite getting the edge with the black pieces, right? Again, and let's describe why we maybe don't think it's necessary. Black is holding all the cards in a position like this with complete control over the dark squares on the queen side. If indeed you safely guard this pawn, you can take h5 at some point. Rook hg8 prepares that, as Robert said, because then you can punch g4 through. It's just a position where black holds all the cards, and when you play knight f8, you're giving white a forced out. White takes the pawn, and even though black ends up getting an attack, you now have this position where white has this all I have to do is survive mindset, because I did just get myself a peshka, and that's something that honestly, Fabiano eventually did, but let's not let him off the hook that easy
because I actually was going to say a theme of the match for Fabiano as well after this knight f4 move when Fabiano took on f4, Magnus took back, and here Fabiano should have went rook takes f4.
Yep.
And it's likely that he didn't see the concrete continuation. He said that multiple times in press conferences that, I didn't feel comfortable. I didn't see a concrete line that either fully equalized or had me feeling comfortable.
Right.
And that's been a theme of the match that we can't understate either because or overstate, I should say, because he just
that's something Fabiano has wanted and desired
yes.
in a lot of situations, clarity, right? And we know that that's a stylistic difference between the two players, right?
Yep.
Magnus, I think, we've said, survives in the abyss, lack of clarity, or thrives in the abyss at least, not survives. Fabiano is looking to get clarification on a regular basis.
And some say gravity working against me. In this case, clarity working against me.
Two John Mayer references, and we haven't even hit 5 minutes in.
Well,
wow.
It was a pretty critical moment in this game because instead of capturing and sacrificing the exchange in f4, Magnus got a really quick attack going because White's king is open. Magnus played this part of the game very well, and we just saw that, okay, he won this h5 pawn very quickly, and in fact, achieved a winning position with relative ease.
Yep. And I think the biggest the biggest point of surprise was that after getting this winning position, queen to g5, knight h2, Fabiano escapes again because of Magnus letting him off the hook. The truth is, in this position, probably the easiest win for Magnus was to play the move queen to e5, punishing the knight for retreating and instantly creating the potential for principle of two weaknesses. So if you're wondering why the overarching storyline for us, everybody and their cousins, I feel like we've mentioned game one in every game.
Yes.
We're like, will game one come back to haunt Magnus? Will game one come back to haunt Magnus? Regardless of what you're going to see in our breakdown of what happened in the other critical games that we've prepared for you, no moment, Robert and I were reminded of that this morning, no moment was bigger than this. I mean, Magnus had the opportunity to win the game. Probably with queen e5, the game ends in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
And he had the opportunity for several moves in a row, because if we go to what happened
not even just that, but after the move h5.
Which stops the piece going to g4. Even here, he still could have went queen to g7 instead of queen g1.
Yep,
and if you
same
go
idea.
G7, exactly. Same exact principle, getting your queen into the action on the queen side, where that king is feeling very unsafe, and you're going to have many attacking possibilities.
And then finally, after queen g1, knight f1, probably the last opportunity. Okay, queen g7 was again strong, but the last real opportunity after the move h4, king to d2 was this position where black did not go for the move rook to g3.
Yeah.
Right. This is an exchange sack that's hard at first, I think, to understand. But the point is that after a move like captures.
Well, he actually had it again. It was even stronger a couple moves later.
Okay,
but
let's do that.
The idea still holds true, because after c3, right?
Right.
And here the move rook g3 was incredibly strong, because if you take it, and I take with my pawn, now look at this. My queen comes to a1, hitting everything on the queen side there.
So I just realized that we're having so much fun being chess players today. We just spent like 5 minutes on this one game. So we're not getting to all the content what we prepare. We have game 3, game 6, game 9, game 10, 2 game 12 breakdowns because our computers have been playing it. I don't even know where to go right now. What should we do? Let's do one thing, because we actually had a lot of work was put in behind the scenes by our producers, by our on-site team, Peter Dockers, Mike Klein, Maria Embrilianova. I want to make sure we get to this video, because I think a lot of people that are tuning in here and sharing and enjoying this experience with us wonder what it would be like to be on site in London. And so we're going to come back. I think likely if there were 2 games we had to choose, it's game 1. I think we're going to jump to game 12 and maybe see what our computers came up with.
Yeah, and game 8 too, where Fabiano had
so many.
Too much.
At this point, we only have 13 minutes before the games start.
Yeah.
So we're gonna check. Please check out this exclusive video we're bringing you right now. That just shows some fun, just designed for you to get that last cup of coffee, enjoy yourself, close your eyes, pretend that you were on site in London with our team. Robin and I are going to do the same, and we'll be back in just a few moments.
But let's start with Fabiano. What's the main emotion you're feeling after this game?
Some minor disappointment because I thought I, at some point, have a very promising position. But I didn't quite see exactly which moment I had something very good. I mean, I assumed there were more dangerous options along the way.
Magnus, what's your main feeling after the game?
No, a bit of relief, obviously, since this was a tough game, and he was the one who had all the chances. So I'm happy to have survived it for sure.
For you, Fabiano, does it feel like missing a penalty, or was it that bad?
Missing a penalty, that's
I mean,
quite harsh.
I don't think the position ever was quite like that. Of course, I had some chances, but it's not like it's always going to work out. And just because you put some pressure on Magnus doesn't mean that he collapses or anything. So I had some chances. I don't know how serious they were. But it definitely wasn't like missing a penalty.
No. Mind you are in England. We miss penalties very easily. But no. Magnus.
Not anymore.
Oh well, that's true. Yeah.
And we hope you enjoyed that video montage of some of the highlights of this month, right? It's hard to think that this has been a whole month.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like...
I've had to sit next to you that whole time.
That whole time, right?
Thank God we
smell good. Thank God we've been showering and washing our clothes, because we wouldn't be able to handle it otherwise. Thank you to everyone that's with us, everyone who's tuning in. Now, we're going to jump into the chess content because we're already running out of time. Robert and I are now skipping all the hard work and preparation we did of Games 3. Right up to the next critical moment. To not leave our fans with too much of a Magnus is the one who let this match be all draws feeling, right? He missed his moments to win in game 1.
Yep.
And I perhaps misspoke when I said it was the biggest winning chance, because this may have been the biggest missed opportunity of the game, as much as it's hard to hold this against Fabiano.
Right, and there was a lot of commentary about whether, Kasparov had this tweet, they would check him immediately for engine assistance. But when you look at the themes here, it was possible for a human to find it. It just is very difficult, especially when you're not anticipating that there is a win in the position.
So here's what's going on. This was from Game 6. And again, if you always need to remember what the results were, they were all draws above us, and you can look at the openings down low. So Rob and I are going to skip some of the formalities and dive in here, hopefully to get to all of it.
Yep.
The point is, Robert did a very good job earlier in the game recognizing that a winning setup might be a knight on e5 to kind of keep a king out, control squares, right? And then eventual a zugzwang where you force this pawn forward, and this knight can quickly come to a square, like g4, that gobbles up that pawn. So that's like a philosophical goal. The problem is that in the game, as Magnus consistently tried to get that, okay, there was no opportunity for the timing to work out perfectly. If the knight could be tempoed, I believe this was the move, right?
Oh, no, watch out, knight h4 check.
Knight h4 check would... Oh, yeah, so what was the move on knight f3? I
think just bishop 6, maybe?
Bishop e6 was the move.
Okay. All this hard work.
Knight f3 was played by Fabiano. Okay, the winning idea, again, this is why it's so hard for humans to understand, because you're following suit with what seems a goal. Fabiano agreed with Robert. But the only winning move order, according to Ceci, was the move bishop to h4.
Honestly, never would have
considered
that move.
Can you see? This is like, I'm not acting. My face is frozen.
I never would have considered that.
Hit me. My face is frozen.
I actually hit you?
My shoulder, maybe.
Oh, okay.
I mean, seriously, like, the idea is that the tempis now work out differently, and this was found by supercomputer Ceci.
Look at this move. This is the most ridiculous part of it.
Knight to g1.
Yeah.
And only in this move order does the knight finally basically make the bishop's life impossible. The bishop had found this way, Magnus had found this way to have zugzwang by both guarding this square, guarding the pawn on f5, and making sure it was always able to go to this diagonal if need be. But this maneuver prevents that and forces the bishop to this diagonal, to try to stop the knight from either coming to h3, Robert, and then into f4, right? Or to f3 and into h4. So only this move saves for Magnus. And now that you've put that bishop on this is me trying to explain supercomputer ideas. I'm doing my best, right?
No, you're doing a great job.
Now that you've misplaced the bishop, now the whole maneuver re-begins by Fabiano to get the king into the corner, all right? And eventually put white in zugzwang where either the pawn or the bishop will have to move, and finally black will have a target and a goal. That's basically what happens here. Zugzwang is reached, the king is frozen, either the pawn or the bishop would have to move, and once you get that pawn to a dark square, it's only a matter of time, okay, before white will be put in zugzwang again, and the bishop will have to move now.
Just unbelievable.
And the knight will get out. So again, I prepared this because I try to do my best at explaining maybe really advanced computer ideas and maybe for my layman dumb brain to understand, but that's the best we can describe it as.
And to add on to your great point, is it for a human to realize, not only am I going to trap my own knight, but then I'm going to start zugzwanging you multiple times.
It's just ridiculous.
Zugzwang is a interesting concept in general, but your knight is trapped, then you think, well, look, any white move has a problem to it.
Yep.
And if that bishop moves, my knight gets out. If the king moves, you lose
bishop
the
went
pawn.
this way, the knight would have gone this way.
Yep. And the pawn h7, the king's stuck on g6. So to find
the
that all in
hangs.
advance is, that's what we were saying is so difficult. Not the concept itself makes sense when you play it out, but finding that all 10 moves in advance is
And I would bet
crazy.
that Fabiano had a vision of something like this, and knight of 3 seemed like a way to create that. But again, you actually lose the win with this move, and either to Magnus's brilliant credit, Fabiano's unfortunate luck, right? Whatever you want to say, this game was crazy. It still had a whole bunch of people as fans, though, as if we're now at least voting that both sides at this point have blown a win in the match. At this point, right? Then we jump ahead to Game 12, not because we didn't also prepare Game 8, Game 9, Game 10, but because if there's one other moment that's interesting to talk about, what happened when the computers played this position. Because so many of you, along with us, were disappointed on Monday when suddenly this game ended in a draw. An offer by Magnus Carlsen. In fact, we had reaction to that, which we'd like to pull up right now from some of the biggest names in the game, including the 13th world champion, probably not a bigger name in the game. Garry Kasparov actually immediately going to the social media sort of call out of the reigning world champion, saying in this sense he was shocked by the draw for Magnus Carlsen and maybe doesn't even see him as the favorite anymore, as many people do in the tiebreaks. Tarjei Svensson, who's kind of known as Mr. Magnus Carlsen reporter, right? He follows the guy wherever he goes.
This is from an interview before the match even began. It was a great interview that was in Norwegian. He translated for us, and he said, this is why he is so good in the quicker time controls and Caruana has trouble. He goes, I think it has a lot to do with playing style. Caruana is a very concrete player, which we've mentioned a lot.
Hikaru's mentioned it a lot.
Fabiano said it about himself, like, I didn't see a concrete idea. And in Rapid and Blitz, you won't have time to calculate if you're based on pure calculation. You have to work more with intuition.
So those kind of tweets are opposing each other. Kasparov disagreeing if we go back to the position in Game 12 of what was where the draw was agreed. Kasparov kind of saying this isn't a good sign because regardless of Svensson's tweet and Magnus's opinion of him being better in tiebreaks, you don't get chances to win with black that often. And Kasparov's point, to our shock, it was like, look, we're not necessarily calling Magnus out for breaking the rules or anything. You and I got some flack from people on Twitter. You can follow us right there, kind of saying, hey, how can you guys be so harsh? Magnus didn't break any rules. It wasn't about breaking the rules. It was just about the disappointment. And I think one of the points being underappreciated by Team Magnus, who's maybe been defensive over his decision, is what people don't realize is that we feel that way because of his greatness. Because the Magnus Carlsen I know played for a win as black in the last round of the 2013 Sinquefield Cup against Levon Aronian when he had already clinched first. Right? That was the Magnus Carlsen that approached 2,900. That was the Magnus Carlsen that broke 2,880 for the first time. Nobody had ever done this, right? And that's kind of what we think of when you think of vintage Magnus, and Magnus himself saying that's what vintage Magnus would have done. So to be fair, even if you're upset about our criticism of Magnus, I think it comes in many ways based on our expectations being higher than he delivered here. And so now let's talk about what happened in this game, right? The computers that we have working hard at chess.com/CCC. You can also go to twitch.tv/computerchess, have been playing this position, and now we're going to show you the results of what's been happening as they played this position out. After 25 games, regardless of whether you think we were right to do it, with the strongest to the weakest engines playing, Black has won 10 times. White has actually won twice, Robert, which I find shocking because White's position was so bad, but it's usually when the much stronger engine was playing White. Say Stockfish versus, I don't know, a clown like Fizbo.
I love Fizbo.
Right. And so we asked this question, what should have happened? Well, there you go. According to the strongest chess players on the planet, remember, not human beings, the strongest chess players on the planet, like it or not, our computers at this point in our evolution of humanity, they are playing actively at twitch.tv/computerchess. You can go check it out, chess.com/CCC. And when the strongest chess players on the planet played this position that Magnus took a draw in, Magnus's side won 10 times,
Yep.
as compared to White's 2 times.
And whether or not that means that Magnus made the right decision is irrelevant. Whether draw was the best for his overall match. It
proves that there were
strategy.
chances.
Exactly. It proves there was a lot of life left in the position, and so we thought that not just for the spectators, not just for us, but in terms of just the game, in terms of competition, you should play on in positions like this, because how do you explain to people, especially students or people who are up and comers, that just take a draw here? What does that mean? How can you?
Well, I mean, we had a lot of people ask us, and we've been kind of bombarded with some interviews from and that's great because this is a big stage for chess, and we appreciate all those covering it for the New Yorker, New York Times, whatever. You and I have done some interviews for the Wall Street Journal, and people ask those questions, like, so how do you explain this?
Yeah.
To and it's not easy. It's like LeBron James at halftime. Like, his team's up by 5. I don't know what's going to happen in the second half. You just want to call it, dog? Right? It just doesn't work like that. Anyway, so here's the thing. In this position, the computers played it. You now have the results. We wanted to just show a couple games. We highlighted one black win for you, which started right here, where actually Ethereal, which is generally weaker than Leela, beat Leela to kind of show you some of the stuff. Yeah. After knight h3, bishop to d7, we had queen a3. And basically, Black took a bit more of the brute force approach that we were wanting in the game. This is all about relocation for Black to get b5.
Yep.
And that's exactly what Ethereal did. And the moment look at this. The rook, the queen, all of these remaneuvers have been about one breakthrough here, Robert, that you called for several moves ago. Finally, Black got it. And honestly, Ethereal kind of never looked back. The position opened up, and Black goes on to get a crushing win that I'm just going to press the play button and let us sit back and watch it. Your thoughts?
Well, we have a minute left until the action starts here today.
Yep.
So it was just, I want to say that, of course, and I wrote on Twitter, I have great respect for both players. I think they're amazing. I love their chess. And that's what I felt deprived of. Not just me, all the fans were deprived of their chess.
Yep.
And so, just being able to agree on a draw is something that you don't have in any other sport. Even if you eventually make a tie in a sport, you have to play it through. There's a time allotment, you finish the game. And so we're waiting here.
Well, as I had a meeting with in the off day with some organizers we may be working with for a future chess event. I almost can't say exactly, but it was an interesting meeting, and a comment was made. Well, we'll find out if it was the most genius move in history. Shout out to Arnie, you know who you are. Or the dumbest move in history, right? Because at this point, there is nothing left to debate about. The gloves are coming off. Magnus feels he's that big of a favorite in Rapid and Blitz that he was willing to take a draw and deprive us.
Yeah.
Caruana feels like at least he's been given a chance.
Is that the real first move? Is that real? That has to be a mistake. That has to be Woody Harrelson coming back and making a random first move.
It was a mistake. I froze until we saw it. Notice that. That was. Did you see my froze my face?
I saw C3 and I couldn't.
I'm that
believe
tired too. That was hardly acting.
That was something special. And actually, we didn't even get to ask the daily question because we've been so focused on going over the chess. But we should dive into the analysis, but maybe we should pull up the daily question real quick.
Let's ask the daily question, because there's going to be a lot of discussion while we're doing the chess, and just so all of you have a chance to get involved with us on Twitter using the hashtag ChessTV. Should the draw offer be removed from chess? Robert and I have talked a lot about this. We actually have a lot of theories protecting, I believe, both the player's interest, the organizer's interest, and the fan's interest, but it's a very simple question. If the draw offer didn't exist, we wouldn't have chess today, but we wouldn't have had all this discussion about whether Magnus should have offered the draw.
Yep.
So get at us, let us know your thoughts, maybe try to think about it from all sides and the reason the draw offer's there. The most insightful answers, of course, will win Diamond memberships, but you and I, my friend, have chess. Let's do it.
And if you want to know the time control, look right under me, right there.
Yeah, everybody is just showing up. What's the time control? What is this? Okay, we have all the information on screen for you. This is the tie break. You have the time control.
And it's first to 2.5 points.
First to 2.5 points.
We will keep reminding you of the format because it is confusing. There are several formats possible today. But for now,
the only thing I'm not doing is reaching through my screen to pour you a cup of coffee, okay? So you've got it all on screen. Shout out to Aaron, our producer, and everybody behind the scenes working so hard to make sure that that you have all the information you need so that you show up and you know what's going on.
Yep.
We have an English. We have very quick play. Robert, take me away. I'm so excited for today.
And we have a very different setup than we're typically seeing from Magnus with the white pieces, because he's been putting his knight on f3.
Yep.
And here what he's done is he's put his knight on e2, which means that, firstly, black is that bishop on b4 rather than c5 in some of those variations.
Indeed.
And that was to counteract the fact that Magnus did not put his knight on f3 so early.
And it's to make sure that if a captures here, you can take back with the knight, avoiding double pawns.
And typically the double pawns aren't such a bad thing, but very important is this d5 square. Let's highlight that.
Yep.
Because right now, look how many pieces are attacking it. For black, you have the pawn on c6, the knight on f6, the queen on d8. That's 3 pieces. For white, you have 2 pawns, c4 and e4, a knight on c3, and a bishop on g2. So too many white pieces are attacking that square for black to be able to play it. Now, black would love to make that move.
d5 comes, the position opens up, and usually, if black can get away with this move tactically, everything is equal instantly, right? So white is trying to over-control that square before black has built up the time to get it. And again, that's a big reason why the knight's on e2, because you want to make sure that you can replace that pony in a moment's notice to keep your pressure here.
Just to analyze the possibility for black to get that move, you have to play d6 first. Then let's say I castle, and you play bishop e6. So you're going to play d5 next. I play b3, let's say. And now a problem with d5 is after I take with the e-pawn, and you take with the c-pawn, you can't move that pawn again because the pawn on b7 is hanging behind it, which means that if white is able to pressure that square, let's say, d4 comes to mind.
I was going to say d4 comes to mind.
Just challenging that center very quickly.
Simple development, it might even work.
a3 is another possibility.
Gain a tempo. So this is all what we're highlighting here is where the tension is, right? As we all want to watch the best players in the world as fans, we'd like to understand as much as we can, right? And right now, most of the tension is surrounding this breakthrough. Will black get it tactically safely? Because if he does, he's equalizing very quickly. We know that's been Fabiano's approach in the match all the way. Equalize with black, take my shots with white if I get them. Magnus is playing very quickly. Also, I want to highlight something about the structure he's chosen.
Yeah.
This is a very good rapid system because it's a Botvinnik English, former world champion shout-out, in the sense that this is an easy position to play, because one of the things the Botvinnik affords you is play on both sides of the board. Robert and I always highlight to our students that if you have a pawn chain, let me just show some real quick. If you have a pawn chain where this pawn is here, you have natural play on this side of the board because you want to attack in the direction of your lead pawn. If you have a pawn chain going this way, you might naturally go on this side of the board, right? In this situation, white has actually grabbed the center with 2 lead pawns, and in the Botvinnik English, it's very easy to quickly change your plan and not have to spend a lot of time. White has a3, b4, b5 heading in this direction. White has castles, h3 usually to make the king safe, and then f4 and f5, right? It's not as sexy or flashy as a rapid system like a Trompowsky or a Verasov, but this is a very smart rapid system because it's a position that is going to be very easy for white to play as the middle game ensues. Would you think that's fair?
I think it's absolutely correct. And for Team Fabiano, the fact that he's already spending some time is a bit nerve-wracking. Right?
Yeah.
If I'm a Fabiano Caruana, either second or a fan of his, and not a commentator, then I'm worried because they say, when he thinks in a regular game, he's got enough time to get things together.
Right.
But this early, move 6 in a rapid game, it's exactly what Magnus had said in the interview that we pulled up earlier with Tarjei Svensson, is that you can't rely on pure calculation. You just don't have the time.
You got to trust yourself.
You have to
trust yourself before you wreck yourself.
Yeah. And so.
Yep.
What?
Check yourself before you. Okay, now
Whoa,
a6.
A6.
Interesting move.
So that's trying to challenge the center with b5, right?
Yeah.
That's a clear point. You couldn't play b5 before, you would lose a pawn. Now you have enough protection to play the move b5. But I'm not sure I love it, because a3 for white would be my natural reaction, saying, if you go bishop a5, now I go b4, and I have rapid expansion on that side of the board. I may play c5 at the right moment. Probably not yet, but I can play for c5 and try to challenge you.
You might go all big center or go home, right?
Could
big
do
center
that.
Or go home.
Right.
D4 coming in a lot of positions. I want to say real quick that regardless of mine and your opinion, we rushed through so much pregame stuff that I want to also remind people we still have an amazing cast of special guests set up to join us today. And we'll continue to remind you of exactly when they're joining us. We're all a little bit handicapped by what may happen on the board. These games could be over in just a few seconds because they're rapid. They could still take an hour and a half. Right? So Hoifon will be joining us. Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura. Grandmaster Lev Aronian, likely after Game 1. So they might even appear in the opposite order you just saw them, with Aronian coming first. So don't go anywhere. If you're wondering what we're going to do in between rapid games to keep you happy, that's when our special guest will be with us, is in between the games, to give their thoughts on what just happened in the results. So, all right, castles and b5. Where are we at?
So we're at a clear attack on the pawn on c4, but I would not advise capturing on b5. Because if you capture on b5, then black captures probably towards the center with a takes b5, and black's looking a little bit more flexible here. And the pawn structure is very safe. I would start actually with the pawn sacrifice after b5. I'd probably put the move d4. And it looks like a pawn sacrifice more than it actually is one, because if you take on c4, I would gladly take on e5 because
I was going to say I got to take here first for sure.
Yes, and now I think I take with the queen, so I'm actually protecting my pawn on c4. And if you go all in with a move like c5, look at that diagonal for the g2 bishop.
And look at that square.
The d5 square is juicy. That diagonal is even juicier for that bishop on g2. So once I move my queen back anywhere, let's say d1, now I'm threatening to go e5 and win material. I'm threatening pawn takes b5, winning your pawn. You've kind of pushed too far in a position like this. And
though this could be a crazy dynamic struggle if we get it right, because you might
bishop
have
g5 comes in even like it's
bishop g. Okay, once I see that, I really hate it. I agree. Okay, yeah, I agree. I was focused on the immediate tactics, but bishop g5 would be devastating, and that's a good example of the reason we have that caveat where we say black wants to challenge the center, moves like b5 and d5, but if it works tactically. That's kind of like the little asterisk we add at the end of every time we say that statement. It's like a Sicilian, where if black can achieve this move safely, then it usually opens up all the floodgates for all the other dysfunctional issues in black's position, right? If you highlight not so great bishop, queenside development that leaves something to be desired. That's why white, as actually we see now, Magnus is trying to challenge the center and get strong before black fixes these issues. And here we've seen Fabiano quickly respond with the move d6.
And you have to do that because you have to keep control over the center. And as I was mentioning a move ago, if I'm white, I'm thinking about the move a3. I really want to seize the two bishops because if you take on c3, I take back with my knight. And taking on c4, that's not really a pawn you want, because if you play pawn takes c4, I can even consider d takes e5. And after d takes e5, these are double isolated pawns where queen a4 comes in.
Ugly dumplings.
I have great counterplay on the queen side. In fact, white is probably just a lot better here, because let's say you play bishop e6 to protect that pawn. You don't want to lose it. Where's that knight on b8 going? You move that knight, you lose c6. I can think about playing f4.
Well, I think you also can come here and try to quickly get the d file where the queen is sort of overloaded.
And I'd probably keep the bishop on e3 to do the same idea, but just control more of those weak squares.
Heading into c5 maybe.
c5, b6.
Agreed.
Rook d1 comes. It's just looking very favorable for white.
I was going to say, in some of these positions after d6, are we looking for tactics that kind of I guess it doesn't work as long as white can take here with tempo. But if you're looking to get e5 in a lot of these lines you're highlighting, I wonder how aggressively we try to undermine black's center if we're white. Okay, so d6 has been played. What's going on with the clocks? All the talk about who's going to be better in rapid and why. Most sides leaning Magnus Carlsen. At this point, okay, Fabiano took that time, but not a huge advantage yet for either side, right? The tug of war is on, so no real advantages there to speak of.
I think, with the 2-minute lead on the clock for Magnus approximately, and the fact that he has the white pieces in an objectively better
right now
position.
Advantage Mag.
Yeah, I have to give him the slight advantage, but Fabiano has proven very resourceful in positions where it looked like he was in some trouble early in the match. He's defended very well. It's just the time factor, right? Magnus is playing purely on both preparation and his intuition, and Fabiano is. I don't want to play it up too much because Fabiano, of course, can.
But these are
intuitive.
both. I always say that about. It's like we talk about that because it's an angle as commentators, and we do know all players have style, but also they're all 28-30 for a reason, right? They can play chess the way it was meant to be played.
But there's a reason Fabiano's not 28-30 in rapid chess.
That is a very good point. In fact, while we have a quick pause here, let's remind you of some of the information going on here in this matchup, right? What are these guys' ratings in rapid and blitz? Well, we have that answer for you. 2880 for Magnus. He is the highest rated rapid chess human being on the planet.
Yep.
A 100-point advantage there.
Yeah.
And if we look at their head-to-head matchup, not as big and rapid, but shout out to the Pro Chess League. This includes their matchups in the Pro Chess League. They have played each other a few times. They've got some draws. In blitz, the advantage is even more heavily weighted for Magnus, right? Less time on the clock.
Yep.
Even more of an advantage for the player that kind of relies on his intuition. So yes, there's a reason we're highlighting it, right? Magnus does have the edge in faster time controls because of their stylistic differences and how they want to approach chess.
Yep.
But okay, right now the game is on.
And just looking at those numbers, it really explains why Magnus was fine taking a draw in any position in Game 12 because he believes he's the heavy favorite here. And A3 was played, so Magnus channeling his inner Robert Hess. That's
you know
never
what?
a good thing.
I've been trying to channel my inner Robert Hess for years, and anyway, bishop takes here.
So here's the two bishops position.
And as you highlighted, this is probably not ideal. This is the line that Robert was calculating, a sacrifice based on white gaining both the bishop pair, right? Where's your dark square bishop
looks
go?
like it's about to happen.
Okay. And the double pawns to go with the bishop pair is what Magnus getting. And we might actually just get this exact line. Look at you predicting, even in rapid chess. Will you come to my birthday? Will you be my best friend?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But,
wow.
I mean, the thing is, in this position, right, once I take on e5 and trade those pawns and give you those two isolated pawns, granted you're up a pawn, start with the black pieces, even if I trade queens, that's how I think about a position like this. Like, let's say after d5, d5, bishop e3, right? If I play bishop e3 and we trade the queens, and I'll let you take, right? This is kind of a tension-building moment. Instead of taking on d8, I'd rather you take me on d1, right? I don't want to give black the open file.
Okay,
so I'm thinking if I play bishop e3 and allow you to trade queens, I think white is still better. You have this hole on b6. My knight can go from a4 into either c5 or b6 at some moment. These are some very weak squares that I can operate from. And so that's one idea. You actually went, it looks like, in this position, bishop e3, while being a good move, you can also go, as Magnus just did, knight to a4. Because you're saying, hole, let me occupy these squares. You have a difficult time protecting them. The only way to do so is with knight to d7. But once you play knight to d7, your bishop on c8, that's not a very great piece. Where is that going to go to? And I can stop you from playing c5, bishop b7 by simply putting my bishop on e3 and holding back your pawn. Otherwise, you just lose it. So this position, I still very much believe Magnus is very comfortable.
Yeah, he's going with your idea of I'm okay with the queen trade.
Yeah.
Right, because you believe in the edge for white that much.
Absolutely.
And this is very much vintage Magnus, right? This is a position where white can grind here for some time, right? You have the dark squares, you have the bishop pair, and I have a pawn for black that is a pawn I wish I could give away, right? You can't give this up, right?
And you want to give the first one up probably to open the bishop on b7, right? If that pawn on c6 wasn't there, bishop b7 would have a target in the center. But if you play bishop e6 here as a possibility for maybe knight c5 is the immediate response, saying I'm going to get the bishop pair, I'm going to then team up on your pawn on c4, and I'm going to have the bishop pair and even material, and that is not a good look for the side with the black pieces here.
Again, and I said before this started that while we are in rapid chess, I expected that we would get decisive results right away, right? The draws of the 12-game classical portion of this World Championship match will soon be in the rear view, because I think that this is unlike other games. We've had dynamic edges like this for both sides before, Robert, but now we are already under time pressure.
Yeah, so I was receiving many messages there, including Hikaru has been in the chat saying that this is not what you want against Magnus. This is very ugly.
Yep.
So if Hikaru is saying that, he has amazing experience against both these players in all formats, but he's renowned for his rapid and blitz skills. So that's not a good sign for Team Fabiano. And I agree. I completely agree. I just hate the holes in black's position. And the vital thing here is if you have the two bishops, right, what really you have is a dark square bishop where black does not, and look where the weaknesses are in black's camp, on the dark squares. So you can't really fend for yourself there.
I wish I could go back and back.
Yeah, you would want to put your pawn a7 on b6.
Yep.
Like one pawn there, say, I'm covering all my weak dark squares and I'm happy.
Yep.
But you can't do that, obviously. Those bugs, right? Those darn Chess.com.
Chess.com bugs. They don't let you do that.
The bishop e6 was just played.
Okay. So
I'm expecting
the question
knight
is
c5.
whether knight c5 comes, or you don't even have to be in a rush about this, because the other advantage of bishop e3 is you keep ideas like knight b6 open. I guess the one thing is you allow knight bd7, and maybe you're not thrilled about this knight coming in to kind of hold back black's plan, right?
Right.
So perhaps we will see knight c5 right away.
And knight c5 forces the issue because you're not moving that bishop again from e6, and so you probably play queen e7 and give up your second bishop. And after knight e6, queen e6, you're hoping that in some sort of position in an endgame, or maybe I'll be able to attack one of your bishops. So knight d7, b8 to d7 is an idea to try to get into c5, and maybe that's the counterplay.
And black's main, to provide perspective on what black wants to counteract white's compensation with, right? We like white's position. White is a little better here. Compensation is there for the pawn. But if you're black, you're trying to be like, all right, if I can get through it, maybe I get a couple inaccuracies from my opponent. If I can hold on to this pawn and get developed and maybe get some pressure on the B file, right? These are positions that black might shoot for in a line like Robert was just highlighting. If white didn't maybe play the most accurate moves and just got developed, it's possible you get some positions where black is holding on to the pawn and maybe getting some compensation on the open files. But that's where Magnus is probably now going to take a second here to make sure he doesn't allow that to just be a simple path for black, right? Keep it confusing, keep it hard for black to develop and coordinate.
And he actually might start with queen takes d8, now that I'm thinking in the lines of what you're saying, and now play knight c5. Because now if I take on e6, you've ruined your pawn structure.
Oh, man.
Even
Just
more.
to show this would be like...
Are you trying to make me vomit?
Just black out.
Yeah.
Right.
This is terrible.
Right.
So it actually did just take on d8. Now, so knight c5 I expect to be the response.
Wow.
After knight c5, if you go to g4...
I feel like we work so well together. You call all the moves.
I'm just looking at the...
And I highlight the squares.
Yeah. This is working out perfectly for me. Knight c5, it's a real problem for black because as a human player, right, maybe objectively after knight c5, knight d7 can be okay. But no one's allowing you to just ruin your pawn structure, especially because there are two bishops. That bishop on g2 can go to h3 at any moment to attack e6, or it can go to f1 to attack c4, from which it attacks a6 and e6.
Yep. No, but you highlighted it well, right? Whether this is exactly what black should do to have the best drawing chances, it's a very difficult position for a human being to take on.
It's
right?
hideous. I mean,
Hideous,
it's just ugly.
right? Visually unappetizing is the best way to say it. You know, it is appetizing. All 50,000 of you with us right now. Twitch.tv/chess, chess.com TV. Seeing comments from Diamond members. Fast games, fast analysis. I think that's a good comment. I think we picked up our analysis game.
I gotta take a breath here.
Collective breath.
Bishop e3 play.
Bishop e3 rather than knight c5.
Okay, so I think what he's aiming for, when we talk about this a lot, when you have less space, you often want fewer pieces, right? Mm-hmm. So if you start trading off some pieces, maybe that benefits Fabiano. And very importantly here is the knight on a4 covers the b2 square.
Yep.
So that pawn is not going to be under attack once
and
they make
that's what I was highlighting as much as knight. That's what I was kind of saying even before the queen trade. I was like, look, what is black doing as long as you hold the dark squares, right? And I think you might have the best chance. Okay, Fabiano's quickly played knight d7, but you might have the best chance to build up on the files. Maybe surround this pawn right now. Don't give clarity to your opponent, right? Yes. When you've got the space advantage, as Robert just said, these pieces are sort of wrestling each other for the few critical squares, and this pawn is nobody's friend, right? The best part about this pawn on c4 is that it's left the b file open. That's the best part about the pawn, right? And okay, like to be fair, blunders may happen. Blunders do happen. Bumper sticker, blunders happen. Anyway, f3 has been played. That's exactly the kind of line that I was looking for, where you overprotect e4 so that you can move this rook and get this bishop on a different diagonal. I think this is the right way to massage the position.
Massage.
A sensual massage.
Well,
that's what's happening here.
We're also getting notification that Stephen Hawking's daughter, Lucy Hawking, made the first move for Magnus.
Oh.
So that's a pretty great guess.
Awesome.
And to have there.
That's pretty sweet.
Yeah. And I don't know if I like f3. Why was f3 necessary? If we just go back a move just for a quick second, I know the moves will continue. Instead of f3, couldn't white have just played rook f to d1, like you were saying?
Right away.
Because I'm not afraid of knight g4. If you go knight g4, I go bishop d2. And as we were discussing, there are many weak...
I guess I would argue, aren't I going to play f3 next?
Maybe, but maybe I'll play bishop d2 to a5 and kick your rook off the d file.
Yeah, but I feel like we're being nitpicky, because I think Magnus, what he's established in his head is a clear setup he wants. He has a plan.
But why do you need to go f3 that quickly? There's no rush for that move either. Because
well, I mean, I guess maybe we're not able to see concrete lines. Maybe there is something about this he doesn't like.
I highly doubt it. But maybe he didn't like it, but I think objectively it's not that big a deal.
Right.
Because the reason I don't like f3 just yet, maybe I am being a little bit nitpicky, is now when a rook comes to b3, it gains a tempo, and the bishop on e3, and it maybe gives black some opportunity to...
Yeah. I guess I look at this position as white is in two-result territory.
Yeah, absolutely.
And enjoying the bishop pair, enjoying
But if you go king f2, then black goes c3.
Oh, that's a nice move.
Because your knight is overloaded there.
Right? The knight can't take it because you take your... This is what's called a defensive sacrifice. And if the pawn takes it, okay, now you've helped your situation a lot. Black now has targets instead of white having targets, and this knight on a4 feels a little silly.
And instead of going rook d1, it looks like in the game rook a to c1 was played. But
we are getting the same idea you just highlighted with rook b3.
You can't go c3 now because I'll just take with my rook. So that's a good thing about having the rook there.
Okay, so I expect we'll see king f2 here pretty quickly by Magnus.
Yeah, king f2 looks like the move. And I guess what are each side's plans? I'm not really am not loving what Magnus has done in the last couple moves. I feel like the
Right.
advantage was larger, especially with a rook on d1. It would be a little bit more difficult, and the pawn f2 would be more difficult for black to kind of coordinate so easily. But is this a long-term game?
Well, it's funny, but that is one difference in the style we've been talking about, the differences of Fabiano favoring concrete positions. The fact that Magnus allows himself to play more intuitively is maybe why he even plays moves like f3, right?
Yeah.
He plays much more of like, here's the setup I want, my intuition likes it, let's go for it,
And
right?
he is better.
And so maybe that's partly, we talk about the cons of Fabiano's approach and that maybe he takes more time. Maybe he doesn't trust himself as much, right? People have been saying these things. The cons of being a more intuitive player are that you may actually favor something that makes you feel warm and cozy over concrete accuracy.
Yeah.
Right. And so anyway, that's why you have differences in approaches to the game. And
right.
it's funny because in classical with more time, I think that these players are also very similar, right? They're both very high level. I mean, they're 28, 30, right? And so the differences between them hasn't had an opportunity to come out as both sides can sort of think their way out of a mess they might create. In Rapid, I think the differences in their approach is going to be more obvious and harder to avoid.
Yes.
And that's kind of what we're seeing here, maybe.
And I like this move, rook f to e1, that was just played instead of king f2. And the reason why is you leave the f2 square open for the bishop. Maybe white will play g4 and put the bishop on f2 and then on g3 or h4. Like, it keeps more options open for the dark squares. That's what white has really going for him, is that the dark square control. I have a dark square bishop, black does not. Let me see where I can wreak the most havoc on which diagonal. So rook f to e1 played. Now the bishop can still go to d2 if necessary, go to f2, can just stay there as well. And so what's black's plan? And the thing here is maybe black doesn't need a plan. Maybe black needs to say to white, prove that you have something.
I think that is black's plan.
Yeah.
From a match strategy, black's plan is draw with black and take my chances with white.
Right.
So yeah, I don't think you're wrong about that. Maybe black doesn't have a plan. But
would you consider?
But it's also dangerous to play that way.
Would you consider playing rook d to b8 and
sack the exchange?
You can't really get away
with
that.
I don't want to sack the exchange.
But you're not like
that's why I lose chess games.
Rook d to b8,
Yep.
right? And I pass. So I play. Well, bishop f1 is a great way to pass. So
bishop f1, even rook c2.
But let's say I was going to let you take.
If
you take
I don't really. Okay, I don't really want to do this, but yes.
You're going to end up losing many of your pawns on that side of the board.
And even if c4 doesn't fall right away, the fact that this bishop stops my knights from getting to good squares, right? If you sack the exchange, forget about the pawn, and then quickly get a knight in.
Right.
Okay, now we're talking, right? That's not really, jokes aside, if I played that, I would lose.
And we're talking about intuition, and you need to have plans, right? In chess, in any time control, you can't just make moves, you need a plan. And the intuition that we're talking about is grounded in plans. Magnus plays quickly, but he also has ideas in mind. And you said, maybe he didn't, or maybe I considered his moves slightly inaccurate, but he's going forth with the plan that he sees as best.
Well,
in fact,
we talk about that a lot with how grandmasters convert, right? That's why they're not like humans, right? I mean, sorry, that's why they're not like engines.
I'm pretty sure I'm human.
Well, are you, right?
Don't take my humanity from me, Danny.
The thing is that a computer converts in a way sometimes that seems counterintuitive, because all human beings want is a winning plan. Once they are sure that they like it, they commit to it, right? Yeah. And an engine might have 5 winning plans and choose one that's mathematically slightly better. And that's not really what Magnus is going to do here. He's going to commit to a structure that he feels like is difficult for black, and then, as we said, try to massage the position into a victory here.
And you there's 2 open files for black, D and B file, but you can't do anything with them because the knight on A4 covers B2, and so it's not fully open. B3 is as far as you can get, and what are you doing? You're attacking a bishop that's well defended. The D file, you need to move your knight away just to get the D file. And once you move your knight, then the c5 square is for the taking, the b6 square is for the taking.
If I had to guess, I would say that Fabiano maybe goes for something that recognizes what you're saying. There's not a lot of things black can do to improve it, so don't make it worse.
Right.
Maybe you play a move like h6 or g6. I mean, h6 and g5, maybe an outside idea if you want g4. I don't know. Maybe you just sit with the king.
And you recognize very quickly why you don't want to play g6. You said g6, and you were like, oh, nope, h6.
G6 isn't what we want with the dark squares at all.
Exactly. Just opening
Bishop
up more
g5
lines.
comes in. Even h6 and g5 isn't what we want, because the truth is probably only black can create weaknesses for himself over there.
Yeah.
But and so on that note, maybe black is just going to find a way to sit tight here and ask Magnus how he's going to play.
But we know, right? Bishop f1 is the idea that's going to come from Magnus. So knight e8 was just played, it looks like.
Interesting.
And so I expect bishop f1 to be the response.
Bishop f1 will come after c4.
And
I don't think knight d6 is possible. I'm guessing because How do we just attack that?
Bishop F1 was played.
Bishop F1 was already played. This is our live position.
So knight d6 was also played.
Okay,
wow.
so it was funny because I asked that, how do you get the knight, and I didn't have an answer right away.
You want to play rook e to d1, but your bishop is hanging,
exactly.
so play king f2.
Right.
And the difference is now that you can't move bishop f2 because f3 falls, and you definitely don't want to lose that pawn. So king f2, just put your king towards the center,
and
protect
maybe
the
black
bishop.
has just enough time to get there.
Well, maybe. Looks scary because I was going rook d1.
It is scary, but it's also
d2.
Concrete. It's also Fabiano.
So
the other rook gives it, but the problem with this approach is, does it allow a tactic? Not anymore. Black doesn't have time for this.
And so I was thinking knight b5 was a good space for that knight, but now your knight d7's pinned. So knight c5 might be a potential response.
Knight c5, knight b6, things that take advantage of our first pin emote of the day. let him hear your spam, chat. Pin emote.
Yeah, actually knight c5 looks like a problem because you have to move your rook, so rook
it's
takes
a fork
b2.
emote and a pin emote. If you
and I take on e6, and I take on c4,
and
I'm still down
problems.
a pawn.
But this is
bishop b6. Oh, instead of bishop c4, actually, maybe bishop b6 just one on the spot.
Yeah, we got
That's
dog
possible.
problems.
Or bishop g5 is even better. Way better is bishop g5. Because I don't give up my bishop, your rook's under attack, your knight on d7 can't be defended. That's losing.
So
knight b5 should
Magnus
not be
bringing
played.
the concrete heat. We got pin emotes.
I
even
love
in the
that
Chess
rhyme.
TV chat.
The concrete heat.
Sometimes I'm just like.
Sounds like maybe.
Can I retire now?
The title
of
my novel, Concrete Heat.
Concrete. No, that's more like.
Yeah, don't say it.
Title of your.
Yeah, don't say it. I knew where you were about to go with that. You drink that coffee, and speak no more.
Speak no more. You shush yourself.
So where does that knight go?
You shush your mouth when you're talking to me.
I guess you have to go to b7, but that's so ugly.
Yeah, you have to.
Knight b7 is like, because otherwise knight c5 comes if you move that knight anywhere else. But this is so ugly. Just play rook d2 afterwards. Or so knight b7 to cover the c5 square. And after knight b7, then stops this knight from coming to c5 just yet, but rook d2, rook d1 eventually after I play king f2 to make sure I don't lose my bishop. And black's pieces are just all sorts of discombobulated. There's no coordination, really. This rook on d8 wants to stay here, but with this knight being pinned, or I guess the knight's not pinned because the knight on b7 protects it, but the knight on d7 has nowhere to go. So it's not like there's any useful move for the knight, and I can just start doubling on the d-file soon once I play king f2 and coordinate. So,
and this is where we've been highlighting the time. This is where the time will become revealing, right?
Yes.
We now officially have a couple-minute time advantage for Magnus Carlsen. 12 minutes is... I always feel that once you start to maybe cross that 10-minute mark, right? Once you get down to that single digit is when the butterflies start coming, the nerves come in, and because you're no longer in territory where you can afford a couple-minute think on almost any move.
When you say the butterflies, I really had Party in the USA just go in my head.
Yeah?
That's a Miley Cyrus, really.
Well, as we've been talking about the format, a lot of people have in their head, what did our predictions say about the rapid time control? Again, this is based on their head-to-head matchup, our match simulations, and all the data of accuracy that we can judge.
Yep.
And again, we're not crazy for believing the world champion is a favorite here. That doesn't necessarily change that the daily question is a good question, right? Just because Carlsen is a favorite in the rapid portion simulations doesn't necessarily mean that there aren't some interesting theories to consider whether we should allow the draw offer. Because remember, chess can be a draw. I disagree that you can just eliminate the draw. But let's bring up the daily question and remind people how they can get involved on Twitter. Because a lot of people are already doing it. Well, this is not even necessarily a daily question answer, but someone who's got a lot of chess going on. Look at that. First of all, I'm jealous of that study room.
Yeah, that's great.
I mean, if I had a room that my kids weren't touching, that's how it would look. I would literally having to move a sock off of my desk the other day. Like, I don't know how. Like, what do you do? Do you flick off your sock off your foot, and just throw it in the air?
Yeah.
Like, how did it get on? I don't even know. Okay. No, here we go. We have our daily question responses. No, if they remove the draw offer, how will Magnus offer draw move 30 in the final game? It's a great point.
World Championship 2020, which means that he thinks Magnus is going to win.
That's right. I see no reason why the draw offer should be removed from chess. I don't want to watch a long, boring stalemate. Just let them draw. And so let's answer that, because that actually gets to our point of our theory on how to best eliminate the draw offer from the game. We're not saying that draws don't exist in chess.
Right.
The best and most accurate chess may actually lead to a draw a lot of the time. But there's no reason why the offer has to happen if there's other ways that can claim a draw. For example, not even just a dead draw. If there's an opportunity or structure set up where if both sides communicate to the arbiter that they're willing for a draw, right?
Yeah.
It can even be done in such a way that it has transparency, right? To not allow the arbiter to give information or response. It's just the players let them know, and the arbiter receives it, right? There's a lot of ways you can avoid a stalemate being the only result, not to exhaust the players, but still eliminate what we had in Game 12.
Yeah.
You would agree with that.
Yeah, and we're also not going to see a draw here because I really think Magnus is going to win this one, especially because Fabiano is still thinking here. His position is worse. But back to the draw question. No, of course. Like, nobody wants to see a long, drawn-out stalemate, but if it's that kind of position, the players will just play it quickly. When I played Vichy Anand, we played the Bear Kings.
Right. At the Isle of Man.
At the Isle of Man. There's no need for me to offer a draw because if the game's going to be a draw, you just make the moves and the game is drawn. So I think that fans are deprived of the competitive aspect in Game 12 of let's just see the chess unfold. There's so many pieces left, and it's just confusing. So I think that if players are going to make a draw, they'll find ways over the board to make a draw.
Right.
If it's dead equal and a rook and 3 pawns versus rook and 2 pawns, you'll make all the necessary moves to make a draw. So I just don't like the draw personally. I haven't.
And this
liked
is somebody, and you were saying if we provide some transparency, let people know. I mean, you've said and we've both taken draws.
Yeah,
like
for
we
sure.
would be hypocrites to say we haven't done that, right?
Knight b5.
Now we have a move, so we'll get back to that. But okay, get involved in the daily question if you want on Twitter.
Wow.
We're gonna dive in because Knight b5 comes and
I do not like. I mean, if Knight c5 doesn't work, then we have to come up with something. But Knight c5.
No, but Knight
c5 is so
Knight
juicy.
b6.
But Knight b6 doesn't actually threaten anything. That's my problem.
Okay.
Is Knight b6 you just maybe take on b2 and then c pawn comes pretty quickly.
It's just
Although
so scary here. The pin emote is like
Knight c5 played, rook takes
I know
b2.
I had a monkey on my brain before. Now I've just got the same pin emote over and over.
So wait, oh, look at this. So he went Knight c5, rook b2. I found a tactic.
Okay.
Knight e6, pawn takes e6, and if bishop g5, and if there's bishop g5,
sorry,
Knight d4.
Sacrificing the exchange to win it right back on E1.
No, you're mating.
Mating! Oh, sick! This is where Fabiano survives in positions with concrete approaches. He's found a potentially tactical way to save the day here.
And
he's already taken on b2, but okay, White must have something here.
Yeah, no, okay. If you take on e6 and take on c4, that's good enough. But just to go in that bishop g5 line once more, Knight d4, I can take on d4, right, to remove your... and take your d8. But look at those pawns.
Pawns.
Knight e5 comes, pawn d3 comes, pawn c3 comes. You're probably just losing as white.
What? There's way too many pawns, not enough time.
So that won't happen. So bishop g5, when I suggested earlier, it looked like a great move. It's not a great move. So I think knight e6, pawn e6, bishop takes c4 will be the way to go forward here. Just to
And I think Magnus will still have a big edge here.
Oh, huge.
And the issue is how do you deal with e6 and the coming threat of bishop g5? I mean...
Yep, knight e6, fe6 played, and I'm assuming bishop c4 will be
right. Because
response.
Here's the thing:
no, this is terrible.
If king f7, bishop g5,
it's just losing.
Knight d4.
Now I take it.
Now you take the same line Robert was saying, avoid the checkmate, and here there's no longer 2 pawns running up the board.
No, that would be.
It's just losing. There's no fork here of the bishop and the pawn because of d3.
Just bishop d1 now.
Bishop d1.
And you don't have that second pawn that's coming to head towards promote. This is really bad.
I believe that we are, as predicted, about to get our first decisive result of the 2018 World Chess Championship.
Wow. I don't see a move here. Maybe knight d4, just sacrificing a pawn in the center, but that looks bad too because knight d4.
And this is why. So we get to have our discussion about why the draw should be eliminated. But this is why Magnus Carlsen did it. He believes that he is just that much stronger with less time on the clock.
And like. The only move I see that stops bishop g5 and bishop takes e6 is knight d4 move, right? And knight d4 clogs the d file just temporarily.
Temporarily clogging?
Yeah, so knight d4, I take on d4 with my bishop. I take on e6 with check first.
Of course you do.
Then I take on d4, and white's up a pawn, and with the bishop, it's just looking great. I wouldn't even trade on d7 yet. I probably could and play for a win, but maybe just bishop c4 back and play with...
Bishop better than the knight in a position
so something like this is just not looking good.
To be a little careful about this.
Yeah, actually, in fact, at the beginning of this line, after knight d4, when I take on d4, maybe I should just take back on d4 right away. Instead of getting greedy and taking an extra pawn immediately, I'll say a6 is hanging, e6 is hanging, rook e to d1 is coming. So,
and now you've prevented all the knight e5 stuff.
Yeah, king e7, I just take on a6, and wait a second, you haven't prevented... No, don't go king there, go knight e5 first.
No, it's no longer mate, right?
No, but it's a draw. Yeah.
Ooh.
You forced me to find a draw.
Takes and perpetual check ensues.
Yep.
This is the
So this will not happen.
the big word that nobody wants to say. This is not going to happen. No draw.
No. So how do you
I think
prevent
Magnus
this?
will take on d4 and be pushing for a win here for the rest of the game.
Maybe you take... I know what you do. So rook takes d4. King f7. And maybe it's a weird move. Maybe king h1. Just to avoid any knight e5. And I'm saying after king h1, my next move is rook e to d1. You're still stuck for black. You can't protect your...
And the reason this is just not good enough, everyone, is without check, you're just stopping the mate.
Yeah.
Just on the spot and no longer worried about checkmate on h2. So
I feel like this might be better than king h1, but it just comes to mind, when I think about positions like this, especially when there's not that much time on the clock, I see black's plan. That's the only resource. So after rook takes d4, king f7, you're one move away from getting out of a pin. And knight e5 is a big threat. So I'm thinking, how do I make sure that you don't get knight e5 in? Well, I can maybe play e5 myself, but I don't like that as much.
E5 doesn't actually...
It stops it for 1 second.
Rook f4 is the idea, maybe.
Yeah, and e5, it stops it for a second, but let's say I go king e7 instead of knight takes e5. Now, if I go rook d1, I still have knight takes e5.
Threat renewed.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So it's only a temporary thing that's not good enough.
Yeah, the other move you could play just because you're so much better is even bishop e2. Overprotect.
But I don't want to move my bishop backwards.
I guess the problem is really with this, now you still have the trouble of the bishop hanging.
Right.
Okay, this is still, Magnus is sort of comfortably taking a second here to pause, 10 seconds for station identification.
Yeah,
this is the Magnus Carlsen winning network.
All 60,000 plus people are waiting for Magnus's move.
Yep. Well, thank you so much for being here, and you tuned in. You tuned in at the right time because you may no longer be watching a gridlock, and a win here for Magnus Carlsen would for the first time force Fabiano maybe out of his shell. We didn't get to our pregame analysis of games 8 and games 10, maybe where we wish Fabiano got converted on his chances of winning with the white pieces.
Yep.
Right. This might be a position where he doesn't have a choice to play something a little more risky.
And here. The thing is, when you're choosing between two very good-looking options, bishop takes e6 check or rook takes d4, why I don't like bishop e6? I think it's more forcing. And after king f8, rook d4, king e7, now I still have to... I can't play rook d1 and lose my bishop. So if I take on d7, this is not an endgame I want, because after we trade on rook takes d7, you have to take me. Because if you don't, I take over the second rank. Mm-hmm. And now after this, the white king is cut off. Black's rook is very active.
This is how Fabiano would save the game.
Exactly.
Because this sort of transition is less than ideal.
And the c-pawn runs more quickly. This is sort of funny because the endgame, sometimes one pawn runs faster than two.
Yep.
It's the quality, not the quantity, right? We always say this.
Right.
And the rook on b2 is so well placed to help that pawn push. Mm-hmm. And the e-pawn and the f-pawn take a while to go forward. So.
And that sounds like just brief, random things out of Robert Hess's mouth, but as usual, they tend to be very educational, right? In the endgame, it's who gets a queen first, not how many pawns you have left.
Yep.
Right? So you got to evaluate those endgames in the transition, not whether you're up material, but your ability to advance from there. How quickly are you going to be threatening to get a queen? That's usually what changes the evaluation.
I mean, rook takes d4 has to be the move here.
Well, I think he's doing the right thing here to take his time. This is Carlsen making sure it doesn't slip away.
He's still up a little bit on the clock.
You want to convert on the best possible winning chance. Because remember, regardless of all the hype, a draw would still be a successful result here for Fabiano. So, he doesn't want this to slip, right? You want to make sure you get this right here. So, we will obviously be breaking down the rest of this game. Let me remind you that coming up first is Grandmaster Lev Aronian, who is he's already with us. He's patiently waiting for his opportunity to jump in and give us his thoughts of what he's seeing here in the first game of the tiebreak. So if you are wondering why you shouldn't go anywhere else, the #1 ranked player in Armenia, #1 in your hearts, competing at the end of this week in the Speed Chess Championship semifinal against Hikaru Nakamura. He doesn't need any other introduction.
No.
Lev Aronian will be with us the moment this game is over, so don't go anywhere.
And he roasted me during Game 12. He said,
he
I have
did.
immense respect for
Man.
Robert.
I enjoyed it.
Not for his chess, but
It
for his
just felt
basketball
so good.
knowledge. So,
So-
yeah, you enjoyed that?
No kidding.
Yeah, well, thanks, buddy.
They had a lot of fun. In between the breaks, they have a lot of fun going at each other. And I think I can say what Lev said. He's like, look, Robert, you have to behave because your mom is watching the show and my mom isn't.
Yeah.
So it was pretty funny.
I mean, I can't get over rook takes d4. It's got to be the move. It has to be.
Yeah. Yes, bagels are on the menu. Bagels. Answer your question, Ed Vedder in the Chess TV chat. Bagels are on the menu for breakfast.
Oh, for sure.
Bagels and Cliff Bars. Breakfast of Champions. I didn't make yogurt parfait for me and Robert this morning. Decided I would break the tradition to try to get a decisive game. So if we get a decisive game, you know who to thank. The lack of yogurt parfait.
Although I was craving it this morning.
I know.
So
It was so funny because I looked at the fridge and I was like, I really want yogurt, but we got to go.
You want yogurt, I want rook takes d4, so we all want things that maybe we're not going to get.
All right. Well, interesting stuff from a match strategy perspective. If we do get our first decisive game, how much it changes the tempo of things from here on out.
Oh, it puts Fabiano in a terrible spot.
Huge pressure, right? Look at the you can see the bar there to the right of the analysis board. We'll obviously be tracking. That's the initial goal, right? First 1 to 2.5 points. That is halfway, more than halfway as far as 4 games go. So.
I don't know what the think is about. So rook takes d4 has to be the move. I just like it so much.
So
more
let's try to solve it. Is there something for black we're missing?
I don't think so. And I think after rook d4, there's so many options for white here. King f7, I think is.
I think you have to play king f7, right? Again, knight e5 doesn't work because we take with check, and then you can guard everything.
Yeah.
Right. So rook takes d4.
King
knight e5.
No, king f7.
Oh, sorry.
You're just repeating the bad line.
I got distracted because I remembered I want to invite Lev to our analysis board before we get. But keep going.
But no, even rook e2 feels like a good move, right? Just a safe. I had king h1 on my mind, but rook e2 if you take, then I have this bishop that's hitting a6. Black has all these weak pawns they have to deal with. The knight is still pinned on d7, so yeah.
Yeah. It's just, and
remains
again,
to be seen.
we've highlighted a lot of educational things that hopefully the viewers can learn from watching these guys. That we've had some endgame imbalances of knight versus bishop, and you always say the bishop thrives in endgames where there are weaknesses on both sides of the board. Check that off, right? The center is at least relatively open, right? So you can do quick transfers on diagonals, right? The bishop tends to be a more powerful partner for the rook because of the battery, the open board, long-range potential. They can work together on a target, across the country, across the sea. So that's another reason why the bishop and rook endgame particularly will be better than the rook and the knight. And you want pawns that are on the particular color square of your bishop, right? So those are all 3 check marks to why we feel like white has long-term winning chances for those who maybe think we're jumping the gun. It's just, this is definitely one that speaks to the potential of white trying to get on the board with the first victory.
And Magnus has been thinking for 7+ minutes in this move. I mean, this is unbelievable.
It's very surprising, right? I'm going to make sure I invite Lev now, just so he's with us.
Just make sure he doesn't make any moves. He
won't make any moves. He'll just. I think he's probably listening to us and probably got pawn chick on his lap. And
And I thought maybe that there's just everything went wrong on the the live site and everything. The board's not relaying. No, it's Magnus' thinking.
Magnus just hasn't thought enough yet, apparently, about the live position and whether he has a better approach. So maybe it's a better approach. Maybe it's not about black's up. Maybe we're underestimating the power of bishop e6 and then takes.
I just don't like getting into any.
You can
king
always
e7 with
tell
tempo.
when I'm unsure.
Yeah,
because my
you
voice
ask a
gets
question.
higher.
Yeah,
because I'm.
But king e7. I mean, king e7 is the move. It protects the knight and attacks the bishop.
Yeah.
If we move our bishop back, then knight e5 happens again.
And if you're just joining us, Robert highlighted why this is the kind of endgame you want to avoid. Yes, you're up a pawn here, a pawn, if you're keeping track at home, but black's pawn and the fact that I have your king cut off to the first rank is probably totally good for black. So this would be something you want to avoid. You could go here.
Still knight e5.
Knight e5, and I'm trading, and I'm totally happy as black.
It's the same situation, but even worse, because my knight's actually very strong on this.
I was testing you. You passed. F+.
I don't know if that's a pass. Still a fail.
F+ is according to Tenacious D, which I live my life by. The gospel of Wonder Boy.
Pick of Destiny. Sorry. You threw out a pop culture reference. I had to go with it. So what is he thinking about?
Everything I have not to start singing a few of their songs. I won't even say them. All right,
so what is he? Oh, he took on e6. Took on e6.
Okay, so he did take first, so that's our first.
And he
so
took
you
on
were
d4.
saying you have no idea. And he's already okay, so we're going to get king e7.
Maybe there's some way for white to
maintain. We were just looking at this line, and now we
so
have
happy
it on
with
board.
I just like keeping more pieces on the board so that the long-term advantages really see themselves out. Because now you have to take on d7. There's no other choice but to take, so I'm sure we'll see that after king e7, take.
I don't know that there's no other choice.
Well, what else can you do?
Always a choice.
Yeah, make your choice. Let's see it.
Neo learn.
There is nothing. The only move that you can play is bishop g4 besides bishop.
Well, I don't know what to say, but I do know that we currently are #1 on Twitch. We have 64,000 viewers, and I'm only pausing to say that because there are 64 squares on the chessboard.
Yep.
So I can.
Oh, we have over 65,000.
I can now retire.
You're wrong.
Oh, wrong again.
You're too slow.
Just to make me blunder on camera yet again. The chat proves me wrong.
I don't understand this decision.
#chess hype.
Okay, so the one thing I will say for white in an endgame like this that's very instructive is with all these pieces traded on d7,
which has now happened.
Which has happened, which I'm not happy about, but has happened, is that I have 4-on-2 on the king side. Right? That's fairly obvious. But if I trade off the A pawns, those pawns get traded. Then my 2-pawn advantage on that side of the board is much more advantageous. Because what white tends to want for a winning plan in endgame is if it's 2-on-1 on the same side of the board, almost always going to be a draw. But if it's 2-on-none on one side and 1-on-0 on the other, then those two pawns can get rolling.
Win.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, so let's say it ends up being these two versus a not that advanced C pawn, because now you're playing devil's advocate to say why maybe Magnus went for this. I'm still with you that this feels like a line that gave Fabiano more drawing chances than he needed to do. Because again, as Robert said, it's not how many pawns you have, it's who can rush up the board. And the only way I break your second rank control here, Robert, is a move like King F1. But then black can get rid of one of these guys. So I don't know exactly why Magnus feels. I mean, are these pawns just so fast? I don't think so.
I don't see it at all. Like you can play F4 here, but after F4, I'm worried about moves like Rook B3 or Rook
I just
A2.
want to push, but
yeah, Rook B3 also just attacks that pawn there.
Right. I don't want to let the king in.
So he played Rook D1 check.
Okay, interesting.
And that feels useful.
Make the king make a decision.
Because the king doesn't want to go to the C file because the E pawn is free.
Now you're cut off. Great point.
Right.
Great point. The king would be cut off, and Eddie the Eagle wants to become a lady.
So you should go King E7, I want to say. Maybe because E6. Well, I'll show you why I don't want to go King 6. F4.
And you're running F5 and then in.
No, I'm turning E5 and then Rook D6 check.
Ah, very nice.
Right,
okay.
just to hit at your C pawn.
To say why that wasn't my first instinct, only because if you did this, I started imagining lines where the king is getting aggressive.
But then your Rook D7 idea still comes in, and
right.
I don't know if you're fast enough to come mate me.
It's one of those could we get like one of those weird draws?
Well,
like
I'm not taking your pawn on G7, but yeah, this would be one of the. And even still here, H4.
Even here, white gets
but
out.
no, you check. Oh, it's a draw. Check, check again, and play Rook to B1 back, and
running mate, and I can't get out. And so this
back.
would be a very weird perpetual where the king has to go back. So okay, as crazy as this seems like Danny and Robert are just having fun with each other here on the chessboard. Believe it or not, this is actually really instructive for you if you're paying attention, because often endgame drawing opportunities are missed because you just don't have ideas like that in your head, right? Having messed up, I didn't want to say the other, having messed up many of these endgames myself.
Yep.
Right, you start to learn ways where you can blow an advantage here, right? And that's one of the ways that it can happen.
F4 played, so we have the position here on the board.
So
with
we
F4.
did see King E6, and again, that's what I was thinking is black might have one of these let me just get super active with the king in his back pocket here.
But I'm just not feeling this for black because after Rook B3, E5, the threat of Rook D6 check is so strong.
No, I don't want Rook B3.
But then what do you want?
I want C5.
E5.
Okay, but I want the line I just gave.
Okay.
I want to go all in.
Rook D7. I'm going to get a queen.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
I love it.
Okay, you might get your way. Just, yeah.
Well, just show why. King E4. I go E6. You go King F3 or Rook D3 check.
Stopping my evil plan.
King E4, and then I just go E7. And the only way to stop me from queen is I Rook back to B8, and I go Rook D8 and say bye-bye.
Resigns.
Yeah. So I always have this check backwards to kick your king off the third rank. You're right. We have to keep that idea in mind. But that black king may go on a little bit of a run there. But
so what if I go here?
Okay. I have to get behind your pawn. So Rook D6, Rook C6. I think. And my king can always run from F1 to E. So maybe King F1 here or Rook C7. Yeah, King F1. I just like my pawn chain there, so even if you take H2, I'm getting...
Yeah, you don't want to disrupt this, right? You like this.
Although G5 comes in at some point. Yeah, it's getting really complex here. Although Rook F6 check and the pawn goes. It's sort of a... Then I just push.
Oh, sorry. I'm not threatening mate, and I can't go here because you take a check.
Exactly.
Okay,
so it's one of those positions where it's a race, and here is where concrete calculation comes in very handy, because it's move by move by move, and it's not so clear cut.
Okay, I mean, to Fabiano's credit, I guess, we always talk about the Dvoretsky school of endgames. I think Fabiano's trying to take an active defense here. He's trying to be in a position to maybe have these ideas in his sight, right?
Right.
He's trying to do something with an active king, which is the only real form of compensation he has here for being down a pawn.
Yep.
Comparing it to the white counterpart. Like, that's what he's trying to do. And we don't have as much time as them, and plus we're us and they're them, right? So we're not going to be calculating this at the same level, but I'm with you now. It doesn't look like black quite has enough. Like, you're a tempo short in a lot of lines.
Yeah, I think concept revolving around the move G5 will be very important later in this game, because
this is your best chance if you're black to undermine the very powerful pawn duo.
Yeah, that will be something that has to be considered, especially when your king's on F5 and you're attacking the F4 pawn. You want to hit the base pawn.
Yep.
Now, H2 seems like the base pawn, but what I mean by that is when the pawn's on E5, the base pawn is really this F4 pawn.
Yeah, the base pawn is kind of the most critical pawn for the pawn chain. The pawn that defends the lead pawn is often more important than the one all the way back on the second rank.
Yeah.
And so that's an undermining idea that we should look for in our own games.
So Fabiano,
now he's in the think tank. We're down to 4 minutes versus 3 minutes. We are down to. So excited! So excited! We're gonna get a decisive result.
I'm not sure we are.
I'm not.
You just sound creepy. You sound like Montgomery Burns from The Simpsons. I don't like it.
I was thinking
You sounded nothing like Batman.
Always choose king activity.
No, that's better, but before you just sounded creepy. And I know Magnus was on an episode of The Simpsons, so maybe it was a nod to him, but don't do that ever again.
Which you would play first, your pawn or your rook. Thank you, Bane.
So, okay, Fabiano thinking here. He does have a little bit of time to think. He just needs to come up with a strategy.
Right.
And remember, right under me, there, 25 minutes, 10-second increment. They got 10 seconds added to the clock.
Any questions coming in as to what the time control is?
It's right under
It's right
my
there.
name.
You know what's up. This is the 2018 World Chess Championship. Rapid Chess on the docket. That's why we're rocking the Pro Chess League right here. If you didn't know what the Pro Chess League was, you will soon.
Yeah.
And
C5. Looks like C5 is...
Okay, so that's what I wanted, but E5 is your move. And now we're in concrete territory. Either Fabiano's playing this because he knows he has no other options, right? Or maybe he feels there's one last try, which is get Magnus to blunder into some sort of active approach that allows a plan that I've been kind of highlighting might happen here for a little bit.
So he went C5. So he's trying to get that pawn rolling. And maybe instead of E5, Rook D5 right away. I'm so focused on E... Oh, and there Rook D5 appeared on the board.
Interesting.
I guess he just doesn't want to give the king the access, right, for F5 and things that, but...
It's the intuitive approach that Magnus would have, right? We talked about the stylistic. Yes, E5 would require a ton of concrete calculation. Magnus would have to be sure he didn't just give his opponent a forced draw with the king. And Magnus, maybe just under time pressure, understandably doesn't want that. Doesn't want to let the king in, so he played Rook D5.
Maybe it's a better choice, honestly.
Well, after Rook C2, though, now you can't play E5, though.
But maybe I'll start trying to bring my king over, right? We were talking about how if we give up the H pawn, as long as we get the C pawn, maybe it's time to start running the king. And maybe also H4 was a possibility, so... no, actually, I don't like H4. H4, Rook C3.
Yeah, you don't want to weaken the G3 pawn.
H4 is a possibility.
Well, I'm not going to do it right away, though. I can play A5 and A4, and then maybe I go for this.
But it's sort of the same theme as we were discussing before. I'll get my 4-on-2 versus 1 all the way on the other side of the board, and those endgames oftentimes are winning.
As long as your king is active,
exactly.
Right? And if you get the king active.
And for you to get my A pawn, my king can always go to G2 as a response.
Exactly. So what Robert, let's just highlight that because I feel like we're getting a little too advanced for the viewers. So what we're saying here is black goes for some line like this, okay, and you get a pawn. Even if the C pawn doesn't fall right away, but if you get this outside passer, usually these positions are enough to win a rook and pawn ending. We've already seen several rook and pawn ending draws in the World Championship, but those were all on one side of the board. We may even get this line we're analyzing. Look at the board,
H4.
right? So this is the kind of endgame where now as your king slowly creeps in, and black will have no choice but to let you in if he wants to use his extra advantage. These pawns are enough to create winning chances despite this extra pawn. Because let me just play out a line, Robert, that like shows people kind of where that might head, right? Just to like just so we can visualize what the long-term road. I'm not even going to try to be that aggressive with white, just to really prove the point, right? Because in this situation, here's what's happening: the rook is stopping your rook from ever moving. If it moves, the pawn on A2 falls. White will have the ability to advance forward in a position like this. Watch. You give a check. King has to go back. You push. At some point, you will get in with your king, and you're going to get positions where black either just sits tight and just gets crushed over here, or eventually he has to try to sacrifice the A pawn for a single pawn, but that's not going to be enough to hold a draw because the king is already so far in. White has plenty of opportunities to make a baby girl over there. So this is the kind of endgame we're anticipating as to why Magnus has long-term winning chances. So rather than us abstractly referring to that, sorry, partner, I just wanted to show that so that now you know what the big picture for us through the trees is, right? That's the threat. Ooh, Magnus played F5.
Okay, I don't like that. So H4, C...
So wait, what happened?
You're right.
Rook D5, rook here, H4, C4, and now F5.
Don't love that move.
That feels like I feel like we were just looking at the lines we were talking about. Maybe he was worried about some ideas where he runs and black doesn't go for the A pawn but the G pawn. Maybe that's it.
Maybe, but this doesn't look right because King F6. I mean, that would be my response.
We might as well just play it.
Is he trying to go G4? Is that his idea?
G4 and E5.
But the C3 pawn, well, C3
yeah,
pawn.
but look how fast these pawns are now for Magnus. These are some advanced, and I got G5 and F6. Maybe he doesn't need the king.
Maybe.
Full Bob Barker. He wants the whole thing.
Yeah, I guess, but somehow this feels wrong to me. But let's see.
I don't know, dude. I feel like this is so concrete. I'm threatening to push your king back. And look, if you ever check me, now I get up.
Right. Yeah, you can go to F2.
This is a super aggressive approach by Magnus, but may end up being what he needs to win.
Practically speaking, it's a good choice as well when you don't have that much time left.
I love H5. I love H5. Great move by Fabiano. Completely prevents that line, and that may be why you were right. Yeah. That may be why F5 was a mistake.
And maybe White should go A4 now, just keep that pawn in a more protected square. Like you were talking about, Black can advance the pawn.
Yep.
But now maybe White can play A4, A5, and try to.
But to show everyone why, so H5 is played, stopping that whole line, right? White needed G4 to justify F5 so that you could push E5 and kind of just keep the onslaught ahead. H5 is Black properly emphasizing slowing down White's play ahead of advancing his own pawn.
Yeah, this looks
fascinating.
This looks like he's on his way to holding this one. King F1 was just played by Magnus, and so he's trying to bring that king over. We've been talking about that idea for a while. King E1, King D1, kick the rook away, and try to win the C pawn. But I would have started with A4 because I think just having that pawn on the 4th rank rather than the 3rd rank is advantageous for White. Although if rook C3 happens now, then he'll play A4. And to the point is, you take G3, I take C4.
But I think...
No, this is not... I
think Fabiano may have just given us the word we don't want to say with that H5 move.
Yeah, it's looking... I mean, there's still much to be defended here. I don't want to... He's closing in on getting into more equal territory, but the problem is for Black, and as we see an endgame like this, let's say you do your rook C3 move, because I don't see how else you can play rook A2, but it's still the same concept. Rook C3, I play King F2.
Yeah, you don't want to give up the G for the C.
And if you play rook takes A3, rook takes
you're happy
C4,
with this.
King E5, this is a very direct sequence, rook C7, King E4, rook G7, King F5, rook G5 check.
Problem is I have this.
You have that, which
I'm taking with the rook.
That's really annoying.
That may be why.
Oh, so he went King G2 in the live board. So he, instead of playing King F2, he went to G2 to avoid that check at the end, which is very smart.
And it may get that exact line, because if you visualize the king was on G2 here, rook F3 would be losing on the spot to rook E7, winning the rook. Brilliant point by Magnus. That line that Robert Hess just predicted may be what we end up having on the board.
And that would not be a good transition for...
So wait.
We had King F1.
King F1,
rook C3.
I'm not sure Fabiano needed to play rook C3 so fast. That may have just shifted the tables back.
Yeah.
Because I think one of the advantages to his last move, H5, Robert, is he sort of called White's bluff. Let him go to E1. Now I can force that kind of line where I give up the G for the C pawn.
So he took on A3.
Wow, I don't know that Fabiano's taking the right defensive approach here.
Well, now rook C4, of course. And then maybe rook E3. But then you have King F2. That's annoying.
I actually think he may have just stepped one tempo. Okay, you can still play King E5. And after this, takes and rook takes.
Okay, rook A2. Should I throw in the rook A2 check somehow?
And then King H3.
King F3. No.
King F3, what does it do?
So maybe rook A1 first. Rook A1.
Yeah, but I think you're too slow.
No, how? Because now King F3 is...
I get to the long side.
I take on F5.
Oh, and I can't win your... Dirty dog.
Although actually, still there's... Yeah, that would be the same draw.
Swindle's a draw.
What is rook E7 check? What?
Wait, we're getting the line we're talking about.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'm confused because I'm looking at the analysis board and looking back at the game board. You're confusing me, partner.
I'm not confusing you. They're confusing us. I'm analyzing chess here.
Yeah. No, you're going through with what I was just saying, and then I saw rook e7. I was like, wait, what?
He's giving a tempo.
Wait.
Sorry, giving a tempo first instead of taking on g7.
Well, that's actually really smart. Because what black wants to do is rook a2 check, as I was saying. But now if you're king f5, rook g7, you're not in time to do the same thing. Because look, king f5, rook g7, rook a2 check, king h3.
And there's no king in.
King e4, rook g5. Let's just show it. Rook g5, king f3, rook f5 check. And then I take h5.
Then you take the pawn.
And then I get into a winning endgame.
I think Magnus might have just won the game with that tempo.
Wow.
I don't think.
And I don't know if the
Fabiano
times
saw
are
this.
accurate, but if
look
that,
at the evaluation creeping up. I think White is winning now.
Wow.
I think that single tempo in this line
So
may have just given us our first decisive
maybe he needs to go
result.
rook a2 check first. I think that was a.
I think Fabiano
rook
missed
A2
his
check.
draw right here.
That was the move
Rook
he had to play
A2 would have
first.
held a draw. Taking the pawn loses because of Magnus's brilliant tempo.
Well, we'll see if it actually is losing, but
I
it looks,
think it is losing now.
Yeah, it looks very bad.
White's going to win 2 pawns.
Yeah, this is
There's
not
no
good.
choice. This is over. White's
Wow.
winning.
So yeah,
It's irrelevant. The A pawn, we know these
were
endgames
talking
are
about this
theoretically
before.
winning. These are the kind of endgames
Oh boy,
where the
it's
two
winning.
pawns
It's winning.
are much better than the single pawn and plenty to win.
No, it's winning. Let's speed up to the
I
live
just want
board.
to show again, this was the move. The
I
tempo
think.
difference may have saved the game for Fabiano, but taking here, I think he just dismissed, because it's easy to say, obviously White's just going to take the pawn.
Yeah, and he's no time, right? He's
Right.
in huge time trouble, so it's not like he doesn't maybe know these ideas. But now
Rook
the rook
A2
behind the
check.
pawn,
Wait, so what happened here? After takes,
they're moving fast. So it was after king e4, rook e7, king f5.
I'll bring it back here. I got it. I got it. Oh, nope, I don't got it.
You told me you got it.
Wait. Rook takes g7.
Yeah, king f6, rook g5, a5, take on h5, a4, rook a5, rook a1.
This is where we stand.
Yeah. This is where we stand. And this is a winning territory right now.
This is an easily winning endgame for White, to
Right.
be totally honest.
Right.
And Fabiano Caruana will truly have his back against the wall heading into game 2. I don't want to say, hashtag Joshua Chamberlain strikes again, but it's over.
Just g4.
Magnus Carlsen is going to win game 1 of the tiebreaks.
Just g4 here.
G4, and again, the point here is that these 2 pawns are enough to win, and Black is going to be stuck, right? This pawn, even if it's further advanced, can never be free.
And the essential actually problem here is if those pawns were shifted to the middle of the board.
Right.
Let's look at this. Put a3. It's very actually White's moves or whatever. So rook check. Yeah, king back. Then I push g5.
Okay. G5. Yeah.
A2. I go h5. Your
Yep.
rook doesn't have a move to attack the pawn. If those pawns were in the center of the board, you could play a move that attacks the pawn. Okay, Magnus is doing this well. You put the king in front.
Yeah, this is also the safest way, and
Yeah.
this is the most accurate because despite whether the computers believe it from a human being perspective, if you have the same type of position but the king is further advanced, it's just so much mentally easier for you to handle. And so as he plays the move king f3, king g7, he'll walk the king up where it's shielded from checks so
Although
that this
that doesn't
rook
work.
can never move.
What you were suggesting
But
doesn't
wait.
work. And he realized it because you can't put your king on h5. So king f3, a3, just on the
Well, king g4.
so a3. Oh, if you get there in time, then it works. Yeah.
Why not? It did work.
Interesting.
I don't
Oh,
understand.
maybe you're right. Maybe he's just going through h3. I don't know why he's doing this. Sorry, I thought the tempo was off in that one. So let's get to the position with the king on h3.
Okay,
what's
wait. So king g2, a3, now king h3.
the rook's on a6. I don't put a rook a6.
Oh, rook a6, and he played.
Check. You got the wrong move order, but it's fine.
But it's
King
the same
h3,
thing.
rook
Okay.
a1.
Same thing.
So yeah, your king g. So you went h5 first, and it's what I was saying. Like if a2
If
here,
and when this pawn comes, you will hide behind checks. And the point, everybody, is this is a rook-ending principle where the rook can never move without losing the pawn unless it can check the king or attack the pawn. But now that's never going to happen.
but king h7.
No, but I can. Wait, did Magnus flip the draw?
No, you
No.
did not. But the point is, you don't. I'm not sure bringing your king out like this is necessarily the easiest way to go, because
Yeah, if Magnus steps.
you want to push your
far-
pawns before you push your king.
Yeah, the position you were highlighting where the pawns are up here and the king is on g2, it works well for White because the king stops the rook from ever attacking the pawns, and the rook can never move with a check.
Right.
And the pawns and rook should be enough. But maybe Magnus is nervous and thinking now he sees it. He finally plays
Right, because we'll show it after. I think it'll be much more informative to do it then. But bring the king up first is not the optimal strategy, just because you get your pawns in some harm's way.
So g4 was played.
Yes.
Now the king went back to h7. Sorry, so the king actually went to h7 here after check.
Yeah.
Wait, walk me through the moves here. King to g2.
What move?
44, king g2.
Okay. What? That's not.
What was the move then?
44 was rook a6 check.
Okay. King f3.
Yes. Rook a. I don't know.
So the king went to g2 here, and then rook a6 check.
Okay.
Take me back to move 40. Rook takes h5.
Yeah, rook h5 is move 41. a4.
a4.
Yes.
Rook a5.
Rook a5. Rook a1. King f3. a3. Rook a6 check. King g7. King
That's where I went wrong. a3.
Rook a6 check. King g7.
King g2.
Yep. Rook a2 check. King h3. Rook a1. h5. King h7. g4. King g7. King h4. a2. King g5. King f7. h6. Rook b1. Rook a7 check. And the moves are coming in. King g8. Rook takes a2. Rook b5 check. King g6. Rook b6 check. King h5. This is
Resigns.
Yeah.
Fabiano's going to resign.
Yeah.
After king h5.
Yeah. Well,
You have liftoff.
so I'm assuming he resigned. Yep, he
It's
resigned.
over.
Game
Magnus
over.
wins. Results will be updated. But
Yeah.
we have a result.
I mean,
And
just
a decisive result for the first time in this World Chess Championship match.
That's how I feel after reading all these moves off.
Wow, wow, wow.
Yeah.
And again, we're going to find out with Leveronian whether Fabiano Caruana missed a draw with this single move, king takes e4, after defending a worse ending, really from the start to the finish. He was unable to do so successfully. Magnus Carlsen has finally broken through. He strikes first with our first decisive game. We're going to take a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. Leveronian will be with us in just a moment. And regardless of whether you're rooting for the American or the reigning world champion here at the 2018 World Chess Championship, we've all been rooting for exciting chess that keeps us on the edge of our seat, and these players have just delivered in the first game of the tiebreak portion. Indeed, we have a victory for the world champion.
Yeah, and it was really a great performance by him in that one, because with the white pieces, he got a better position on the opening. Hikaru Nakamura was in the chat. That Super Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura to me was saying that this is a terrible position to get against Magnus in particular. I thought it was just a bad position. I thought he lost his way a little bit, Magnus did, but he found his footing once more and delivered the first decisive result of the 2018 World Chess Championship.
Well, and you've heard what we've thought about the game. There's some speculation. Did Fabiano have one last chance to draw? We're going to find out with some expert analysis that goes beyond us. You mentioned Super Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura. We also have Super Grandmaster Lev Aronian, who's been a part of our show over the last couple of days. Levon, looking good, buddy.
Hi, guys.
And thanks for patiently waiting. I know there's a lot going on here, but let's go back to just this first critical moment, because I've been speculating about it. Do you believe in the analysis board here that we're sharing that Fabiano missed the tempo rook e7, and do you buy that rook a2 check was the last chance to draw here?
Well, this is such an unexpected moment, because and this is what Magnus is really good at. And I've actually learned this as well from Kramnik and other great players. To pay attention to this, very obvious moves, because King e4 looks so obvious, but after you see rook e7, you understand that it's a losing move. Right. So generally, I think, it should be a draw. And strangely enough, I think maybe the whole endgame is very difficult to win for white.
Really, from start to finish. It was maybe after this transition that we were speculating about, where white chose to play bishop takes e6 rather than rook takes d4. You can take control of the analysis board if you want, if you have different thoughts, but what do you feel the critical moment was for Magnus to maybe have better winning chances than he got in the rook endgame?
Well, I was listening in on commentary of you guys.
Oh, man, that's unfortunate.
I know. You'll see the things I have to go through.
I know, the torture we put you through.
Yeah, so one thing I really liked when Robert was mentioning that one pawn is faster than two, it kind of reminded me of one Armenian tale we have, is when one guy manages to convince another guy that he should give the one horse that he's riding to him, because he's much faster with his 2 feet, while the horse has 4 feet. So I think bishop e6 is a very practical way to play. I don't think rook d4 is much stronger, because what I felt was I couldn't really see for white to get something better than what he has here.
What came to my mind here, and I have no idea if it's actually good, so you can criticize me, was move king h1. And I thought the move king h1 stops all these knight e5 threats. You play rook e to d1 next move, and the more pieces you keep on the board, I think the more dangerous it is for black.
Right, but with these knights, I mean, there are many drawing patterns when the knight is in the game, because they can set up some blockades and things like this. So I was thinking about this, right?
Yep.
And then, okay, I don't know what happens exactly here. For example. You're probably going to take the pawn and then something like rook c3.
Okay.
Then probably you have to exchange rooks.
Can I try bishop b7 instead?
Bishop b7. Oh, you're too aggressive.
Yeah, you called me a chicken last time, so I have to be aggressive this time.
He's learning.
Ah. Yeah, this is a good research.
But Lev, what if you don't give up the a pawn? What if you just play a5? I kind of agree with you that maybe this is a harder position to break down.
No, but then rook d6 and everything collapses.
Rook d6.
Yeah, I kind of don't like rook d6.
Okay, I didn't see that. Okay, sorry. Bishop takes.
No, but this
okay, maybe I should be more cautious. Do something like this.
Right. And so I guess the critical question is, if I take this a6 pawn, how do these endgames look? If I
Yeah, probably the computer has better ways for black to play, because the general feel is that you kind of feel that something should work for black because this horsey is a dangerous animal at some
Such
point.
a tricky animal.
By the way, Hikaru's in the chat. He says, Bobby outcalculating Lev and myself. # boss. So I'm getting complimented by Hikaru, which means maybe it's your turn to also.
Hikaru's probably not feeling well this morning, so. All right.
But generally, I have to say that this game was a bit strange with its start because I have analyzed something like this for white, but I think black doesn't have to go for this c6, a6, b5. It really does look dubious and slow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think this opening worked like a charm for Magnus. And I think that the difference is that when you're suffering the whole game, when you're trying to find a way to survive, then somehow you get more tired continuously. Right. Yeah, I think so. This is what happened. But generally, I have to compliment Fabiano because he fought really well. He's just got a bit unlucky at the most important moment.
Lev, you said that these moments where you play Magnus can be so tough. Back to the potentially really critical moment for all of those of you who may just be joining us. It seems as though Fabiano was very close to holding, as Lev said, a very difficult game where he fought hard, and then one slip-up, taking e4 first, perhaps before a check, may have lost the game. But how do you avoid seeing moves like that? You say you've talked to guys like Kramnik and how instructive that can be to never take a forced, obvious move for granted. But how would Fabiano have done that better in hindsight if you were on Team Fabi and talking to him about it?
Those things you can't really talk about because everybody makes such mistakes, including Magnus and everybody. So I think you need to be concentrated all the time, and these are generally the things that nobody has. But if somebody manages to do it during one single tournament, then they normally win the tournament.
How do you?
It's the difference between winning the tournaments and finishing on +1 or +2.
Right.
How do you bounce back, Levon, from a game like that after Fabiano? You get the white pieces, so you should be pressing, but you continue going back to this Sveshnikov or Rasalimo, where he wasn't really getting as much as maybe he would have liked.
I'm guessing he needs to play something very, very sharp, maybe not so precise, but something that will allow him, to complicate the game. Because if he draws the next game, I don't know. In tiebreaks, the initiative is very important. It's not that much about the score, but if you manage to prove to your opponent that you're in the match, then he and make him nervous too. I think this is the key. That's at least what I have experienced playing numerous tiebreaks in my life.
Right. Well, Lev, we're first of all great insights, and would it be fair to say that, as you said, it's hard to criticize Fabi for this because everybody makes these mistakes, including Magnus. But would it be fair to say that Magnus creates opportunities for his opponent to make blunders like that? At least that's vintage Magnus, right? What he's always done so well, and that's kind of why he was able to steal this one in game one.
I think, yeah. Well, obviously, it's a great preparation by Magnus because you have to understand where your opponent can go wrong in the opening, where he feels uncomfortable.
Right.
So it was clear that Fabiano wasn't feeling comfortable. Therefore, he chose a very dubious plan. Despite the fact he got a decent position, but still, it's kind of a position where Magnus knows where the pieces move. This is type of his favorite things. So not much pressure, and the structure is fixed, and he has a beautiful place for his knight. Yeah. So I can say that when you look at it from a side, when you look at this game from a side, you start to understand why that Magnus probably prematurely offer a draw because he's very confident in this, and maybe Fabiano feels the pressure at this moment.
Well, we're going to find out how much pressure he feels because Game 2 is underway. Lev, this has been one of the true highlights of our show for this entire month, having you on, and thank you for your insights and review of Game 1. I know you're getting ready to travel for a big event yourself, so thanks for hopping on in between packing your bags, as you told me. But this has been great, and we hope to have you again on some of our shows in the future.
Well, we'll definitely have him on Friday, Saturday.
That's right. You'll be playing a match of your own on Friday against Hikaru. So good luck in that, and we'll see you then. We'll see you in a couple days.
Thank you very much. I hope to provide more entertainment.
You will.
My match.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, Levant.
See ya.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Well, that was awesome.
Yeah.
Interesting insights from a guy that has played both of them, and as he said, Magnus is those tricky opportunities. He was more comfortable, created opportunities for Fabio to go wrong, and won a game.
And I like what he said, that Fabio needs to play less in terms of precision and more in terms of initiative, right? And
initiative.
It was less about the intuition, at least what he was saying. When you're down 1-0, you need to jump back in the scoreboard. It's the magic 2.5 points, right?
Right.
Can't forget about that. 2.5 out of 4
is the magic number.
If you get 2.5 out of 3, well, then you win right there. But in this position, I think we should briefly go through the opening and then speed up to date, because we had Levant on, and unfortunately, moves are coming in so fast that we didn't get. So let's.
But if you're just getting here, Robert asked a question of Levant whether he thought Fabiano would go back to the Sveshnikov or try something different. I think Lev was leaning, hey, try something different that gives you more winning chances. But okay, Fabiano, if him and his team looked at this and they still feel there's winning chances here, then that's the decision they made, because we are seeing another Sveshnikov, meaning Magnus Carlsen has played nothing but Sicilian, even in the rapid portion of this World Chess Championship. This is an exact repeat of what we had in Game 12. Knight to e7 chosen by Magnus instead of the move knight to b8.
Yep.
And after the move c4, also chosen by Fabiano in Game 12. We have no differences here, although queen a4 this early, yes, this was the move. And after bishop d7, queen b4, queen to b8. Now we have difference, right? Bishop f5 was the move in Game 12. So queen to b8 played by Magnus Carlsen, an idea played by Stockfish against Houdini in a similar structure to this if you follow computer chess. So an interesting idea where the queen slides. In order to keep the bishop on d7, the queen finds a new square to guard the d6 pawn and maybe supports queenside play. So that's Magnus's idea. After h4, h5, bishop e3. This is very similar to the way the pieces developed in Game 12, but just a slightly different move order, now allowing Magnus to be even more aggressive over here. Interesting, but that...
I don't actually love that.
I don't know that I love the idea from Magnus' side. That's a very committal decision. And now that Fabiano has weaknesses on both sides of the board, I kind of like his quick decision to play g3, intuitively saying, I'm going to make sure that now I can just play simple chess here, because Black has created himself some problems for the rest of the game. And you could say goodbye to b5, which is a key thing that Magnus maybe had in that Game 12 that he took a draw in. If you're asking me, how does Fabiano get winning chances to bounce back from Game 1 of the tiebreaks? I don't think this is a bad start.
Yeah, I don't love what Magnus has done here, because the h5 pawn is hanging in many variations, bishop e2, threatening that pawn. If you play bishop g4, thinking you're just going to go ahead and protect it, well, yes, bishop g4 does defend it, but after bishop e2, if I trade those bishops, you still can't castle for black because the h5 falls. Knight comes to b5 where you can't kick it out because your knight on g6 is way too far away to challenge it, and all the positional trumps favor white in a position like this. So
and this is the type of game that Fabiano really wanted to get in the classical Sveshnikov games that he was never able to get, right? Because this is going to be full of concrete plans that can just kind of a few plans in this position. I feel like I'm quoting Hikaru. Shout out, buddy. We know you're in the chat, right?
Yep.
Hikaru would say, I think, and we'll see when we have him on, that this is the kind of position Fabiano likes because there's going to be a lot of concrete variations and only a few plans to choose from where he feels like he can really kind of grind and outplay his opponent in a concrete manner.
Okay, queen c8 was just played, and that makes sense because you're keeping that bishop true to the pawn on c4. Another idea that keeps popping into my head, but it's probably way too early to do that, is bishop d8 to a5, a very common theme in the Sicilian. Because your bishop on e7 is doing nothing, but rerouting it over to a5 at least gives it a target, and you can make some progress on the queen side. Now, the question still remains, after the move bishop to e2, how is black going to respond? Are you going to castle and say, well, if you take h5, I take c4? Well, that's probably a good transition for black. So white's not going to allow that, of course.
Yeah, even with something like this.
Yeah, you don't want to give up the c4 pawn.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you get the attack. So
it'd have to be nutty, yeah, but the h-pawn highlighting
but
as I
from
should
a positional approach, right? You just want to go rook c1 to keep that pawn on c4 well defended. a4 will forever be a target if you ever push to a3. Then my pawn can just push forward.
b3 or b4.
Yep. And start making progress on the queen side. So, yeah, it's a difficult decision making here for black, I think. I think white has jumped out to quite a decent advantage here. I really like Fabiano's position. I like, so far, his time management, but these are the critical moments where do you spend 5 minutes trying to find the exact move order that suits you best, or do you just play with your feels, right? You just go bishop e2, I'm attacking h5, or do I play rook c1 first, saying I'm keeping my eye on the c4 pawn, I'm keeping it well defended, and what's black's follow-up? So actually after rook c1, I don't know what black should do, because you can't castle, or maybe you can castle then, but things are starting to look a bit iffy in a moment like that. Fabiano should be very comfortable here, and he should play.
But I'll agree with you and say I feel like he should play rook c1 or bishop e2 just quickly.
Yeah.
You know, I think he should just play those moves fast, show Magnus that he's also able to kind of trust his intuition and just go for the line. I know he maybe wanted to come up with make sure the concrete approach. Does this queen have anything else sneaky up her sleeve? But I don't think so. Let's remind everybody that Hikaru Nakamura has been hanging out in the chat. We will have him on the show at some point. We also have Hoi Fawn lined up, hoping that the timing of all of these things work out. But if you are just joining us, you just missed Leveronian, so maybe back up. Maybe there's some clips of it. He has been awesome. Thank you to him. And he'll be taking on Hikaru Nakamura in the Speed Chess Championship, so just in a couple days.
This is an interesting moment here.
Bishop e2 played.
So I think bishop g4 is the response. And I guess what I was afraid of initially was after bishop to bishop g4, I was somewhat afraid of, okay, if you take me on g4, then an h-pawn starts to roll. But black is not castled yet. So if you go h5, I can ignore it and make a move like f5 and start getting adventurous myself. Not to mention c4 was hanging there, so it's probably just bad. But the point still holds that the pawn h5 will be pinned to the rook on h1.
I have an idea, because we saw this before. Is it possible f3 is a response?
I just don't love that idea, because I'll just move my bishop back to d7, and you really don't want to go f4 because my knight covers that square. And so you're sort of opening up black's opportunities.
And now I've closed up this, right? I mean, I was wondering if he would do something similar to what he did in game
But then f5,
12.
f4 is also tempting. It just feels like you're making provocations in a way that you don't necessarily want, because your king is not settled either, right? The white king needs to figure out what it's going to do.
I was going to say, I keep coming back to what maybe he did in the other game, looking to castle long.
Got him in trouble in that one, but maybe here it's different, because the pawn on a4, while it looks very advanced, it's not really going anywhere.
Right.
And white may be in time to play moves, like you said, like queen d2, castle long, and try to go that route. But I still think black is in time to try to f5, f4 very quickly. Always in the air. So, and bishop g4 also just challenges the pawn on c4, right? You're saying, if you do nothing...
So what's the other move then, if not f3, just rook c1 maybe?
Probably rook c1, because if you take on e2, I take back with my queen, c4 is defended, knight b5.
And now you're back to these ideas. And I feel like we're back to the position we were saying that Fabiano, I think, ideally wants.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But if we continue with that line for just a quick second here, so bishop g4, rook c1, what if I get just in a mood to trade? Take on e2, and what's like queen g4? How is this endgame looking? I don't love it from the perspective of the a4 pawn is overextended, the b5 square is weak. These are going to be things I'm going to talk about all game, of course. But if you take on g4, it just feels like after h6, now f5 comes and f4.
I think the key for white would be, as you said, kind of just staring contest on that trade, right? Don't make that trade and open the h-file until black gets castled.
And I hate to use the word draw, but let's say after queen e2, king d7, are there going to be enough pieces left for white to really pressure?
And as you highlighted, right, black has the weaknesses on the board, but will it be enough, right? Now that Magnus Carlsen has inched his way closer to our goal there, you can see it right there. Whoever gets 2.5 wins the World Chess Championship, honestly, not just the tiebreak portion. And so Magnus Carlsen now in a all-I-need-is-a-draw territory. So Fabiano needs to get winning chances here.
And those end games where the queens are traded, right? You generally we talk about a principle of two weaknesses. You want multiple weaknesses to exploit, to attack and pressurize. But in an end game like this, it doesn't seem like at the start of it, with the one we were just looking before, that white doesn't have nearly enough targets for me to really enjoy getting. Of course, white is better playing.
It's kind of a two-result position, but it's one of those where. Not really that big of a result, right?
And that leads to moves like f3 that you were suggesting.
That's my point. As much as you maybe don't love that move, I need my double-edgedness.
It's a long-term potential with the match situation in mind. Actually, that's a very good point.
Yep. Shout out to everybody that's with us, viewers, whether you're joining us via twitch.tv/chess, chess.com TV. If you're just tuning in to chess for the first time on Twitch, hit that follow button. The biggest events in chess happen right here at this channel, and make sure you give us a follow before you go anywhere if this is something you're having fun with. And all the bits, all the subs, premium members over at chess.com. I just, I promised I wouldn't cry. I love you. Hey, everything's okay.
You need some drama lessons.
I need some drama. I could cry if I wanted to.
Yeah, you can fake cry like an amateur.
I have eye drops in case I ever need to shed a tear on camera.
Oh, that works. So Rook C1 just played.
Okay, I like Rook C1 though. Jokes aside, I think that you keep F3 open, and if you choose to trade, that's still tension. As long as we'll see what happens in the line you wanted, right? You wanted full horse pieces off the board.
Yes.
I mean, Magnus will be worse there in that endgame.
Agreed.
I mean, so, Fabiano may be like, all right, look, I know I need to get a win, but I also would have to take my best chess objectivity into account, and if I can play for 2 results, maybe that's what I need to do. So,
but it's just one of those positions where we talk about match situation.
We're looking at takes, and king d7.
Yeah, we do keep highlighting this match situation because Magnus is happy with the draw, right? And sometimes people think, oh, trading all the pieces leads to an easy draw. Not the case here. In fact, he didn't play queen g4 and went queen f5 instead. I was more curious than anything how the endgame looked, and it's one that probably deserves analysis for when there's longer time patrol.
Right.
But queen to f5 does make perfect sense because you're saying I'm protecting h5. I'm going to castle now. My king is finally going to get safe. And if you castle for white, actually your king is in more danger than black's because there's always sacrifice opportunities on the h4 square. Probably not yet, but you keep looking there. Maybe you stare long enough, something will come to your mind. So
I like queen f5 for Magnus, I do. And I think you make a great point that this king does need to find safety, not just for the king itself, but to create optimal coordination, right? When your king is in the center, your rooks are disconnected, which means you can't do things like rook c8. And, so it's a lot of reasons why you need to get your king out of the center in chess, and those are just a couple of them. And queen, the reason why it creates castles for those missing the tactic. The queen has to guard this pawn, otherwise you can never move the rook off of this file.
Yep.
Okay, so how do you create tension if you're Fabi?
Knight b5 feels like the move.
Knight b5. Just one other funny thing to consider is if the queen's on f5, there's no pawn coming to f5.
Yep.
I'd love if I could put my knight on e4, but I can only do that with this move.
Right.
And this move is super double-edged for all the reasons we're going to continue to highlight if we ever talk about it. It undermines the pawn chain, and maybe something you regret. But because we saw this idea before.
Yeah, but I'll castle, and I'll say, you go forward with your plan. Queen d7.
Now you go back, and here comes f5 again.
Exactly. Yeah. And c5's too soon. Right, because c5 you really want to play, but if after c5, perhaps I can just.
Well,
actually, I don't know.
Just play f5.
Yeah, it's getting complicated because c6 comes, but you're right, the king is in the center. So we saw ideas like this last game, c6, maybe just queen c7, ignore it, and say that if I'll be very happy if you take on b7, and if you don't, then f4 comes very quickly. Yep. Black's counterplay is extremely fast.
Yeah, we looked at some ideas with g4 in the other game. Again, we're referring to game 12. Before we were really just focused on the fact that Magnus offered a draw when he was better.
It was definitely not the time to do it.
Yeah, h4 is just too much coming here. So, okay. So, f3 is an idea that white can go for in these positions. Certainly something to keep in mind if you happen to play these structures in your own games. Yeah. I'm with Robert. This seems like focusing on something you don't need to. Knight b5 seems straightforward. And so does castles in many ways. Not, obviously we'd be aware of the sack, but it's not coming right away.
Right.
So you could get the king out of the center.
And white's playing for c5. That's always what we were talking about in the other games.
Right.
Oh, c5 was played right away.
Whoa.
That surprises me.
That's what you need if you're Team Fabi.
You need it, but I'm worried about your king, right? You look like a fool when you do that. Because actually, what was it, Levon who was speaking to us in game 12, ideas with e4, knight e5. So I would castle here. And I would say, you know what? If you play c6, maybe I can get away with taking it because you're not... maybe you're not quick enough in the center.
But this is such a landmine of a square.
But if I go rook f to c8, knight d5, I go queen e4. And I force you to take me, and then your c6 pawn falls in the end.
So I won't fall for that tactic. Now calm down.
I'm very calm.
A little tickle.
And e4.
Massage the light squares.
E4 maybe? I'll go e4.
You didn't sound so confident about that.
I don't feel great about it, but it just felt like...
Makarovka.
Knight e5?
Take with the queen.
Okay, but then I can trade queens and take on c6. And like I said,
I know
white is better.
Okay, white is better.
No question, white is
as long
better.
As we're not arguing that, yeah.
But this is the type of thing where Magnus wants. They're trading some pieces. Essentially, what Fabiano almost did in game 1 of the tiebreaks. He almost made a draw because pieces came off. It was liquidation. But here, this is very complex.
Yep.
And so Magnus should spend a little bit of time here because you definitely do not want to take on c5.
Yep.
I think we can agree on that because if you take on c5, in comes ideas with d6 shots and maybe knight b5 first. But d6 is coming.
You play knight here, which threatens to win the pawn back the old-fashioned way. Also threatens d6. Although
knight
you
c7
do have this.
Check is f3.
I can't even castle because you can't take the pawn.
Right, but f3 is more forcing because I win the rook.
Okay, yeah, fork emote. But just to give everybody a chance to use their emotes. That is why they subscribe. Fork town. Okay, so there you go. All right. I don't care what the eval says about c5. I feel like from a practical point of view, this is right where we want to be. If you're got to get winning chances, trying to do something aggressive.
Yeah, but it might backfire and you lose. That's one of these moves.
Well, again,
right?
But, I mean,
you have to. You can't just try to make a draw with white and then play with black again.
Well, we were debating, right? Do we want the position for 2 results, knowing that one result, a win, is less likely than a draw, or do we go for the position where, leaves very little to the imagination, right? I'm all in, and hopefully I can get the win.
I just think black has the castle, and the problem is white's king safety, right? Now all of a sudden white will be the one down a few development moves, and if you play knight b5, really go all in for it.
So what if I take in a line like this and then castle? And I'm saying, like, look, pass pawn here is isolated, but I've removed any threats on the king side. Your queen is still kind of tied down.
Have you removed threats on the king? We've got knight f4.
That would be aggressive. You're gonna go all in for a sack, and I love it.
Because now f3 comes.
I don't even care if you mate me or I mate you. I love it either way. Love it.
Yeah, just white has no safety on that side of the board.
Yeah.
The bishop on d6.
Here's Robert's ideas. Things like this.
Yikes.
And very scary.
Yep.
Okay. So
castle's in play. So that much is.
Castles has been played by black.
The question is
what I was trying to do, regardless of the mania, I was trying to get a position where, like, the queen is tied down, and I'm just trying to simplify the fact that it's not as easy for black to get coordination for an attack. But as you showed me, if there's real threats of sacrificing here, then white is never going to be able to just have a comfy zone to lean back on.
And I mean c6, we shouldn't take that out of our minds either, because we were talking about variations with c6. It looked promising for white, slightly better, but still we were thinking maybe not quite enough in a situation where you're down a game. But c6 is something you certainly will keep in mind. And I wonder if you're black here, if you kind of ignore it. Like, can you play rook f to b8 as well? Just say, well, c7 your pawn might have gone too far for its own good.
I want a castle in every position. Maybe here I could play c7 and
yeah, that pawn's getting real advanced and it's hard to fend off.
Yeah, even something crazy
knight
like
b5.
this.
Yeah.
Right, guard e4, so you can't play it anymore.
Yeah, even if you lose that d pawn, if your pawn's so advanced, you're kind of happy.
Yeah,
this is not what black wants. So c6 is interesting. I mean,
yeah.
I don't really want to take it. I mean, that's always the point. You elaborated on this before. If you play c6 and I take on c6, once d takes happens, the d5 square.
Oh,
that's a beautiful situation for the knight.
Yep.
So, yeah, c6 is very tempting, but it's also very committal because now you can no longer pry the pawn on d6 off the board and then play knight b5 to follow up. So this is a tough moment, right, to evaluate the trajectory of the game. Do you play c6? Do you take on d6? Do I just ignore everything and castle and try to use this d pawn to push forward later in the game? I'm not sure.
Fabiano going to take a little bit of time because he did. Obviously, he got a little bit ahead on the clock, although now the clock has kind of flipped back. It's not exactly sure what's going on with the times. But, hey, let's remind everybody of the daily question, all right, because this is maybe one of the only moments of pausing we might have here in Game 2. If you're just joining us, one of the questions that we have asked for today is whether the draw offer should be removed from chess completely. And now, we're not saying that the draw doesn't exist and that it won't happen. Best chess often leads to equal positions, but the offer itself is sort of an option, right? And we've had a lot of conversation about that, use the hashtag ChessTV and get involved with us. No, I think other ideas should be tried first. For example, a win could be worth 3 points and a draw only 1 point, right? We've seen that in other tournaments, right, Robert? We've seen those scoring systems.
The second one is just great.
Draw offers shouldn't be removed from chess. That said, draw offers could be modified. Make it an actual draw offer. One player offers a draw, a 3 times
3x5 portrait of the other, and they take a short break to do so. Over
Wouldn't
tea.
that just be lovely? Ichosa, we love you.
That is amazing.
That is great. I think Ichosa is in the chat at Twitch. I've seen that username. I assume it's the same guy, because probably a guy that understands branding.
Yeah, draw is kind of a weird,
right.
weird word in general. So take it literally.
Right.
I like it when people take things literally.
Right. There you go.
Not-
or literal. I mean, you would draw swords, or
could do that
right?
as well.
We have,
that sounds a little bit bad. If you're seeing Hamilton, not a big
duel,
fan of.
Right.
Not
Exactly.
a big fan.
Right. Depending on what you want.
But you know what else I don't like?
What?
The fact that Fabiano's thinking here.
Well, I think this is a critical moment.
It is, but you played c5, and you know,
and now
it's
what?
not just about the board, right? We've talked about time pressure,
Yep.
struggles on the clock. We talked about game 12, right? Maybe Fabiano would have held that with best play,
Right.
but he had 8 minutes or whatever for 9 moves. And so when you're
Yep.
in a situation like this, when you only have 25 minutes for the whole game,
Yep.
with that 10-second increment, you have to start playing quickly, because when you start using all your time, you get nervous. You won't have enough time remaining for even more difficult positions than now. But
I missed it.
yeah, you totally missed there. Kind of wish you fell out of your chair for a second. That would have been funny. Did you miss again?
No.
There you go. But I mean, Fabiano's king is not safe. So as much as we like, and this is actually an interesting dynamic, Danny, right?
Yep.
When we talk about must-win situations, how do you play? We talked about in game 12 when Magnus was black. He only needed a draw to make it a tiebreaks. Do you play Sicilian, which is seen as quote-unquote sharper, or do you play e4, e5, which is seen as symmetrical and less difficult? But playing a passive position is often very hard.
Right.
And playing with the activity also gives your opponent activity in many ways.
Right.
So if you take on d6, we were talking bishop d6, now all of a sudden the pieces are opening up into the position where black can consider knight f4, consider
let's
e4.
go back to this. Let's
Maybe
dive
e4
into the
is good
bat
enough.
cave here. I want to analyze deeply, because I don't totally buy that this is just delicioso, Dora. What if I play queen f3? Now I'm potentially making
Yeah, that
really
actually
regret
looks
this
that looks
decision,
bad.
right?
So I take my knight f4 move back because
Okay.
I no longer like it because queen f3 is a good
Look at that. Look at
response.
me coming up with a line.
So instead of knight there, I'll go e4. It's my first
Right.
instinct.
But now that I've got your pawn to advance,
Yep.
that's the hope, right? Is we have a target, and again, I don't know exactly. I mean, this is a move that's coming to mind. Want to induce further moves, further weaknesses. Knight to b5 is coming to mind. Obviously, just to note, lines like this, black can't take here without allowing a skewer emote.
But I'm getting very good compensation, even for some of my positional difficulties. Well, oh no, I can't go knight e5 just yet. I'll go rook to d8.
Okay.
And d5 is eventually going to be under attack. Knight
Right.
e5 is coming to go to f3.
Go here.
Knight. Really want to play knight e5.
You want a sack. You're all about that sack. Some people all about the base.
Okay,
This
I'm
guy,
going to
all about
switch
the
rook
sack.
d8 for rook a6 because your move is
Notice you
kind of
keep
annoying.
switching moves,
Yeah, I'm not perfect.
right? We keep meeting. That was a Hamilton Burr reference. I'm gonna go get the exchange anyway.
So can I play knight takes h4 now somehow? Probably not.
No, I didn't even know that. I'm sure it was good. I wasn't trying to laugh.
c6.
Oh, we have c6.
Wow.
Something different. All right, here we go.
Yeah, we were getting adventurous on that.
Yeah, that was fun. That was fun. And honestly, I think that the point is White would have had to be worried maybe in some of those lines, as much as I was joking. I think the analysis is still dynamic, but c6 is on the board.
You have to take it.
You have to take it, right? Because you were highlighting variations where the pawn comes up and it's just too much.
And the rook on c1's well positioned for that to happen, so taking it makes sense.
Okay.
So bc, dc, rook f c8. Still like rook f to c8 because that way we put pressure on the pawn on c6 and
With what?
rook f c8.
Okay.
And we were talking about knight d5, not in time because queen e4. And
Very important point.
Yeah.
Common tactic we've now been seeing in this line. Okay.
so what to do? What to do if not?
Sorry about that.
Yeah. So all that analysis we did earlier, trying to bring it up because we feel like we didn't get to it all. But in this one, Yeah, it's you can't let queen e4 happen, but if you castle, I feel like you're too slow, because you just lose the pawn immediately on c6.
Yeah, unless there's some sort of, way to regather material. If I can get the a pawn, at least in some endgames, I have 2 passers.
But then you're leaving your king side, right? So I can at some point sacrifice on h4 now, and your king is feeling very
and now
iffy.
I won't laugh it off.
Well, I won't do it immediately. My rook on c6 is hanging, but...
Right, but just to show the idea of it, black would have a draw.
At the very least, yeah.
And given the match situation, that would be more than enough.
Right.
Okay. But I do think that's an interesting thing to keep in mind, is the transition where white tries to trade the a pawn for the c pawn, because you will have those 2 passers in the endgame.
And rook fc8 played
Rook fc8 played, so we're going to find out what Fabiano has in store. You criticized him for thinking in the last moment.
Well, maybe his position is not so good anymore. If I can't protect this pawn c6, it's a pawn that's gone too far.
Yep.
Right, because...
Well, let's dive into some deep analysis here. So what exactly is white going to do? Because you've established knight b5 doesn't work.
Yep.
Queen e4.
Yep.
What does Fabiano want? How do you guard this pawn if you can't move the knight and unleash the
You can
rook?
go queen c4, but then I go queen f3. Same exact problem on the light squares.
Again, hitting both of these.
And actually, there's a way to protect your pawn there, to defend it. But if you play for queen c4, queen f3, queen e4, that's one way to defend the pawn, right? Because after queen f3, queen e4, you protect everything. But after queen takes e4, knight takes e4, d5, you're not going to be happy about how my pawn center is rolling very quickly.
Let's take a quick break. Let's take a very quick break and come right back, everybody. It'll be fast. Don't go anywhere. We're going to find out exactly what Magnus has in store on queen c4. All right, and we actually have already had a response.
Bishop d8.
To queen to c4 with bishop to d8.
Felt good to stretch my legs for those, 15 seconds there.
Yeah,
I feel a little bit better.
Well, it wasn't meant to be a long break. We're just trying to make sure we're all on the same page here. Thank you to everybody that's with us, regardless of where you are. Twitch, Chess.com. You're in for a treat because the 2018 World Chess Championship will come to an end today, and we already have decisive action. So, all right, bishop to d8. This feels like...
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the
Fabiano is going to struggle to justify this kind of extended pawn. But Magnus going out of his way to just make sure the pawn goes nowhere.
Yeah, and I guess there's still these ideas with sacrificing the h4 square. So let's say if white castles, because, well, my king can't stay in the center forever, I'm always spying on this h4 pawn. Not immediately. I'm not going to sack just yet. But at some point I will. For example, after a castle kingside, maybe I'll start with queen to h3.
Okay.
And now the point is bishop takes h4 is a pretty big threat.
Let's show that why. So if a random move is made, these are the kind of variations where white gets himself mated.
Yep. Because g2, and then if you go queen e4 to protect g2,
right.
Then knight f3 check, and you have to sacrifice your queen just to stop mate.
Okay. So that's not a line that white wants. But after castles, queen h3, is there some other way I take advantage of your kind of, you're all in here on h4?
Well, it doesn't matter anymore.
He doesn't even want a castle.
But this is what I was talking about before. Levon Aronian in game 12, he's influencing me here. E4 is just like, I'm just got to play that move.
No, this is a great idea.
Because
to counteract white's active knight, you get an active knight of your own, and maybe come into f3.
Yeah, and after e4, how do you stop knight e5? You play bishop d4. But why I don't like bishop d4 so much is maybe bishop a5 check. Where's your king going?
Walk the dog up.
But then queen f3 check, and then you resign because you lose your.
Yes, I was testing you again. F plus.
But make king f1?
Crazy. Funny thing to note, you can't move your knight without a
Yes.
fork emote. So this would be very, very strange for both sides.
So I'm not really sure the evaluation of that, but it's heating up. That's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, Black's. Are we up a pawn in the position? No, it's even. Okay. I just keep looking at the c6 pawn like his fate is determined, that he will not be on the board too much longer. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's why Fabiano plays knight d5 and wants to be fully committed to that pawn not going anywhere.
Oh, but there are definitely issues across the board. e4 is just begging to be played with knight e5 coming after, and I'm struggling really to figure out how Fabiano stops this, because knight e5 feels very powerful, coming either d3 or f3 and wreaking havoc on the board. So I think you have to play bishop d4 to really stop it. But I'm not convinced you do.
There's nothing here, right? This is just too much.
Well, I can take on h4 actually.
I'm back to your line of mating me.
Well, or take with a knight, whichever. I can make at least a draw if I take with a knight on h4.
Well, no, I think you got a lot more than that, as long as you don't miss the fork, right?
Right.
Okay, yeah, I agree.
It also actually, knight e5 still comes there anyway. Everything's a problem after my knight.
So I have to play bishop d4.
And then I throw in that check, because if I play bishop a5, you play bishop c3. Oh, I don't have knight e5 yet. I almost blundered that, because knight e7 check once more. That's the fork. So e4 was just played. Magnus.
Okay, here we go. We're going to find out what both sides have in store with the sharpest potential avenue for this game to take, honestly.
Yeah.
E4 is, again, if you missed our special guest in Game 12, Lev Aronian highlighted this idea as kind of a common theme for Black, to push this pawn and then open up the new square for the knight. And, okay, I think that may end up being something we see here. So is bishop d4 really forced, or is there some other move that we haven't considered yet? Man.
You can't let knight e5
so
happen.
nerve-wracking. What?
You just can't let knight e5 happen. I don't believe you can. And, when we keep talking about how Lev, I keep saying how he's influenced me in my decision-making, that's actually what I think a sign. I'm not calling myself a good player, but in general, good players, they hear plans.
You are a good player. You can call yourself a good player if we're on camera.
Yeah, they try to apply it to various positions, right? So we know that the light squares are weak. There's no light square bishop for white.
Right.
The queen's on f5, well placed. I need to take advantage of it, and I really want to get the knight to e5. Yep. And so when we play bishop d4, it's a response. I don't see another move, frankly. I just do not see what else. You maybe bishop f4, but that doesn't feel any better. It feels loose. Actually, bishop f4. There's rook a5 even coming in there.
Yeah, rook a5 would actually
removing the guard. And rook c5 is a threat, because the pawn on d6 is actually protecting
that would be crazy, and a very quick turn of things for white. So the only other option is if the knight comes back to c3 in some positions.
But knight e5 still.
Yeah, we were looking at some lines like
knight
this.
Knight d3 check.
Right? But here you just win the exchange.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's no way I'm happy about that.
Because you're going to lose. You're also going to lose the pawn. So queen takes d4, knight e4, take on c1, rook takes his force, and rook a6, and there goes that last pawn. And at best,
I wanted this, but it's not enough.
At best, white is making a draw here.
Yep,
right?
At best, agreed.
Probably a very bad position.
Okay, so instead of that, what do we... so there's no other way to justify knight c3, so I'll give up that idea. But maybe there's nothing wrong with bishop d4 from the perspective after check, as long as we don't play king e2. Right?
So king f1.
King f1.
Do I have bishop d... I'm not sure if bishop d2 quite works, or if I show queen f3 first.
So if queen f3, you're preventing me from, kind of fixing my situation here. And I hate that. And where do I put the rook?
Right. Bishop d2 feels like an idea coming as well. So
well, one fun line is just to show, if black gets this, where do I put the rook? Because there's ideas like queen d1.
Yeah, and that would be a forced draw at the very least for black.
Right. Check. Jack. Bob's your uncle. Fetchable. And again, we're highlighting a lot of these draw lines because if Magnus Carlsen has an opportunity to take something like this from a match strategy, he will no longer be criticized for taking the draw at this point.
There's a funny comment here about the live position. c7 stops knight e5 and is not a chicken move. So firstly, they've been listening to Levon criticize me. And knight e5 doesn't work after c7. It looks pretty tactile, but the problem is after pawn takes bishop, it's getting a queen with check. Now knight e7 check comes and losing your queen on the spot for black. So that would be a tragic occurrence. So c7 is indeed a possibility here.
Right.
But what happens after c7, I think you can just take it.
And you're taking advantage of the pin.
There's a large pin there. And after knight takes
So
c7,
if takes
knight e5.
knight e5.
And where does your queen even go?
Right.
In fact, yeah,
do I have some weird move?
No, I have rook takes. Oh, can't do that. Wait, c7 was played.
Take a8 with check.
c7 was played.
Whoa. Well, here was my idea. Whoa, but look. He already takes on c7.
Way. Knight e5. Okay,
he's calculated something. Magnus may have just calculated something.
I think in the position you have in the analysis board after queen d5, just rook to. Oh, rook a7 loses the rook, so rook b8, and now you can't castle.
And black can't go anywhere.
If if white castles, you lose your knight at c7 because rook takes c7.
And you can't take back because knight f3 wins the queen.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
I'm really worried for Fabiano here.
This could be the match.
Yeah.
If c7 was miscalculated.
Yes, I mean just knight e5. What other move do you have besides queen d5? Because if you go queen to e2, that feels very passive, and I probably just throw in knight d3 check anyway. Oh my gosh, look what happens.
Look how quickly Magnus found this idea. He had already calculated it.
If you play queen e2,
yeah.
I throw in knight d3 check.
Okay.
Now you need to go king d2 because otherwise when I take on c1, you can take with a rook. But knight c1, rook c1, I have queen a5 check at the end, winning the knight on c7. Otherwise, you would have two minor pieces for a rook, but after queen a5 check, you lose this knight on c7. Black goes up material and is... Wow. There's so many tactics in this position.
I wonder if that's the line that Fabiano missed.
Well, even if he missed, I still think Black was the one gaining all the momentum, right? That's what Lev said. These kind of rapid time controls, you need to play with the momentum. You need to really have the initiative going your way, and I think this is just terrible for White now.
Wow. This is... If he wins the first two games of the rapid portion, if that's not him sort of like silencing the critics with the shush emote,
he is
right.
He is.
That's what he's doing.
And
right?
he's doing it to Kasparov, to Big Gary.
He's silencing Kasparov himself, right, with his ability to win in rapid. I mean, at this point,
it's actually,
I don't see what Fabiano does here.
It's actually funny because when Kasparov put that tweet out, I completely disagreed with it. I saw it, and we were talking after we left the studio. I was mad. I was very upset about how the draw happened, not the draw itself.
Right.
But when Gary said, "Oh, he's lost his nerves," no, he came in with an exact plan. He accomplished it.
He was just following through on his strategy.
And so I think that he does deserve credit. And I made some comments that were just in a moment of being upset with, like, neither player deserves to be world champion. Honestly, both players would be very deserving world champions. Because it just, for me, Magnus Carlsen has not lost head-to-head against Fabiano Caruana in over 3 years in a classical time control game. This is a classical world championship. Yes, it's being decided in the penalty kicks of chess and a quicker time control, but I mean, I think Magnus is showing that
you described it well. It's the penalty kicks of chess. There are World Cup games deciding the penalty kicks, right?
Yep.
I mean, that's what happens, and that's what this rapid tiebreak is all about. And Magnus trust in his ability to just outplay his opponent when you don't have as much time to figure out preparation. We don't have as much time on the clock. And right now, Fabiano is he just seems out of sorts. And to be fair, he lost the first game very closely, right? He almost defended a really tough game. If he draws that game, maybe he's not so all in this one here, right? Because we're talking about the fact that he played the move, c5 and then knight d5, and he's just like, which I'm applauding him for, because I think you have to try to do something to win. But now we're in a situation where Magnus has just outcalculated his opponent, and it looks like, again, the variation that Robert gave, we'll just show it. The queen comes back, and the point is, this would be just fine for White if not for this check at the end of the rainbow, and Black wins the knight on c7. If the king goes to f1, note that now the rook can just be taken, because after bishop takes, the knight has no defense. That's exactly why we're trying to force the king to come to d2 after the move knight to d3 check. And so, oh wow.
I think it's, I hate to say it so strongly, but I think this one is just about over, because queen d5, I mean, I guess that's your only chance, right? So you play queen d5.
Okay.
And after rook a to b8, I think that's the right move, just getting your rook out of danger. Now rook takes b2 is a threat. So if you castle, you lose your knight on c7. We discussed this.
The point is, White is just kind of stuck here, right? You're stuck. You can't castle. Again, to show the discovery.
Whoa. Knight d5, offering his queen up. But okay, you can't take it just yet. But knight d5 is a shocking move, because you can take that queen two different ways. But, we got to the bat cave, to the analysis board. After knight d5, wow, I wouldn't never consider that move. But knight e7 check is a legitimate threat. So if you go rook takes c4, I have knight e7 check, king to f8. I take your queen, and currently white is up a piece. So even after knight d3 check, king somewhere, take on c1, I take back. Now I have 2 minor pieces for the rook, and white is probably winning in a position like this. Mm-hmm. But I think black would be wise to avoid knight e7, and there it is, king h7. I was about to say, moving my king away from the checks is very smart.
A simple move, maybe the thing that wins this position.
And
now.
knight e7,
white has too many things hanging.
Knight e7 still is the fork heard around the world, but the difference is after knight e7, you go queen to f3. And so you can take my rook on c8, but your queen is under attack by my knight as well. And so the rook on h1 is hanging with check, the queen is hanging 2 different ways. Not enough for Fabiano to hold on to this one. This is it's falling down.
Falling down. Oh my gosh.
Which means that he's in, if we thought he was in must-win territory with this game,
talk about must-win territory next game. Next game, literally all Magnus needs is a draw for a clean
with
sweep.
the white pieces.
That's not the place you want to be.
No.
That's not like, remember like Happy Gilmore had his happy place? That's not your happy place.
And maybe we see a Petrov, because then he's like, Petrov is not a good opening. If white wants to make a draw, white will make a draw in the Petrov.
By force.
So Fabiano would play
with
Sicilian.
Probably several lines he's prepared.
I assume Fabiano will play Sicilian if Magnus plays e4 in that game, but if you're...
Wowzers.
If you're Magnus Carlsen, you're just...
You're cruising right now.
You're cruising. And,
right?
And I keep going back in my head to that Kasparov tweet about Magnus losing his nerves. Does it look like he lost his nerves? And I've obviously so much respect for Gary, and I'm not trying to, start a fight with him. But the point is that I think a lot of people, not just Gary, he's just the biggest name that we can draw from, said, oh, Magnus has lost his nerves. All of a sudden, Fabiano is, fine. Magnus said, no, Fabiano is not fine when it comes to rapid. I am a multi-time world rapid champion. At least I think it's been multiple times. I am at 2880. He's 2780. 100 points stronger by the rating system. And so match format or not, which I thought was a great point by Maxime Vacher-Lagrave and Hikaru Nakamura and Levon, they're all saying that in a match format things are different.
Yep.
But clearly not so different that it overcomes that huge rating deficit.
Yep. Well, fascinating, and I know we're talking like the writing's on the wall, but that's because this game is...
Oh, the writing
is completely winning for black.
It's on the board.
It's happening. It's happening right before our very eyes. Magnus Carlsen proving why he is the strongest human chess player on the planet in all facets of the game: blitz, rapid, and classical. And even if he, you and I talked about this, it almost seems a little bit weird that Magnus unable to prove himself the best player in both his last 2 matches, right? He was unable to win in classical against Sergei Karyakin as well. Needed the rapid tiebreak to take it home. He's in the same spot here. He needs the rapid to take it home, but given the Magnus was who we thought they were, right? The format is what it is, and he knows where he's best, and he also understands that from a risk management perspective, if he has the opportunity to put his opponent in a position where he just knows they're not good, he'll go for it.
Yeah, and from a match strategy perspective, you can't blame him. Especially he's hindsight, whatever, he's proving it over the board right now. But there is something said about classical chess and how these are being decided in rapid games. I feel from both players' perspective. As I mentioned before, Fabiano has not beaten Magnus over the board in classical chess in 3 years. And by the same token, Magnus won the last World Championship in this tie-breaks. And he's well on his way to winning this one in the rapid. So something is a little...
Right now, Fabiano probably just gathering himself emotionally because... I think he knows this one's done, right?
I feel bad. Honestly, these are the type of moments where, yes, I have to do my job as a commentator, but as a friend to the player, it feels really unfortunate. Where I'm trying to put all my biases aside.
And again, we had Lev joining us. If you happen to miss the result in the game 1, that was really a very, Levon said, I give credit to Fabiano for just being so tough.
He resigned.
And indeed, Fabiano
Peter
Caruana
Docker is telling us on
has
site
resigned.
Resignation happened.
Kind of said that a few minutes ago that after King H7 we would see resigns, and we have. And let's clarify the tactics here so everyone understands fully why this position is over. Currently on the board, white is up a piece, so you're like, what, right? But there's a skewer. The queen is being attacked, and the rook behind it is under fire. The queen has no safe squares to move to without some other sort of devastating tactic happen, based on the fact that the queen is being attacked twice, and there's a threat of knight to d3 check, forky mode, all up in the king and rook's business. Where does the queen go to stop this threat? We talked about maybe you try to play a kamikaze move knight e7. You show me mine, I show you yours. I don't think that's how that saying goes, but I said it. After queen f3, we have a rook and queen still hanging. If the queen, and again, that's just devastating amounts of material. Rook falling with check. The king also going to be under a huge attack.
The queen's under attack twice.
The queen's under attack
not
twice.
Not just the rook, it's also the knight.
Where does the queen go anyway?
So let's say queen e2. Then I go knight d3 check.
Knight d3 check.
King d1.
And now you can even take the knight.
Yeah,
you don't even need the
I'll take the rook first with a
right.
knight, and then I'll pick up your knight.
I was going to say, the king's probably, we're picking between flavors here.
Oh, I was saying with my knight.
Yeah, take with the knight. Okay,
Yeah.
and then after the rook takes, you get queen takes d5 with check. It's over in a number of different ways.
And one final thing I'd like to show is after queen b5. It looks like you're just getting everything out, but rook takes c1 happens. And after bishop takes knight d3 check, and down goes f2.
Another problem.
Yeah, you have too many problems to deal with
Too many
here.
problems, not enough time.
Yeah, queen f2, king c3, and then knight rook c8 check, and your king has nowhere to go. Ouch.
Fate is happening.
What do they say in Austin Powers?
Material.
Ouch, kibibbles? Is that
what are they? Where do they say
isn't
that?
that Austin Powers?
Oh.
I don't know. Maybe
I don't know. Ouch town is good enough for me. Been using that pun for a long time. But all right, we have a quick break coming up right now. We will potentially check in with some of our special guests. Like we said, these rapid games are happening so fast, and everybody's got them scheduled. So we're hoping to have one of our special guests lined up for you. But either way, don't go anywhere. Rob and I will be right back with true must-win territory now for the Challenger. And the action is as hot as it's ever been.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is.
Is that really, all we're going to say about it?
Because I mean, it's
are you impressed?
I'm super impressed.
Yeah.
Honestly, and I'm even less than suppressed. I never suppress myself. Even less than impressed. I'm surprised.
You're more than impressed. You're just so speechless
right now. I'm more than impressed, right?
Yeah.
I'm surprised that the matchup is this big of a mismatch.
Yeah.
In Rapid.
And I mean, it really comes down to the first game, right? Because Magnus won that first game. He put an immense amount of pressure on Fabiano to win with the white pieces.
Yep.
He sort of went all in.
Right.
He was holding nothing back. I was waiting for the movie.
Exactly.
But he's holding nothing back. It's the last game of the year.
Yep.
And he's just trying to get a win, where maybe in the position to call for a little bit of a tamer approach.
Yep.
And so the C5 push, maybe a little early. But the point is that I was wondering if having white in the first Rapid game would be a huge advantage for Magnus, because when you start thinking about he's the favorite, if he wins that first game, yes, of course, Fabiano can strike back, but the mentality shifts a lot.
And let's get somebody who can speak to the mentality, because unfortunately that may be all that we really have time to have her speak on. She is Hoi Fan, and she's been joining us with amazing insights given her experience as a super strong chess player against both these players, and as someone who's played in 3 World Championship matches. So we'll get her perspective right now as we have her join the show. She's already in the analysis board and ready to give her thoughts on what we just saw here in Game 2. Ifan, can you hear us? Are you there?
Oh, hi, Dan. Yeah, I can hear clearly.
So I saw you making some moves here on the board while we were waiting to have you. So first of all, let me ask: Are you surprised at where we stand right now? Is a 2-0 lead for the world champion, or in hindsight, being 2020, is this what we should expect given just how strong of a rapid and blitz player we know Magnus Carlsen is?
Well, to be honest, I'm not surprised while I jumped in to follow the second game, because the first position I saw was somewhere around 22-6, and I felt like actually both of the players have chances. And considering that Magnus actually had won the first game, and this position is really complicated, and Fabiano is kind of under short time, I thought actually he got this chance, let's say, could be 2-0. So I'm not surprised at this moment, but if you ask me yesterday, for example, would you imagine like 2-0? I would say unlikely, but not like there's no chance.
Right.
Because it really depends on how first game goes on. But considering there's 4 rapid games, I would think that somehow the strategy for Fabiano in the second game was, could be discussed. Might be a little bit skeptical in the game.
And Ifan, speaking of unlikely versus impossible, it seems very unlikely that Fabiano Caruana will beat Magnus 2 games in a row in the rapid format. But what do you think his chances are, considering he starts game 3 with the black pieces?
You mean whether Fabiano could be the person like 2-0?
Yeah, could beat Magnus 2 games in a row.
Point,
yeah. Come back.
That doesn't sound very hopeful.
His black next game, I would say, with very rare chance.
But it's kind of a sports cliche. You have to play. Go ahead.
More chance if there is someone else who's sitting opposite to him, but if it's Magnus who's having white pieces and who's really good at rapid blitz, it would make things more unlikely. But everything could happen, so we still need to have. We still could see like what will happen next game.
Yeah. Right. I was just going to say it. Maybe it's a sports cliche, 1 game at a time anyway, right? I mean, obviously the chances of winning 3 games in a row, or even just 2 in a row, and then a draw are very unlikely, but you can only do that by winning 1 game, right? So now Fabiano has to find a way to create winning chances with the second move, which we know is a very difficult task. Magnus Carlsen or anybody,
Yeah, exactly. If, for example, the second game ended in a draw, I would say the match is still pretty unclear. But with 2-0, Fabiano kind of, brought himself to a very tough position.
Yeah.
Right.
But that doesn't mean there's 0 chance. We still need to see. But to be honest, looking at the quality of the both games, I thought Magnus did a great job. He didn't have any huge mistakes. Probably some moves are inaccurate, but on contrary, I thought, Fabiano had more dubious moves.
Right.
So even from the quality perspective, it makes things more complicated.
Right. Well, do you have any other thoughts here? We're kind of sitting here waiting for Game 3 to start. We know that there's, we may be talking about the end of the championship here after the next game, but in hindsight, was there perhaps a safer approach for Fabiano? I mean, C5 and C6, like you said, is kind of an opportunity for both players to get a win. Would there, what do you do in these situations now that you've already lost game 1? Do you try to play for something more simple, or castles, or positional knight b5, or would you advise Fabi did the right thing and he's just not quite on his best game?
Well, to be honest, at the very beginning, I wasn't so sure. Well, see, the second game, there will be 2 games, tiebreak, or 4 games, because what Fabiano showed seems like it will be the last game, either win or lose. Therefore, he chose something like c5, c6. I mean, it's tempting, but to be honest, objectively, White has a lot of options. And could be, because this knight on g6 could either be good or bad, right? So if White just slowly enhances the position, and after the short castle, pay attention to some sacrifice like bishop h4. For Black, it's more difficult to coordinate the pieces, but instead he went for something really concrete. And normally it occurs while you really need to fight for a win. And lost the game or draw the game makes no difference to you. But then I rechecked the regulation. Actually, there are 4 games, so I would say that there might be some other options to handle better in this position under this particular situation.
Right.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And I guess I have a more general question. I mean, Fabiano tested Magnus in this Sveshnikov time and time again, who's very happy to repeat openings with the white pieces. And do you think that was, okay, maybe it's easy to say, oh, it wasn't the right decision because he lost the game, but just as a more general point of view, do you think it was the right decision to continuously repeat the same opening lines that Magnus more or less knew were coming?
Well, it's rapid game, so I thought that the opening choice doesn't really count as that heavy as in the classical games. So I thought his option wasn't really influence the result, but that doesn't mean if he changed the option, the result would be better or even worse. So we don't know, but to be honest, I thought the main problem is not his opening choice at all.
Well, but I was going to say, I mean, to make it about the opening choice, not to kind of agree with Robert, if we're talking about this match in hindsight, what comes to my mind is Kasparov-Kramnik 2000, right? It's irrelevant how you feel about the position. Kasparov was convinced White was better in the Berlin. If you're not getting the results you want, the definition of insanity, right? Trying the exact same thing and expecting different results. Not to call anybody insane. I'm just quoting the Einstein line, right? The point is, at what point do you just have to accept the writing on the wall and maybe try to find something different?
Right now, because Fabiano played a Sicilian. Right.
At least right now he is, right? Yeah. He's not going to continue to play the Petrov. But I guess that'll be a storyline, Yvonne. Last thoughts on that comment I made about whether you just have to accept that the opening just may not be working at this time.
Which opening might not be working?
Saying that White just kept, Fabiano with the white pieces just kept going back to the Sveshnikov.
I thought that's fine. I mean, because the opening has no special definition, like it would be too complicated or too simple, so that suits the situation. And actually, I thought he got a kind of okay position, not completely ideal, but comfortable after the opening. So cannot be blamed on the opening option.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair point. I definitely think there's a lot of merit to that. I'm not saying it's the only reason why he's struggling, but I think you're right. It's not the opening stage of the game that was causing him problem as much as maybe understanding certain plans or just the match situation. We have to take all that into account, which I feel like I haven't done a fair job of doing. So.
Well, definitely want to just take into account thanking you before we let you go, Yvonne. I know that you kind of squeezed us in here. You got a very busy schedule, and you've made the Chess.com coverage of the World Chess Championship a regular part of your month.
Yep.
I can't thank you enough. This has been amazing. We hope you had a good time. Hopefully, you'll consider joining us for other commentary opportunities in the future, and enjoy the rest of your evening there as we dive into Game 3.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I saw that Game 3 already starts and Sicilian.
Yep. Thanks, Yvonne.
Thank you, Yvonne. We'll let you go, and we're gonna dive into this one here.
Okay, thank you. Cheers.
Cheers. Love that. So
cheers. It's very London of her.
Yeah.
She's,
and
she's in London, or, at Oxford.
Yep. And we see this position on the board where Magnus has firm control over the center, right? That's why you play early c4 against the Sicilian. And the point is that, you just make d5 much harder to play. You gain some space.
This is a very safe way to play the Sicilian, right? If we're talking about the sharpest lines of the open Sicilian being things like this, d4, and we can get a time mono, we can get all kinds of stuff. Magnus playing the risk of c4 is it's a slow line for white, so this isn't necessarily the most dangerous approach that white can take. Maybe Fabio's going to try to mix it up now with the move bishop c5, but I agree with you. This is a nice practical decision here.
And bishop c5 feels weird because I can go knight b3 and attack. I guess that's the point, is to kick the knight out of the center. But knight b3 attacks the bishop on c5 and make sure I'm not losing a piece. And then where's that bishop going? It's probably going to go to e7. And actually, in some ways, this approach from Caruana's perspective is something you want. You want to keep some pieces on the board, and the fact that the position is not symmetrical, right? Black gave up a c-pawn for white's d-pawn, means that pawn breaks are going to be different for both sides here.
That's why we play the Sicilian, right? To create dynamic chances. That's why Magnus Carlsen has stuck to it.
Yep.
On today, in this month's match, not on today's show, and on today's show, he did indeed stick with it. So what are the theory here? This is not the most common variation. I'm a Sicilian player, lifetime Sicilian player, but I've never played a Taimanov. I don't know the theory in this line.
Nor do I.
Okay, I was going to say I didn't know if one of us was gonna have some knowledge here.
you have two main options, right? Knight to c2 or knight to c3.
Okay.
You can take on c6, but if you take on c6, I guess this is where we should start, because you can capture piece immediately. If you take back with the b pawn, d5 is still very difficult to play, so you actually can play like this from white, play knight c3 to sort of develop your light square bishop, castle king side, and play this way. So that's not actually a bad way to play. And if you're playing where you only need a draw, maybe it's a
one way to approach. Go. But it is also positionally a success for black normally when white makes these sort of trades in a Sicilian, right? It opens the b file. It does help over-control the center, even if d5 is not an immediate possibility.
And black will probably play e5 instead, actually.
And Magnus, his willingness to keep the pieces on the board, despite the fact that we know all he needs is a draw to clinch and defend his title as world champion. If you're just joining us, as you can see there, from the awesome visual graphic there, we have only half a point left for Magnus to reach that goal of 2.5 out of 4.
Yep.
And remain world champion. So he's won the first 2 games here in the rapid tiebreaker, frankly in dominating fashion. So doesn't matter how you define dominance, right? Maybe Fabiano not having his best, Magnus having everything he needs. Winning game 1 was really the key, right? You really set the tone, and likely we are headed toward a Magnus Carlsen. I don't know. I mean, I would be surprised if he's not able to get the draw here, based on what we've seen so far.
Yeah, it's still very early in this game, so a lot of play left. But we just based on his play in the previous games, it seems like him losing is not very likely. But in a position like this, black is trying to develop quickly and then kind of make a counter strike. The problem is bishop on c5 is actually not a great piece. You tend to get in trouble with that there. Firstly, bishop e3 can happen at any moment, just offering the exchange of the pieces. Knight c3 can then go to a4 at some moment, challenging the bishop. Knight c3 can be followed by rook to b1, trying to play b4.
Yep, also typical idea.
All of these options are in white's favor here.
So what's the pro of the bishop here? Or is black going to play a6 and try to keep it on this diagonal here?
You can attempt that. I think the big pro is you force the knight back. You got a developing move and kick the knight back.
And you're playing a bit of a not necessarily a sideline, but a bit of a way to create something controversial on the chessboard, right? And that's what black has to do here.
And I saw someone said I would sack on f2. And well, actually, that raises the question: can I start putting pressure on the f2 square?
Right.
And queen b6 comes to mind as a move.
Yeah, even queen h4 comes to mind.
Queen h4, yep, one of those moves. But I think either way, white will respond with queen to e2, and you're blocking on your own bishop. But at the same time, you can play g3, bishop g2, and black can't compete in the center quite yet because you can never play d5 with all my pawns facing that square. And after queen b6, honestly, knight c3 comes in more force because the knight a4 hits the queen as well at some point. So
something tells me this is like the overly kind of direct. Yes, we're not going to take f2 or play queen b6. You have to win, but you also have to play your best chess. And I think a6 makes the most sense from principled point of view, you got to justify the development of the bishop. Or, there are a lot of lines in the Taiwanov where the bishop will come back to e7, and the reason for that, as much as that looks just like a horrible loss of tempo for everyone, the reason for that is that, okay, just to make the move, sometimes when you eventually have to play d6 anyway, this bishop is a very important piece to guard your critical center pawn that's on an open file. So it's a waste of time, but it's also a potential necessity in some of these structures.
And to show, if you play d6 right away, once I kick your bishop, right, you're going to have a much harder time protecting the pawn.
You can even play something like this, and once this bishop is kicked, now you can visualize how weak that pawn will become, right?
Yep, and
okay, so
moves.
black plays castles, also totally fine.
So knight c3, knight 6,
quickly had knight c3, castles, indeed. Yep.
And bishop e3. Okay, that makes perfect sense. Trading off pieces is definitely to Magnus's benefit, considering the match situation, right? If he makes the draw, he wins. We'll say that many, many times here, because he is up 2-0, and so he needs just the half point. And so let's see. Bishop e3. Can black avoid trading? Doesn't really look like it. You're just wasting time now. Bishop e7, you talked about that.
I think you kind of have to go bishop e7 in some of these positions, because one, you want to avoid trading, and two, as I said, that bishop is a valuable piece. It's like where we've talked about the... Ooh. Well, that's an interesting way to avoid trading. b6.
Saying that if you capture me, at least my structure improves, because now I've controlled the d4 square. The real downside of playing c4 and e4 is you don't have the same control over d4, right? The square in between them. You want to push that pawn back to e3 and say you're not getting
these pawns overextended creates outpost squares. And again, okay, white has other things going for him, right? The open d file, the d6 square, also a target. So this is a... it's not to say that black would just be in heaven if you trade on c5, but that is a way to kind of avoid the trade, or at least to be like, all right, if you trade, you're going to improve my position a little bit, plus b6 does help develop the bishop.
And then you start thinking in terms of, like, down the line, if you do trade on c5 and the pawn goes to c5, you want to trade off, keep one of your knights that goes to d4 against a light square bishop. That's sort of the theme, something like that. But neither side is budging on this trade, because if black takes on e3, the white knight improves from c2 to e3. If white takes on c5, then the semi-open b file can give black some counterplay that he doesn't have in the current position.
This is reminding me of some variations of the Nimzo Indian, where a very, very similar approach, where black has to be very careful that white doesn't get something like b4 in, and when this bishop is gone, the dark squares just start to just fall apart. And so there are variations very similar in the Nimzo where black will just voluntarily retreat the bishop, right, just to get it into a square where he knows he's got protection for his critical weaknesses.
Right.
So I think this is fine right now. Black is kind of calling white's bluff a little bit, like, all right, if you take, you're going to improve my position, and we're going to continue to build on that. But here comes a3, and I'm guessing black would have to play a5 to kind of just keep the tension.
That looks really ugly. a3, a5. I mean, yes, it's sort of thematic.
Very much like that Nimzo.
Right.
You know the line I'm talking about.
I know exactly
what you're talking about. So this is and now because here knight a4 comes in and b6 is weak.
Yeah, so you play f3 just to solidify your center, and then knight a4 comes next, and b6 is a target.
And this is under target, actually through the x-ray, like bishop sort of x-ray goggles seeing through this bishop. There's an immediate attack on on b6 if the knight comes there. I expect to see a3 just because it's sort of the typical move here.
Yeah. I mean, it makes perfect sense. Okay, queen d2. I guess he's saying I'll play a3 when I want to. It doesn't really matter too much. You can swing a rook to d1, and the question of which rook belongs on d1, probably the f rook, because you might want your rooks in d1 and c1 rather than d1 and e1, just because there's going to be some action where you push forward a3, b4, and play along the queen side. So.
And white's just a little bit better, like microscopically better. Fabiano trying to do his best to play quickly, right?
And rook d8, just at least pretending like you're threatening d5. You aren't yet, but at some point you might be. So I'd just go a3. I'd continue with your exact plan of a3 here.
Yep. a3, and so queen d2 was played. I'll update the analysis board. Rook to d8.
I like a3. Why do I have to do anything different than plan?
Well, and again, you force either a decision by black. The bishop's going to have to trade because here comes b4. Or you have to play a5, which is a super committal move on the queen side. Not just from the knight a4 perspective, the b5 square. The way black justifies this, though, everyone, if you're wondering, okay, is this just doom and gloom again for Fabiano? The way you justify this is when this knight leaves, you look for the center. So whether d5 can be played tactically or not, this is sort of the idea,
and
right?
E4, you have to worry about e4 as well, so that's why it was...
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yes, e4 is also hanging down. Yeah. So this is why knight a4 is not just lights out. You'd have to play f3, and what black is looking to do is to be as active in the center as he can before white has time to kind of gang up on this weakness. So that's okay. That makes sense as to why Magnus is maybe being more patient than my suggestion of the direct a3, right? Rook f to d1.
Yep. And so just really trying to prevent d5 and that counterplay that comes in the center. Because if black isn't getting that kind of counterplay, then what's black doing? You're sort of sitting on the position, which is fine. It's not like black is in any danger, but white's not in any danger either. And when you need a win, you try to mix things up. But perhaps it's more practical just to bide your time, just to say, I'll poke at your position little by little, make you, try to induce a weakness here and there. I just don't really see how those weaknesses are induced because white's not forced to do anything he doesn't want to do. F3 is
This is just such a smart decision. If you're just Magnus playing this c4 Sicilian in hindsight, I know it's we're impressed by Magnus Carlsen's play in rapid, so that's obvious, right? And we're not playing favorites at all. Our job as commentators to describe what's happening. What's happening is Magnus is up 2-0 and now making just a really good practical decision, I think. I applauded him for the Botvinnik English in game one. I thought it was very smart, and I think Levon Aroni, when he joined us, he agreed. It was just a nice way to start things off. Gave him a very Magnus-ish position to push. And now the c4 line, kind of the same structure as a Botvinnik English, funnily enough, right? It's just a closed position that, as you can see now, it's going to be kind of hard for black to bust things open. Although I do like knight e5.
Yeah, I like Fabiano's opening choice as well, right? It's not just, Fabiano made a good choice, and then Magnus made a good sort of
counter
response.
Choice. Right.
And so now the question is, okay, e4 is under attack. So do I want to play f3, which feels a little bit kind of lame because d5 now at least is something that I have to consider.
I haven't even calculated, but I feel like I would play it without thinking.
Yes.
You just have to get activity.
Right. And so I don't want to play f3 in this position just yet. Maybe I can play bishop f. I don't want to play that either. Let's say bishop
g5,
f4.
but then maybe h6.
Yeah, I think bishop f4 is that a possibility?
Okay, interesting.
I said it with a question mark as well.
Bishop f4, and then maybe even you can't go there because e4 hangs in the end. In fact, now you have to make that decision.
Yeah.
Bishop pair or the e-pawn. Which one do you want?
I want both, but I can't get it. Yeah, this is not ideal.
So it's not ideal. You don't. And the reason we're saying that is because in a position like this, if you move the bishop and prevent me from winning the dark square bishop, e4 looks like it's falling.
If you play bishop g5, then h6. So actually, just took on c5.
Took on c5 as a way to deal with this, and
I'm guessing he's gonna go queen e3 now. To get out of the d
I was going to say f3 so that I could keep this queen d6, but you're saying d5's coming.
Yeah.
Okay. So then yes, probably queen e3. Don't want the queen on that file anymore.
And I put a little bit of pressure on the c5 square. I'll play rook d2, rook d1, and just double my rooks there. I'll eventually play b3 if I have to. There's as long as I don't have any targets for black to exploit, then I think Magnus is doing quite well. But I do like how Fabiano's playing this. He's the dynamics is shifting little by little, where maybe it's less about the d5 break, but I really feel like that's where all the action should be. And yeah, I guess I don't really have anything concrete for black to suggest that anything is going particularly well here. I mean, it's fine.
Okay,
it's fine.
And it's funny is we wouldn't have been upset about this position for black at all if not the match situation.
Exactly.
Right? If it not for the fact that what you see right there is a 2-0 advantage for Magnus Carlsen. He's half a point away from doing what he came to do, right?
Yep.
Defend his title in rapid tiebreak portion, and so that's what he's on pace to do right now, which is why we're critical. We're not critical, but we're saying that's why we're kind of like, hey, where's black's chances, right?
There's very little you can do with the black pieces against someone like Magnus Carlsen. If he wants to draw, oftentimes you can try to steer the game in that direction. You can't force it, but you can steer the game in that direction, and then you have to take risks if you're Caruana. And so I think Caruana's played perfectly well this game. I have no complaints at all with his setup, but I just think I just don't see a way to really play for more. It's not one of those positions that are so double-edged. I think that's what Magnus has done particularly well. He started trading a few pieces. He can play queen e3 now just to close the position. A move like f4 comes to mind as well, saying, well, f4, I'm attacking your knight on e5. I can follow that up by playing pawn e5 myself. The downside is, though, like let's say f4 is played.
Okay.
Knight c6. And let's say I try e5 to go forward. Well, at some point, black will try to break that chain with knight e8, pawn d6, something like that.
Even f6
and f6, one of these moves. Now, all of a sudden, the dynamic changes once more. The d4 square is the one I want. He actually just played f4. So
we may get a line like that.
Interesting. Maybe you don't want to close the bishop, so knight g6. Okay, there, knight g6 just played. I was thinking about it.
So The knight comes here, as Robert just highlighted. The specific purpose, keep the bishop open, which maybe is also trying to get d5, right? Fabi not giving up on that plan just yet.
Yep.
Ooh, he plays d6.
Because he can't play d5. He played
d5. The e-pawn is, I think, pinned.
Well, then you take it, and then you trade queens. But you don't want a queen trade here if you're black.
Right.
Maybe it's fine from a chess point of view, although it still looks a little iffy because
because in the end, even it's a position where white's playing for 2 results because this is the only real weakness on the board.
Right.
So okay, this makes sense. Your queen e3,
d6,
d6 was played.
Yeah, rook d2 followed by rook d1. How are you gonna come after me?
Right. Just a very come and get me, big boy. I got a Maroczy bind structure. I'm just sitting tight, right? Just a very difficult position for black to create winning chances. Not something we would ever be critical of here again, if not for the match situation.
I don't think we're being critical. I just think that...
I think black is fine. It's just now Magnus is just also just rock solid, right? Strong like bull.
As we saw in the classical chess, it's hard to pull a win out of thin air, right? They drew 12 games. These players are so evenly matched for the most part that in order to win a game, sometimes it takes either a big inaccuracy by your opponent, or an oversight, something like that. But yeah, you need to be able to find some chances. You have to keep the tension long enough. You have to keep ideas open. And now rook to d1. I mean,
a6 was played just try to hold the b5 square, just to maybe overprotect the idea that this comes in. But as Robert said, rook to d1 is happening. And so what? We take a second here to gather ourselves, take a deep breath. So what do you do now if you're Fabiano? Do you submit that what you have is what you have? Do you just shuffle till both sides get under time pressure and hope for a blunder?
I mean, you lose before you draw, right? A draw is the same thing as a loss. Who cares about the rating at this point?
No, you would rather lose this than let the game peter out to a peaceful result.
And that's why queen c7 was said. Now d5 has a direct threat, the pawn f4.
Right.
You're spying. So now Magnus seeing queen c7 will probably play g3.
Right.
Now g3 is a bit of a weakening move because it opens up that bishop on b7 to the long diagonal, but the white bishop can come to f3 at any moment and probably will to shut down any ideas there. So this is the real problem, and what you were saying is such a great choice by Magnus, is there not many spots where Fabiano can actually make progress. Where is he going?
Well, that's why I was saying. I mean, I was kind of saying it sort of,
facetiously,
but I was only half kidding because I think at this point, from a practical perspective, don't do anything until both sides are under time pressure, I guess, if you can. It's always risky to do that in an increment game. It's not like either side is going to be down completely on the clock, right? Because they're always gaining a little bit of time back.
I guess my concern is if you don't do anything quick enough from Fabiano's perspective, you could just become worse.
Wow, did he just sort of laugh in the face of danger?
So d5, what is the...
I think he maybe got e5, but then d4.
Okay, so
d5,
I take
he's
it.
just calculated.
Just take it.
Huh?
Probably just take it. After knight takes f4.
You have d6.
No, but the knight e2... Oh, d6 is protected. Yeah, of course.
So it's just a trade, best case scenario.
But that's a great pawn there.
Yeah, you could even take with the knight and keep an eye on this guy. So I think that's one idea.
Yeah.
So, I mean, okay, we highlighted that, of course, queen here is spying the pawn, but I spy with my little eye something you can't do, right? Not yet.
Yeah.
Can't play d5 just yet.
So h6, but it doesn't really help. It just gives the king some luft, so there's no back rank checkmates in the future. I would play bishop f3 as white. If d5 is not working, then bishop f3... Well, bishop f3 actually makes d5 impossible for the most part, so...
Yeah, you can kiss the idea of pushing the pawn goodbye.
And e5 is never an idea for black, because if you play e5, I just go f5 in response and suggest, well, where's your knight going? The f4 square is not one for the taking, because I always have g3 just to keep kicking your knight away.
Well, this is just such a close position, it would just be... You can kiss winning chances goodbye.
Well, then white just goes free attack on the king side.
Right.
G4, H4, rook G2.
Given what we saw Magnus do when all he needed was a draw, he probably play G4 and offer a draw. Right?
He's not going to offer a draw. But
know,
of course,
your
point is well taken.
Yeah.
And the reason why I say he'll not offer a draw, even if he's better, is because
it would be
he
disrespectful.
knows. Yeah, he knows Fabiano.
And that's an important ethical point because I think that obviously we've talked a lot about the draw offer in Game 12 that none of us appreciated, but. When you know your opponent loses the biggest title in chess by a draw, you don't flash it in their face, right?
Yeah.
You don't disrespectful. But okay, Magnus would never do that anyway. We're just sort of saying that he's playing with a free hand here, so to speak. G3, rook D7, bishop F3. So Fabiano, so let's try to play the best view we can, devil's advocate to the fact that black. What do you do to create winning chances here, and maybe It's hard to say winning chances in a safe way, but I just said it. How do you get winning chances in a safe way?
I have no idea.
You don't, right?
I'm trying to come up with stuff because, okay, rook e8, but okay, now d5 is sort of a threat, so maybe I'll just move my queen away, right? I see what black's intention is. I'll go queen f2. Because you want to go d5, right? That's to keep my queen on the line of the rook. That's what you were trying to do. And queen f2 just played. So, you know what I'm doing is for Magnus? I'm just saying I'm just hiding.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just not going to do anything too huge. I'm just going to avoid your threat. So now queen a5 is another option, right? Saying, okay, I'll go queen a5, hitting your knight on c3, maybe your pawn a2, but you leave your d6 pawn. So I can go knight somewhere, knight a4 maybe. Oh, actually, no, I can't because e4 is hanging. So I'll have to go queen e3 back probably.
Right.
And just say, okay, well, now your d6 pawn is hanging.
Do I have d5 now? I would hope.
You're hoping. And
I mean, that would be the only chance of trying to punish your queen and knight being on this 4-key mode.
Maybe, okay, queen e3 is not good. Maybe I'll play rook d3 instead.
But that means queen a5 is, I was going to say, that means queen a5 might be a legit move here by Fabiano. If you force rook d3, I don't know, it looks a little awkward. Okay, it's
awkward.
You know, we're splitting hairs here. It's awkward doesn't mean it's necessarily bad.
Actually, there is a tactic that I just thinking about. Instead of rook d3, you play knight a4.
And if you take e4?
Knight e4, take with a bishop. You take back. I have knight takes c5.
Ah, yeah. Hint town.
Yep.
Hmm.
Something like that is still more than acceptable. Knight to e7 was just played.
That's not the worst move from the perspective that the knight on g6 doesn't have a lot of future.
Good move.
So Russian schoolboyism, you just know that the problem with the knight on g6 is that a pawn on g3 owns it, right? Ownership. And you don't want your knight to be owned by a pawn, so you try to relocate it for a better future.
So I was going to say maybe white will do the same with the c2 knight, but if I go knight e3, I am mildly concerned about knight c6 coming, and you're
d4.
heading for d4. But then maybe I go knight... That's a good attempt here by Fabiano, trying to get that knight back into the action, because the d4 square will, have to highlight that one.
Yep.
It's the one where black has a control of the pawn and white can't counter it with
It's the only square black has more control over than white on the board.
Yeah.
It's not a bad thing, but it is. It's the only square.
Yep.
How exciting would it be if Fabiano wins this game,
That would be pretty epic. And we
right?
shouldn't rule out that actually the 2015 World Cup, was it? When Karyakin was down 2 games to none.
That's right. And
against
did come
Peter
back.
Svidler.
That's right.
2 games in classical chess and won both games.
Miracles do happen.
Yep. And they don't just have to be on ice.
Okay. Speaking of which, Kurt Russell's in a new Santa Claus movie?
Yeah, you told me that. I was
that's weird.
surprised. Yeah, odd.
Get that. But shout out to everybody that's with us. Obviously, we are now all strapped in here. We're not going anywhere. Don't leave. You don't want to miss history. The 2018 World Chess Championship may have its final game being played right now. Or we have a win with the black pieces and potentially a road to the impossible happening, right? So don't go anywhere. Whether you're on Twitch or Chess TV, thank you for being with us. The real question is, can you sit long enough to maybe get in a kind of game
Answer the question.
Okay.
H3.
He's sitting. I mean, this is like a high class waiting move, right? It's not a bad move. H3 has purpose. It guards G4, maybe even prepares G4 in some positions, maybe even opens up a space for the king.
Look at Fabi, rook e to d8 almost instantly.
Very quickly. That's what you got to do.
Yep.
Time pressure.
And
you
bishop
want it to
G2?
be a thing for Magnus, not you. And Magnus knows it. He's like, all right, yeah, I know what you want. I'm not going to get under time pressure. I'll play bishop G2. I'll sit tight.
Honestly, impressive time management by Fabi in this game, because he needs to win, and he's just playing very quickly, realizing that, well, I need to win this game, and one way to do so is by getting advantage in the clock and saying if Magnus is the one in time trouble, he's the one who's more likely to make a mistake. But he's playing very calmly, Magnus is. Bishop G2 makes sense now. The pawn's on H3. There's no knight G4. Kind of junk that's possibly in the air if the pawn's not there. And how does black make progress? Still the question at hand here.
We got everybody building up for D5, right? We want action. We want satisfaction. D5, black has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We include the pawn versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I can count. Apparently, we just proved that on camera.
I'm proud of you.
And the question is, what other breakthroughs do we have, right? The open D file is sort of holding everything back. Knight c6 removes that, but again, now you're hitting d4. The real problem is without a threat, why does white ever change anything about this, right? You're never putting a knight on d4,
right?
Unless I let you go there.
You might play e5 next, though, for black and try to really get that piece there.
Okay, that's
because at the very least, you're gaining more space.
e5 and knight d4?
Yeah, just trying to gain space in the position and go for it. In fact, that seems like a reasonable plan. If I'm white, I'm considering the move g4, but I'm not sure. Maybe black can still play e5 there. But actually g4 is interesting because if you play e5, then I'll play g5, I think. And I get d5 before you get d4.
That would be a problem.
But this is all of a sudden very double-edged here because that knight's still coming in
This
d4.
would be a position I think we're normally, despite the match situation, saying white's in control.
Right, because you get to the critical square first.
Yeah.
So
I think g4 is the right move here by Magnus. And again,
it's honestly more defensive than aggressive.
Some
people may think, why does Magnus have to go for an attack?
It's almost a necessary space-gaining move for the position.
Yep.
A necessary move, as aggressive as it looks.
Yeah, it's funny because you think g4, I'm going for a checkmate on the king side. No. I'm really trying to kick this knight away to prevent you from playing e5. It's actually a preventative move, which is fascinating that chess has these type of ideas. But g4 looks very strong.
Right.
Because once I go g4, now my queen can go onto the new diagonal, say to g3 or to h4, and then g5 might come anyway. And maybe it's time to start an attack.
Right. I think he's
g4 played.
He's only playing g4 to give me the chance to use my emote. My channel emote. Gotta use it.
I don't even know what your emote is. So
I have a g4 emote.
Do you?
Specifically for moments like this when g4 is by far the best thing in the world.
Okay, well g4 did happen.
G4 hype.
And then queen a5 happened as a response.
Boom.
I like that. That's a good emote.
Yeah.
Queen a5.
We don't get to use my emotes very often because on the chess channel a lot, but I do like my own emotes.
Glad you like yourself.
G4.
So queen e3 or g3? That's the question.
I like g3. I like your initial idea. Guards the knight and keeps the lady over here.
Well, queen e3 also kind of helps g5 happen without putting the queen on a potentially vulnerable square. Not that it's...
Yeah. Well, it's vulnerable if g5 ever comes, right?
Now,
because
now e5 happens, right? And I guess g5 is no longer possible.
E5 right now for black.
Yes.
Oh, interesting. Because of the tempo.
Yeah.
Right, and then the queen is overwhelmed. So that's actually a really good point. So that's an issue with the queen going to g3, and Magnus agrees with that, puts the knight on a4. Okay.
And now there are ideas for white to play e5, to remove the guard of the pawn on c5, saying, I'll give up my central pawn just to win your c5 pawn.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Cause trouble in the position. In fact, g5 is a renewed threat, because let's say king h8 is played, which is clearly not a good move.
But we'll do it to be silly.
g5. And you can even take it, I don't care too much, but move your knight somewhere, e8 or h5, and I go knight takes c5. Once again, your pawn is pinned because I have two rooks barreling down with only one rook defending that square.
These are tactics you've got to be aware of.
Yep.
And it's one of the reasons why knight a4 could be a tricky move. Okay, but the game is getting dynamic, right? I guess if we were evaluating how does Fabiano create something, he's created a little bit of something here, right? There's some opportunities.
This is a little sad, but I think the best move probably is queen back to c7, because g5 is a legitimate threat that I don't know how to stop otherwise. And if queen c7 is your best move, then white can just go back knight c3 and say, what now? What next? And that's a match situation thing. Fabiano is playing very well this game. Magnus, to his credit, is also playing very well.
Yep.
And made the right choice in the opening, saying he wants a sharp Sicilian, I'm not giving it to him. We're playing a positional. I have a bind over the center, so you're not getting too much here. So I think, what other moves besides queen c7 are there? I see the drawbacks to every single one.
And again, if you're just joining us, the queen was just on c7 and the knight was just on c3, which is why Robert is saying from a match strategy perspective, it is a possibility that Magnus just kind of calls Fabi's bluff. Queen c7 may be the best move here. It's the engine move too.
Is it?
Like I don't know. I don't have it. I'm saying that's the engine style move.
Yeah,
right.
Just repeating the position.
I mean, because at that point, black is like, yeah, that's not a bad thing. Engines don't have the emotions and they don't play for match strategy, right?
Right.
Best chess move is to put the queen back on c7. So.
And then in a classical game or in a game, not for when you only need a draw, you would consider for queen c7, well, do I make that repetition or do I go for something else?
Right.
In this game, of course, I'll play knight c3 back immediately and say, please, come on, let's make this repetition.
Right.
But in a game where maybe you just don't need the half point, you think, well, is g5, is that the time? But g5 always has this drawback of giving up the e5 square. Right, so if you take, now all of a sudden this knight has the e5 square to go
and
to.
These are the kind of things you desperately want to avoid. This gives your opponents real winning chances.
Either you're checkmating your opponent with the white by like pushing pawns on the king side, or you're strategically in huge trouble. And that's what Hikaru said in the Sicilian several times, right? Where as a Sicilian player with the black pieces, like either you're like much worse and you're getting in some trouble, or like you have the what's the way to put it? You're on the path of being better. You're on the right trajectory because of the structure. So let's see.
That is a good Hikaruism. I agree. Right. Either you're checkmating your opponent, or black will slowly be fine. So.
Seeing some funny messages about
the on-site action.
Yeah, just some tweets, some jokes.
Well, thank you everyone for being with us here. Don't go anywhere. We're all kind of stretching out here, just trying to regather.
We're buckled in, though.
We're buckled in.
We fasten our seatbelt.
Seatbelt in the office here, right? Pull it tight. Don't forget, pull the strap at the end of your waist.
So Fabiano,
I always assist before I help myself.
You're not supposed to, like for the airbags, just do it.
When it comes to seat,
so considerate.
So considerate.
Never thought I'd say that.
All right. Well, the the action is on Fabi now to come up with something.
Tough place to be, honestly. I mean, just down 2 games, need a win.
You're
in a position where there's no clear-cut moves that give you some pressure, but don't worsen your position horribly. And so, what do you do here?
Thank you, Dragon Dog, Diamond member. Loving our commentary in the Chess TV chat. Appreciate it.
I guess, I don't know. I just don't see a fob. Like Queen C7, Knight C3 back. I don't know what a better move is for Fabiano, and that's the shame of the position he's in.
Well, I think he may just have to go back and then come up with a new plan.
And that's what I guess what I'm thinking is like it's a shame because he's playing so well.
Yeah.
But he needs to play for more.
And here he goes.
Queen C7.
So no surprise.
I expect Knight C3 to be the immediate response.
Expecting. Maybe Magnus will play mind games here. But overall, all he needs is a draw again, so we expect Knight C3. Well, let's wait, I guess. No move yet, but is there any other plan for Fabiano possible if Knight to C3?
I guess, but...
Let's look. Because if it's not back to A5, assuming Fabiano doesn't end the World Chess Championship by kind of, taking the repetition would be resigning.
Yep. What?
Whoa!
Okay. That caught me off guard because I thought about the idea, and we mentioned it earlier, to win the C-pawn, but it felt like...
objectively, I don't even think it's the best.
Oh, actually, there's a problem on the diagonal, isn't there? So your rook's under attack on D7.
Yeah, but wow, what a shocker.
I think actually, maybe objectively, it is the best move.
E5?
Yeah, I think it might be good. From a practical standpoint, I wasn't expecting it.
Forcing pieces off the board, you mean?
But also, this bishop on G2 becomes an absolute monster, right? So if you your rook on D7 is under attack, so you have to trade on D2. And once I take back, as just happened,
I probably have to take again.
Yeah, I think so. And now if your queen takes, if you take on F4, you're winning a pawn. But now knight takes B7 happens, and you cry because queen D6. So maybe just a great shot there by Magnus.
Objectively, I'm surprised because, like you said, Knight C3 should be the immediate response, but Magnus, like I said, maybe just playing mind games or wants more. I mean, I was nervous that it's the kind of move that could come back to bite him, but...
And it can, still, because it's not like White's king is feeling particularly safe. It's feeling breezy on that side of the board. So even after a move like... Well, I can't take on A6. Let's note that, because knight takes A6, queen B6 check is a big problem. Right, so you can't just start getting greedy. You lose your material. But maybe I can take... What can I do here? I can take on E5 first, I guess.
Now I can't take with the knight because of pin emote.
Right.
I can take with the queen.
And then maybe I can grab your pawn on A6, saying
this
that...
just feels like... I don't know. If I'm Camp Fabi, I'm happy right now. Like there has to,
much
there has
happier
to be something here,
couple
right?
moves
I mean,
ago.
play H5. Do anything to just try to, like you said, the king is feeling breezy, right? Easy, breezy, beautiful.
Cover girl?
I was going to say get some cover for the girl, right? You know, well, here we've got a problem, although that didn't go anywhere. No. We need cover. I don't know.
I just, I knew what you wanted me to say, and that's why I didn't say it.
Easy, breezy, beautiful cover. Whatever happened to jingles, by the way? That's not a thing. Jingles aren't a thing anymore.
Only Jingle Bell Rock.
Yep. Okay, bishop. But seriously, the position is opened up. Maybe this will be seen as Magnus's most straightforward attempt, right, to simplify the game. But I guess what I'm saying is Fabiano, a draw is just as good of a loss. So at least now the position's opening up, and I'm not dealing with repetition of knight c3, queen c7 anymore.
You can play knight takes c5 here, right? Because now the bishop on a8's hanging, but so is the knight on c5 to mix things up.
Very nice. Very nice.
Although, actually, instead of taking on a8, there's so many tactics. Knight takes a6 might still be possible.
Yeah, and if, like, check...
Queen d4.
Oh my gosh, everybody's hanging.
Everybody's
hanging.
Because you take on a6, I can even play queen d8 check as well, and just take your bishop and the queen.
Bishop, yeah.
And that's probably the piece you want to take.
Yeah. It guards a2 in the end.
Yep.
Right, you come around here, everybody. Okay,
but
so
still,
Fabiano
actually,
obviously has some things to calculate here.
Even that line is very unclear, and I think black gets a lot of counterplay, and something you want from Fabiano's perspective.
Yep.
As you're saying, just trying to get an interesting position where you're the one who can play for more. Although, by the same token, maybe after knight e5, is there also knight takes e6? Same exact idea where I'm going to lose my knight anyway.
Desperado tactic.
But perhaps this works out okay?
I have this weird
c5.
Check. I wanted to take.
I'll take your bishop.
Right, and I was just thinking that, I don't know, the queens and the knights, Batman and
bishop
Robin.
is so good, right? On a8, it covers the entire diagonal.
White has the bishop, white has the c-pawn, and I guess, again, it all comes back to whether the king will feel the breeze or not. Is there a way to get through here? Is there a way to, I mean, h5 is met by g5, but is there...
But that's the type of play you have to make, right?
Yeah.
You have to go for it on the king's side. You really don't have too much of a choice, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is sacks are one thing, but you're probably going to lose at a concrete line.
Yeah.
Okay, but still, will this be what we see now? Obviously, Fabiano.
He's got the choice. How do you take this?
Has a second, to think about how to create the most dynamic chances.
Yeah, some of these queen e5 lines also looked pretty interesting because now I can't go to a1. The knight's there, but I can go to b2. Right, so my queen has infiltration points. And that's the nice thing. But Fabi's going to sit and think for a little bit, just trying to figure this one out. Can he... No, he can't just retreat his pieces. That seems a little slow. Potentially play knight e8, but he is down a pawn for the time being. I had to stop myself. Did I count that right?
Yeah.
6 pawns for white, 5 for black.
Exactly. Oh, man.
Yep. But what do you think? Is he going to take on e5 with the knight or queen?
I don't know, honestly. I think that both are possible. I don't think either one's obvious. I think this is the right moment to think because this is your championship.
Yep.
Right. This is it right here. Make the best possible decision to keep winning chances alive. Right. Avoid simplification. Even if you know one is worse than the other. If you see some trick, I don't know. At this point, you're trying to create opportunities for White's king to get in trouble. Best thing you can do if you're Fabiano Caruana. So.
For sure.
If you do happen to be just joining us, we've had super exciting chess all day, decisive games in favor of the world champion, proving why he is the rapid king. And right now he's up 2-0, Fabiano Caruana all in, and we do have queen takes e5.
So to me, it's a choice of two. Knight a6, taking the pawn, or knight d3, just saying, you know what, I'm going to protect my king, because the king needs its shelter. And I don't want to get myself in too much trouble. Maybe the knight has gone too far if I take on a6. So.
Well, I think you would almost have to go for that and risk the king, honestly, because knight d3 seems a little bit like.
The material's even.
Yeah, it just seems like I still have your king as a target.
But your problem is your knight can't move from c6, right? My king, I agree with you. The king feels a little exposed, but until I can move my knight away from the c6 square, and I don't want to trade the bishops that badly. I'd love to win your bishop somehow and keep mine. But
again, I mean, I think we're in a position saying that there are some chances here.
Oh, absolutely.
This is not the type of opening. We were applauding Magnus's opening, creating very difficult roads for black to create anything. But I think this e5 idea created some chances.
Too soon.
Too soon. I mean, and okay, if Magnus holds the draw here, now that he's going to be, I think his king will end up coming under some fire. Not to say the world champion can't play the position just fine as white, but I don't think you're upset if you're Fabiano with what's happening on the board right now.
Yeah, this is an ideal situation to be in. Not the match score, but considering the match score, down 2 games, you need a win.
You couldn't have asked for more chances.
Yeah.
Right.
So it'll be interesting to see how Magnus reacts, and especially because as time starts ticking down, king safety becomes paramount. It always is, but it's much harder to defend a safer king when you have no time remaining. You're always concerned in the back of your head, like, am I blundering a checkmate idea? Am I
No,
blundering
that's
some
a
tactic?
real. That's why there's chances here, because from a practical perspective, these are not emotionless engines playing, right? These are human beings, and time pressure will be a thing that also gets involved in and influencing the result here. So okay.
So how is Magnus going to respond here? Knight takes a6 is one of those moves where we keep talking about king safety, and we're sort of getting away from our own king, but the knight will come back to b4. That's sort of the idea, right? If I take on a6, my a knight will come to b4, and then all of a sudden I'm regrouping. But
so let's try to find a concrete line. If knight takes a6,
maybe queen b2.
Interesting.
Just to pin things. Now knight b4 is not possible.
Because you can take it.
I can take it. Pins everywhere.
Pins everywhere. Can't take with the knight. Can't take with the queen.
Because I take on g2
take
first.
on g2 first. And if you take on a8, white goes down a piece. Okay. The queen b2. Interesting shot.
And I was thinking knight c7 is a possibility.
Okay.
Coming after that bishop on a8, but maybe even just bishop b7, just move the bishop off the attack, and now a2's under attack. e3 will fall next if a2 drops, so an easy position here. That's why I'm starting to think knight d3 might be the move, just to keep your pawn structure a little safer.
No.
Whoa, knight d7.
Wow, knight d7.
Okay, he wants to trade off as many pieces as possible. It actually makes...
He's trying to force the draw.
Yep. Queen b2, immediate response. Very good decision by Fabiano. You didn't want to take. If you took, the queen starts getting into the e8 square, and that is a bit of a problem.
Yep. Takes, and not only is the knight double attacked, but as Robert said, we're in queen e8 territory, and there may even be some sort of perpetuals.
Yep.
Crazy, crazy stuff.
Yep. So there's a variety of options there, but I like the decision to play queen b2 here. And
yeah, I like it idea.
If you take on f6,
keeping the tension.
You take on f6, I can probably take with the g pawn on f6, right? And the critical thing is, once this, it looks like you ruin your pawn structure after knight f6, g takes f6, but you give your king beautiful shelter, and this pin is very annoying on the knight on c2. This pawn on a2 is directly under attack, and once a2 falls, b3, and then c4, that chain may be in trouble. So, I'm trying to queen d6. Wow.
Wow.
That's so smart. Queen d6 is so smart because now after queen takes c2, it looks like you're giving up a free piece, right? But then queen f8 check comes, and after king h7, I take on f6.
f6, and then you get a perpetual.
And if you go king g6, right, because this is a perpetual at the very least, probably even
and
more.
King g6,
bishop
e4 check.
Yikes.
And now white wins.
So queen d6, that's great. Magnus showed us why he started to think a bit and found a resolution to a position that was actually getting very tricky, because how do you stop queen f8 check here?
That may be the draw that he needed.
Maybe king h7. You start with that somehow, but then knight takes f6. I don't believe it.
Yeah, well, this just seems like. This move threatens bishop e4 mate, and you still only have a draw on this.
Yep, and the bishop on a8 is hanging as well.
So what's your okay? Maybe now you have to go for the line you avoided.
But then I take it.
Right.
And
I take.
So queen e8 check. Take that. Yep.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that if I can get the queen off of the trick.
Maybe queen d1 check.
Yeah.
That looks good.
Again, everybody, you don't move the knight here because bishop e4 just wins on the spot. Fork.
But this is what Fabiano would want after queen d1 and then knight d4.
You can even give this check.
Sure. Yep.
Then knight d4. This
is much more unbalanced here.
Yeah.
So maybe you have to take on d7. You're right.
I think he will. Take on d7.
So it has to take back, right?
Right. Okay, so how much time we've got? We're getting under time pressure here.
Yeah.
I mean, the tension is real. The tension is real. Don't go anywhere. We're nervous. My voice is high pitched.
Yeah, it's weirded me out a little
bit. It's weird.
So yeah, you have to take on d7. I agree with you completely. Knight takes d7, queen d7, queen takes c2. I think that's all going to be a pretty forcing sequence.
So the question is, do we go for this? Maybe you just trade off and force the queen ending.
No, I just take on c6. and play queen a2, and now at least black's up a pawn.
Right.
With no... Okay. You get my e6 pawn just in time. You sneaky.
Well, you do get this, though.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good.
And now, as long as you can stop the draw, you would assume there'll be some sort of way to stop the draw,
you just check a bunch, and then you have also the outside pass pawn, the a pawn. So you're trying to make something like that work.
You may have to do this anyway if you're...
You didn't take a c6.
Okay, hold on. Let's get back to the live position here.
So queen e8 check,
took on d7.
Yeah, queen e8 check.
King up.
Took on a... Yep.
Okay, and this is our live position.
So both kings are feeling a little unsafe. How to make this work for black? Because... Okay, queen d1 check feels forced. You can't move your knight, so you have to give a check. And the queen d1 check is the one that, was just played.
Yep.
King h2, you don't want to go to f2. You don't want to bring your king out in the open. So king h2 also just played.
Right.
And so we know that...
I was highlighting queen d6, but again, you don't really have to. But I kind of like this because it makes me feel safe about perpetuals.
Yeah, because knight d4 also, maybe I'll just go...
I'm worried about the checks and the perpetuals.
But how? Check? Okay, so queen d6 check.
He goes, I think this
is better, yeah.
Look at us predicting the line.
Yep.
We did it.
King h1, that's a good move. Keeping your king
on
off
the light square, not a dark square.
Because if you keep your king on the dark square...
To either e5 or d4.
Yeah, and if you keep your king on the dark squares, then there's queen c5 check. You can check on multiple ways there. So
this is exciting. We may have some real things to analyze here, and let's remind everybody that the moment this game is done, we will have Hikaru Nakamura on the show. Okay, so if you're wondering what are you going to do with yourself regardless of the result, now you know. We're going to be joined by the most active Super Grandmaster in the Twitch sphere, both at his own channel, which you can go follow, and on our show. So Hikaru Nakamura will be with us the moment the game is over.
I see what he's doing here. G6 we meant by B4. Because you need to get those pawns rolling. You can't take my pawn on B4 because you lose your knight on D4. So it's just in time. And F5 doesn't work out for black after you've pushed G6 as well.
Why not F5 right away?
Well, F5 right away. Then I take on F5. I play queen D5.
Okay.
And I say...
Something like this?
Then I go C5. My king is not going to be checkmated. And so I'm just going to push my pawn as far as possible.
Well, I mean, I still have to try to checkmate you, right?
No, you have to try. I'm just saying you might not succeed.
Yeah.
And knight e2, for example, threatens a big check on a1.
That would be a backdoor mate.
Yep. So I have to play him with like queen d1, let's say. And yeah, it's looking kind of iffy.
But yeah, this is here we go. He played f5.
Yep.
These are again, you know, you couldn't ask for a better
maybe like queen e8 here.
Chance.
If you take on f5 with the pawn, queen e8. Because now I'm going to try to checkmate you back. Bishop d5 comes. And that way you also don't get boxed in with your king. And once queen e8, bishop d5, you're threatening mate on g8 square. I think you need to keep
So the question
active
is,
counterplay.
if you're getting too aggressive and you start to allow things like this, the queen and knight working together just are...
Bishop d5 I think I can still play.
Even with h3 hanging?
Take it. Also king g1.
Whew. You are a risky guy. Do you want a biscuit or something? Risking it?
I am hungry.
You are hungry. Wow.
I think queen e8. I mean, this
would be as forcing the draw as you can do because you're really walking into the danger zone here, right? Highway to the danger zone.
I just don't like sitting passively. Some of those knight e2 ideas, they look very dangerous for white. So what are my options, right? Either go queen d5, but we talked about how the queen comes to f4, for example, and looks sketchy, or I play queen e3, but same thing, right? It still looks a little bit... Queen e3 was just played, so maybe I'm going to eat my words, but it just... Okay, he's going to go bishop d5 next.
I think queen e8 is also a hard thing to do under time pressure, but I think your idea will come back. I think this point of we should keep in mind the light squares being something that black has to look out for. That's definitely an instructive point from Robert, though, even if queen e8 wasn't played. So now how is you as black then? Let's challenge. So how do you try to use the dynamic duo? We know the queen and knight work super well together in mating nets without risking that white gets the same. So what do you do here as black?
I don't know, because you can't push your f-pawn. You weaken all the light squares. It's too vulnerable, right? So if I can't do that, bishop d5 is coming next, and I'm not seeing the exact path forward. So how do I do this? I need to time it right, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure what black does here.
I guess, f4 feels wrong.
Because you just don't want to open the light squares, right?
Right.
f4 opens the light squares.
Yeah, it makes Black's king definitely feel less safe there. So, is there anything else? Okay, knight e6 makes sense as well to meet any sort of bishop d5 with a knight f4 response, right?
Okay, knight e6 is played. This is...
So bishop d5, knight f4, I'm attacking your bishop on d5, your pawn on h3. Black's knight at least is improving to b4 played pretty quickly instead of bishop d5, saying I just got to get my pawns rolling. I like this. The game is really heating up here because the players are playing on opposite sides of the board. That those pawns are going to start rolling, but really the reason why White is pushing those pawns is actually to save his king. If I can distract Black's pieces long enough and keep them tied to the queen side, then my king feels much safer.
Grandmaster Alex Yermolinsky now in the Chess.com TV chat suggesting that perhaps Fabi missed b4. I don't know that it matters at this point because he's just hoping for something dynamic, but...
yeah, and I'm not sure there's any time to improve, really.
Yeah.
So he might have missed it, but b4 is nice. Because knight f4, this is the big problem. You have c5, and after queen d1 check, it looks like you're making progress, right? King h2.
And now what?
And now you can try knight e2, but you're not making any more progress now because I just go c6. My queen is...
Yeah, the queen guards everything.
Yep.
You can't just go c6 maybe because queen d6?
Oh, you're right, but bishop f3 might just win your knight.
Yeah, bishop f3 might be. Game over. Okay. So, wow. Well, we said that Fabiano would rather lose the game than draw, right? So he may lose the game.
Yep.
that would still be okay if you're, evaluating. Okay, great for Magnus. It's even, something that's okay for you if you're on Team Fabi at this point. You have to go for it. So he's doing the best he can to create chances for the queen and knight. It's a race right now, not the most typical race you think of in terms of pawn storms or a pass pawn race, but it is a race of White trying to prove the queen side advanced enough, or Black trying to prove that White's king is in trouble.
And so do you keep pushing? But at a certain point, I have to be very concerned about f4, f3, right?
Right.
So, for example, if I go c6, and then f4 comes in, my king is feeling less safe as well because you bishop e4 check, but I can just move my king or push my pawn. So c6 played.
Well,
I was probably just winning, honestly. Now that I think about it, f4, I just give you a check on d3.
And Black now has to play the move knight e6.
Yeah,
and
that's
so
not pretty.
Fabiano's chances may finally be running out, but we've been trying to do what we can to make sure that we're joined as soon as possible by the man of the day, the man of the hour, probably the last guest we will have given the direction of this game. And why wait until the game's over? Let's bring on Super Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura right now so that he can join us and be with us for what looks to be possibly the final moments. We're in a sexy Chess.com polo right there. We love that. And Hikaru, you're with us here, dude. It's looking tough right here for the American.
Yeah, I mean, it was obviously going to be an uphill battle after Fabiano lost the first two games, so I don't think that was really in doubt. Obviously, this game, I felt like if he had taken on f5 with the knight, maybe he would have gotten a little bit more. He would have gotten some chances maybe, whereas when he took with the pawn, basically all the counterplay vanished because if he ever tried to push f4, his light squares would become really weak. So it seemed like maybe knight f5 he would have gotten something. But again, he lost the first two games, so realistically it was never going to happen in this game.
I'm going to invite you to our analysis board, buddy, just so that you can indeed
show
us your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, the thoughts on this game really aren't that relevant, just because like anytime you're in a situation where it's basically must win with Black, I mean, it doesn't matter if it's 4 games. Let's just say even if it was 2 games, for example, and Fabiano loses the first one with White and then has to win with Black. Anytime you're playing a must win with Black, it's always going to be really, really unpleasant. So, I mean, in general, like I felt that Fabiano got what he wanted in this third game. Somewhere, actually, can I make moves or not?
I invited you to the board. Not sure if you saw it. It doesn't say you're with us yet.
I have the board open. I don't think. Yeah, I have the board open. But basically, I felt like around the time of.
Let me do a new one here.
Sure.
If I can. Sorry.
I mean, I can even just give general comments because I mean, analysis isn't really needed.
I'm gonna try one more time. So look for one more invite. Here we go. Oops.
Sure. But I mean, broadly speaking, I think to me, really, there it is. Yeah, I mean, to me, the match basically comes. I mean, I was thinking in general. I mean, you can't blame anyone for the loss, but I was just thinking back to at least in terms of who the seconds are and what the what their strengths are. And I was thinking to myself, like Christian. I think it was Christian, Alejandro, and Lenier, right? And obviously Rustam as well. But I mean, when I think back to the match, I feel like the match kind of got away from Fabiano in his white game. So he had the one game, the first game with knight d5, which was game 8, where he had probably a winning position. He had a winning position, and he let it slip when he played this h3 move. And then he never got anything in the next 2 games when he played knight d5. And to me, it felt like that was really the kind of the turning point just in general. Like when he didn't win that game, it seemed like Magnus never really was in danger in the last 4 games, really. So
it's about to end, by the way. I mean, we're nearing the conclusion of this one, and a couple moves have been played. I just wanted to point out the pawn's all the way on the c7 square now.
Right. Yeah. I mean, knight e2, queen c5 is just winning. But yeah. So what I was going to say though is I felt like at some point Fabiano really should have tried to play the bishop g5 line. And I think, I mean, when I look at the team, I feel like that more than anything, there are 2 things. First of all, I felt like Lenier should have been able to come up with something there since he was part of the team, and he generally is a very strong theoretician, knows his open Sicilians very well. And then secondly, it seems like I guess they just weren't really expecting Magnus to stick with the Sicilian or even play it at all. So I think those are the 2 things that I feel probably cost Fabiano the match more than anything else. Well, mind you, he had great chances. Don't get me wrong.
I just want to point out one quick tactic. If the queen takes d4, should end the game on the spot, because you can't protect my pawn from queening and take my own queen itself. So
there's no perpetual, because if the new queen appears on the board, there's no check on c1.
Yeah.
So white should be just fine.
Okay, queen c5 was played. That's
queen c5 also probably good enough.
Probably
I mean, queen. I mean, I assume it's going to be a perpetual. It's going to be something like queen c5, knight f3 takes, and some perpetual is my guess. So that's my guess at this point.
Yeah, and Hikar, I was definitely listening, and I agree with you. I said it earlier, actually, on the show, that I thought, and I asked Ifan the same question about kind of going again and again in these Sveshnikov and for the Rossolimo lines, where it didn't feel like the preparation was leading anywhere concretely better for Fabiano. I wasn't sure that was the right strategy, but maybe it's just not his style. I mean, you would know better than I would.
I completely understood the Rossolimo. He played it several times. It's been his bread and butter for a long time, so I actually thought that was completely fine. But I feel like, in general, to not try and poke everywhere to at least see what your opponent is doing in a long match, that feels slightly wrong to me. Because if you look at Magnus, for example, so he had that crazy game which he almost lost in the Petrov, but he still poked there. He still played it 1 game to see what was happening. And sure, I mean, that basically was a wasted game for him, but he still poked. He just wanted to see what Fabiano was going to do. And I felt like Fabiano probably should have played bishop g5. I felt like he should have tried it pretty early on. And I mean, to be fair, Fabiano has played bishop g5 many times. It's not like he doesn't play it. He doesn't play it recently. So, I mean, to me, I think that was the big difference, is that knight d5 I felt was good for the 1 game, but to repeat it those 2 more times and then to play it today, I felt was just bad match strategy, frankly.
Well, on that note, and I kind of disagreed with Ifan, or maybe the question, I was sort of saying that was why I was critical, regardless of how you feel about the knight d5 line. You weren't getting anything. So at a certain point, isn't it just nuts to keep doing it and expect that it's going to be different? I mean, whether it's bishop g5, whether it's playing d4, anything to poke at something different, to me, I made the comparison to the Kasparov-Kramnik match. It doesn't matter how you feel about the position. Kasparov clearly felt that white should be better in the Berlin, but in the end, he was wrong, right? Because he lost the match in that sense. Even if he ended up being, okay, we know he won some games later, and some of those lines he was trying in that 2000.
Well, no, but I mean, yes, but having worked with Gary Action, having seen his database, like, you can tell that Gary completely lost objectivity in that match, because like when I was studying with Gary, like looking at his Berlin files, he had like 200 files, and like most of them were specifically from that match. Obviously, they were updated and changed, but the vast majority were from that match. And so he just kept hitting his head against the wall over and over and over again.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the game is over, which means the match is over, which means that Magnus Carlsen has retained his World Championship title. So tough for American, fans of Caruana. I mean, not just American, around the world, of course, he's got many fans. But, as we see this game and the 3-0 result in Magnus. Hikaru, I had some questions as well. So I've said that it would have been strange, and I saw your tweet saying that Fabiano played extremely well, and I completely agree with that. And do you think it would have been strange if he had won and he'd become world champion despite not having beaten Carlsen in a Classical game since 2015? Like, is there something sort of odd about that to you?
I mean, that's the big question for everyone. It draws or how long should matches be, all that stuff. No, I mean, I think it would have been amazing if Fabiano had won because pretty much everyone, including myself, had written him off in the tiebreak in rapid or blitz. So to me, it wouldn't have been strange at all because, again, it's like one of those things where you look at the old matches, the Kasparov-Karpov matches. Right. I think those guys, they must have drawn somewhere in the high 20s, 20 straight games or something. It was like they played that like 40-game match, and you always have these long string of draws, and then one decisive game, then more draws. I mean, obviously the most famous match, I think Karpov was up 5-1 or something. Then they drew like 10 games. I think Gary won one. Then it was another slew. Then Gary won another one, and then they stopped the match. So, I mean, I think to me, it's completely fine. Obviously, it's not ideal to have it decided in rapid and blitz as opposed to classical, but considering the high number of draws in general, I mean, you have to have a winner at some point, and I'd much prefer it be decided like this than have it go to like Armageddon or something, which would just be insane.
Yeah, right. Well, I'd like to keep you on, Hikaru, and do a little bit of discussion. I think the fans would like to hear your thoughts on, final thoughts on the rest of the match, but I think we'd like to take a very, very quick break. But are you willing to stay on the line with us here?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, so don't go anywhere, everyone. Hikaru Nakamura with us to give our final thoughts on the 2018 World Chess Championship, and now officially we can say that the world champion, Magnus Carlsen, has retained his title. We will be back in just a moment. And we are coming back now with Super Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, who, as you can see from the analysis board, is going to give us his final thoughts, both on generally on the match, as those questions naturally come up, but also on what we saw today. We had Lev Aronian joining us in the critical moments of Game 1, and Hikaru, as I send you the invite here to our analysis board for Game 1, you were just telling me and Robert off camera, and I'll just let you kind of reiterate those thoughts for the fans, that it seemed like in this moment right here where it's like slightly better for white, but drawing, and then one move and you lose. And we were saying that maybe winning in vintage Magnus style, where this is what Magnus does, right? It's he creates opportunities for his opponents to go wrong. He finally strikes in a way that we know he can do, and how hard is it to recover? And what are your thoughts on what happened here in Game 1?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was really tragic for Fabiano because obviously he played a great game. I mean, after he got this really bad position in the opening, I mean, I expected him to just kind of lose very quickly. And then when Magnus basically did what Magnus does great, which is he found sort of a setup, just some simple moves, which were good, but it wasn't forcing. And I think Magnus had a way to put a lot more pressure on Fabiano. So when he just played his setup, Fabiano actually came up with some good moves. And somewhere around this knight d6, I thought Fabiano might actually start holding the game. Because when I saw this knight b5, I was looking at it, and I saw, I mean, what happened in the game basically, and I felt that after knight d4, it was very, very tricky. So around here, when I saw Fabiano play knight d4, I thought he was actually going to make a draw. And just because, I mean, I know rook takes d4 and king h1 is winning. Nice job finding that without the computer, by the way, Robert.
I wasn't even positive it was winning. It just looked good.
Look at Robert going big, dude.
I got to make the last day the bet.
I mean, when they kept going and they got to this position, I mean, I was sure that this was a draw after rook d5. But again, that's the thing that Magnus does so well, and it's actually really unpleasant in blitz or rapid when it happens, because like if you have half an hour here as black, you're gonna find all the right moves and make a draw. But at the same time, in blitz and rapid, basically it's intuition. You're just calculating, and I mean, I'm sure in Fabiano's mind he's saying, okay, I'm out of danger. I know this is a draw with correct play. I mean, that's not to say that he's going to play all the right moves, but I'm sure he knew that it had to be a draw somehow. But then, like, Magnus still finds this very creative way to get chances by putting these pawns on e4, f5, g3, and h4. And then, like, again, Fabiano plays all these very natural moves, and then just this one little slip with king e4, and boom, it's gone. So, I mean, Magnus has done that to all of us. Fabiano's not the first person that's happened to. But, I mean, I think when he made this blunder with king e4, there was really no way he was going to come back from that, because he played so well after getting that terrible position and finding very good practical chances with knight d4. That it was just never going to happen after that. But it's very difficult. And then he played knight d5, and when I saw him play knight d5 in game 2, I had a feeling something was going to go wrong quickly, especially when Magnus was blitzing, just because the position wasn't easy to play for white, and it always felt like there always are all these ideas for counterplay with e4 and knight e5, and I just had that bad feeling. And I mean, it came down to this game. If Fabiano doesn't lose this game, it would have been completely different. I still think he probably would have lost, but it would not have been anything like what the score reflected. I think in a way it's a shame, because the score really does not reflect it doesn't reflect how close the match was overall.
Well, then I'm going to ask a general question, which I promise is not just a shameless plug for the Pro Chess League, but I'm going to ask. I mean, do we, in a match format, do we need rapid chess to have decisive results in today's day and age?
Yeah, I've been feeling this way for a while now. I mean, I think with the theory, the way it's getting so heavy, that in general, you get more decisive results in rapid. I mean, in this match, you had interesting games. There were a lot of games that were, I mean, pretty much, it was pretty clear they're going to be drawn out of the opening, or they should be drawn. So I think having rapid is a good thing, because you do get more decisive results. And I think generally when you're trying to appeal to the broader audience, not just the purists, you do want more decisive games. I mean, I think when you look at the news media, it's very hard day after day to keep writing stories about draws. I mean, if you look at any, well, not any normal sport, but like, I guess other than soccer or European football, that's the only sport I can think of where you have ties. It's the only one I can think of where you have ties and then you have aggregate and all of that. So I think in general, if you're trying to make the appeal really broad, and obviously like on Twitch, for example, the views were the numbers were so huge that I think you've got to do something to try and change it a little bit.
So, well, you're a hockey fan, right? Hockey did that. They took away ties and made overtime losses a thing. So, I mean, there have been suggestions in the past where if you finish a game, you swap colors and play with the time you have left and things like that. Do you think that that's a possible route that chess should think about going?
I mean, I think what Norway is intending to do is actually the most interesting. Whereas if the game is drawn, I think you play rapid games, if I'm not mistaken,
right?
To decide like the extra half point or something like that. I mean, I think in general, I like some format of that more than anything else. I think, swapping colors or time, I don't think that really should play a role, because someone's going to be at a big disadvantage. If I play a game, well, like to give you an example, there have been several times I've played games where like I've played 40 moves of theory and it's been a draw. So my opponent has played great and they've defended, but at the end of the game, I've had like an hour and a half and they have like 5 minutes.
Right.
So like if you start, I don't even know how you do that if you start over, but someone's going to be a huge disadvantage. So just in general, I think just some way to like fight for an extra half point or something like that makes sense. But I also don't think you should change the format from classical. It has to stick. You have to stick with classical and then have some kind of tiebreak system, but you cannot go away from pure classical in the World Championship. I think that's just not possible.
Well, it's interesting stuff. Obviously, the the conversation naturally moves for, I think, a lot of the fans of what's next in chess and getting your bigger picture thoughts on classical being needed for the World Championship, but obviously we have these rapid tiebreak. You have ways to create decisive chess. I think we're going to get a lot of decisive chess this weekend. You're going to be playing Lev Aronian in the Speed Chess Championship. The semifinals start on the 30th. First of all, give us a quick prediction while we have you. JKD versus Wesley So. What do you think about Jan-Christoph Duda versus So on Friday, November 30th?
Well, first, I think your stats are wrong. I mean, this idea that Wesley is 44% to win the match is I've seen many stats.
I think Wesley's the favorite, honestly.
I think you guys have it a little bit wrong, or the computer has it wrong based on the stats. But obviously, Jan Christos has beaten. He beat Sergey. He beat Sasha. It's really amazing how he won that match against Sasha. I've never seen anything like that. But I still think Wesley's the favorite, and I would expect him to win. But I don't think I think it's going to be pretty close up until the end. That's my guess.
And you're going to be taking on Lev, right? So what are your thoughts there? Is he one of the toughest challenges you've ever had in a semifinal?
Yeah, I mean, with Lev, it's hard to know simply because Lev, it feels like, has played a lot less online than most of the other top players. When I look at Magnus, even Fabiano, they've played a lot online, whereas Lev has played a lot less. So I have a feeling that for me, at least, at the end, the speed and mouse skills probably is going to play a big factor potentially if it's a very close match. But obviously, Lev's very strong, very creative, and it should be fun, and I think there will be a lot of decisive games, and hopefully not 12 draws.
I kind of have a feeling that will not happen.
I have a feeling that you will deliver on that promise, buddy. Well, honestly, Hikaru, you joining us, this has been amazing. I think, we had a lot of great guests. Of course, we've obviously been super happy with Ifan and Lev, but you've just been super consistent and available, and just the fans love it.
What? H3? Anyway, yeah,
dude, you have created definitely some of the most memorable moments of this entire month, and for anybody who hasn't gotten the memo yet for some reason, go over to twitch.tv/GMHikaru and give him a follow. Of course, give us a follow before you go anywhere here. Big events happening on this channel this weekend, as we just kind of hyped for you in the Speed Chess Championship. But Hikaru, I know you're going to get to streaming right away after this and entertaining your fans on your own channel. But thank you so much for tuning in with us one more time and giving us your thoughts. And we will see you on Saturday.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you guys did a great job. Just fantastic. I love the commentary throughout. Fantastic.
Thank you. Wow, thank you, man.
Definitely the nice thing he's ever said to us.
Well,
you probably.
No, thank you for the compliment,
my chess
Hikaru. Really appreciate it, though. Yeah. And thank you for being here, because I think it added a ton for us to be able to tap into your brain and to have me zone out for a little bit with the monkeys dancing. And, you're great, man, and have fun over at your channel today.
All right, thanks. See you guys later.
Thanks, Hikaru. Wow.
He has been just a highlight.
Yeah, he's a human highlight reel.
He is.
I know they use that in basketball. I'm stealing that,
Yep. No, he is. Nickname. He's a human highlight reel. He's been amazing. A lot of people have been amazing, and I want to make sure we take a moment to thank everybody who's been involved in helping us produce what has been the highest quality show we've ever done, I think, here. Obviously, the longest lasting event you can possibly cover here in the World Chess Championship has just led to so many different moments, and I want to make sure that we get to thanking everybody personally, individually. Right there at the top, I'll thank my partner, Grandmaster Robert Hess.
I should start by thanking you. You're at the top there. Thank you, Danny Wrench.
Well, you've been amazing. Levy Rosman and Bartholomew, they held down our recap shows. Yurmo and Serwan were super consistent, often recording late and in inconvenient times depending on what the players dealt us those days, so thank you. Special guests, you've got Shanklin, Pandolfini, Ifan, Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, Daryl Morey, one of our non-chess guests. For those of you who maybe missed that, you're like, what? The Houston Rockets general manager was here?
Yep.
Obviously, Hikaru Nakamura, who was just here, Wesley So, and Levon Aronian. It just, I feel like we couldn't have come up with a better all-star list there. Mike, Sam, Peter, and Pete. These guys are working so hard on our content team. Those are our editors, our journalists on site. Again, working very late into the night at times, inconvenient things happening there, but they're always delivering news and videos and what we need. Matt Jensen getting a little called out there. He is Mr. Smarter Chess. He's our stats guy, but he works super hard and runs simulations, and he stands by his numbers regardless of our criticism. Okay, the man himself, Aaron Graham, he is the producer behind this, and he has been the one that everything you're seeing right now, why it's been so beautiful, why the transitions have worked so well. He's also had to put up with me, which is a very stressful experience for any producer. Michael Pennyworth and Sophia, they put up with us in terms of videos. I know I'm taking our time here, but I'm going to keep doing it. Don't start playing the Academy Award music yet, Aaron, just yet. Dallin, Marina, and Maria, those are our designers. Maria being a photographer on site. Dallin and Marina. Dallin is the head of design at Chess.com, so everything that looks amazing is Dallin's doing, and Marina is the head of content design. She designs all the images, all the templates, so many amazing things that we put into our shows and our articles and our videos.
She's amazing.
Amazing. Yeah. JD, Simon, and Rakesh, kind of support, but also just always there and doing things that matter, that make everything happen. They are kind of the backbone of the show. I always say support is like the pawn structure of Chess.com. They are the soul. They are always there. They are making sure that the foundation works. Michael Broncano at Twitch. He is the chess program manager at Twitch. He puts in a lot to help these things grow. Prax at Streamlabs. Alex, computer support here. He's a local guy where I live. Alex, if you're watching, you're awesome. Matt Corey, our sound guy, who's there for Aaron every time he needs him. Harlem Knight, Chess Bay, Chess Nerdbird, and Virus also did so many things. And I said that quickly, not because I won't mention them again, but because getting to the mods, we have Chess Bay, of course. She's the queen of chess. She started off the show with all the subs. She's the most generous person and the most hardworking person. That's a rare thing when those two things are the same person. But Chess Bay makes the chess world go round on Twitch. Mana 4, Coffee and Tea, DJ H13. We love you, buddy. Don't give me too much flack right when I'm done with the show about getting other things going again. In the nick of time, in the time of Nick. I don't even know if I feel like either Arn did that as a joke or I'm just reading it wrong. DJ Chess Dog, Frank Rutten, Andy, Goon Recruiter, and NJ Greg. And again, shout out to the Chess TV mods. Everybody working so hard to make sure that things go smoothly, and that everybody has what they need.
Yeah. I mean, the way I would sum this up was Magnus Carlsen knew what he wanted in the tiebreaks. He ended up winning 3-0, as Hikaru Nakamura said. It was much closer than the score indicates, but I do feel for Fabiano Caruana. He's a friend of mine, a friend of ours, and it's really tough when you kind of reach the peak, or you're at the mountaintop, and instead of climbing over, you kind of fall back down. There's no guarantees that he'll be back and give another chance,
right? Such a hard thing to do, right?
With other players like Mamedjarov, Dingley Ren, etc.
Wesley So, Jan-Christoph Duda,
Geary,
Hikaru,
you can name all these
Geary,
people.
everybody. It's so hard to get there.
Exactly, and so there's no guarantee he'll be back. It was his time to shine. He should give himself a pat on the back. I know he doesn't feel that way.
Again, the draws, people can say what they want about the results themselves, but it was a super closely contested match with a very high level of chess being played.
Yeah.
And, as the underdog, he was doing what he could to give himself chances. And a couple that got away from him in Classical are why he ended up in the Rapid, or vice, whatever you want to look at it, and Magnus Carlsen showed his dominance.
And I want to say I'm proud of him.
Yeah.
I'm really proud of the way he came and competed. He represented himself in the United States extremely well. And so, that was the first challenger. Well, got a comp, he played Karpov, but that's a different story since Bobby Fischer. And so, you have to give him a huge shout out. And it's sad, but life will go on. He's an amazing player, and he may still overtake Magnus by rating in the near future. So, shout out to Fabiano Caruana. But at the end of the day, Magnus is king. He showed why he has been the world champion 5 years and why he's been the highest rated player in the world for 8. So congratulations to Magnus Carlsen, and lucky to be alongside you for this championship, Brad.
The feeling's mutual. Very thankful to have had you here. Obviously looking forward to the fact that we have the Speed Chess Championship coming up. So we get a rest day, and then we're right back at it. 3 more days of nonstop action, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So we're going to just sign off with that. Say thank you all for being here. Come back Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Enjoy the Speed Chess Championship with us, and we will see you then.